From the heart of Philly, this is CBS News Philadelphia. Now at 6, we are tracking a winter storm hitting the Delaware Valley right now. It could bring some of the most significant snowfall our region has seen in years. Today is Sunday, January 25th. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Carabeo. We're keeping a close eye on the changing conditions all across our area. Brandon Goldner, Waukesha Bailey, and Ray Strickland will be reporting for us all morning long as the snow continues to come down. Things are light right now, but the snow is expected to ramp up really soon. Local leaders say they're ready for today's weather. Storm preparations have been ongoing over the past week, and crews will be out there today clearing the roads as the snow accumulates. Let's get straight to meteorologists Tammie, Souza, and Grant Gilmore. They are both in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere keeping track of this storm. Tammie and Grant, this is going to be a long day of winter weather ahead.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think we're in for at least 12 to 18 hours of this. So just settle in, and it's going to change all throughout the day. We're going to talk about that.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Welcome into the winter storm. It's here. It's here.
Yeah, we've talked about it all week. All right, Grant, let's get to it. Let's talk about what's going on.
Go ahead, because that's what we're going to do here. You're going to kind of tell us where we are right now. And then I'll talk a little bit more about where we're going, right?
Yeah, we're gonna
what's in for it. So take it away.
Well, here we are right now, and what you can see is snow, just all snow coming across the area. In some places, it's starting to come down at a pretty good clip. Now, this is going to intensify in the next hour or two, and we could see snowfall rates of perhaps even 1 to 2 inches an hour. That's why it's all going to build up, and it's going to build up mainly this morning. So where you see the darker shades of purple here across parts of South Jersey, down into Cumberland, Salem County, and even up here across parts of the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos, that is where we're starting to see it come down steadily. You can see the entire storm system is arcing in our direction. That pink, that is ice. That is something we will be dealing with later on today. And Grant's going to talk about that. So here's where we're going to be going. 14 degrees by the time we get to 7 a.m., 17 by 10 a.m., 19 by 1. But most importantly, look at what happens. We have snow at 7, snow at 10, and then by 1, we change over to a wintry mix and then freezing rain this afternoon. And Grant, that is our biggest concern, is this sleet and this freezing rain that's going to move into the area.
Several reasons why that's a concern. One, and first and foremost, that's when you get into the dangerous conditions, and we could see the power outages because of that freezing rain. Let's talk about the conditions, guys, as we move forward. I do want to note we're starting to get some reports up towards Barnegat. They're already reporting 0.7 inches of snow on the ground already, and it's only been snowing for a couple of hours here. Look at the forecast as we go throughout the morning. They're starting off right around 6:15. That steady light snow turns into more moderate snow, spreading across the entire region as we head into the mid-morning hours. As we start to see that freezing rain sneak in from the south, that's where we're going to see that sleet and potentially some freezing rain as we go through early in the afternoon. But what I've done in here, I've put on that, see that pink line? That's our freezing line. Anything north of that is going to have temperatures below freezing. Anything south of that is going to have temperatures above freezing, where we'll start to see some melting. But you see, there is going to be an introduction of the sleet and freezing rain, which is going to be a huge concern for power outages and slick roadways. But we're still thinking Philly, 8 to 12 inches of snow, areas north potentially upwards of 14 inches. Much of South Jersey, the shore, Delaware expecting 4 to 8. A lot to get to, guys, but the snow has started and conditions continue to deteriorate throughout the rest of the morning. Jan, back into you.
Great to have you both here because, yes, a lot of changing conditions to keep track of. Grant, thank you so much. Our team is live all across our region tracking the latest conditions minute by minute. Let's get to CBS News Philadelphia's Brandon Goldner. He's live in Cherry Hill for us this morning. So, Brandon, how's it looking out there?
Well, Jan, as Grant and Tammie mentioned, it's getting a lot worse. The snow coming down at a much heavier pace compared to earlier, where it was coming down a lot more lighter. The air incredibly freezing. It's a little bit tough to talk just because of how freezing the air is, especially with exposed skin and the roadways right now. We've seen cars out here, which they really should not be out here at this time. But look at the snow on the roadway. This is NJ38. This is a major highway. It looks like actually we have a plow truck on the other side of the highway coming through here. But these are the dangerous conditions that we have been telling you about, with all the concerns that we have been seeing, especially with cars coming through here, cars going a little bit faster than really they should be. Also seeing some issues, especially with NJ Transit announcing some suspension of services, Patco having delays, and of course a lot of other issues, especially when it comes to highways and the importance of going slower on the highways. That 35-mile-per-hour speed limit that's being enforced on all New Jersey interstates. We spoke to one gentleman, Marcus Waters, and he says he is an essential worker heading into work, and he's just driving right through trying to get to work. Take a listen.
I mean, what you gonna do? This is what happens, snow comes, it comes. Well, so far, it's not that bad, but as later, it's going to get worse.
And now it's incredibly important as well to remember that Camden County, Township of Cherry Hill, they are all saying that it's incredibly important to move your trash bins, your recycling bins, as well as your cars out of the roadway so those plows, when they go through those multiple phases to clear the snow, they're able to get through. I'll send it over to Waukesha now. Good morning, Waukesha.
Yeah, good morning, Brandy. You know what? Things are looking pretty much the same here as well in Paoli. It started off as pretty light snow. As you can see, it is steadily just coming down. But one thing that we need to mention, all week we've been talking about staying off the roads. Right now, you cannot even see the line markings here. You can't even see where the lanes are. That is just how much that this snow is coming down. And even in the freshly plowed areas, it's almost like you don't even see it within 10 or 15 minutes. Now, as you do see, there you go. We've got a lot of plow trucks out here today as well. Those are really pretty much the only vehicles that we have been seeing on the road. Now, speaking of plow trucks and PennDOT and crews, we've been told that they are working on 12-hour shifts, and they're not even trying to clear the roads at this point. They're really just trying to keep up with the amount of snow that we're starting to see here. And as we've been mentioning, we'll be out here all day. So I'm going to send it right on over to Ray, who is in Roxborough. Ray, it's crazy where I am. How are you?
It's much of the same here, Waukesha. The snow is coming down fast and consistently, and is certainly starting to have an impact on the roads. Take a look. This is a look at Ridge Avenue, and as you can see, the road is snow covered, the sidewalks as well, and this is only going to get worse as the snow just continues to fall. Now, as Waukesha mentioned, there's a number of crews out this morning. You can see one probably, that's an ambulance right there, but there's a number of crews out this morning laying down salt and also trying to clear these roads. And of course, they're going to have a long night ahead of them as this storm is just getting started. Now, these crews, we're told, is going to be a part of about 1,000 people working this storm this morning for the city, and they're going to be using 600 pieces of equipment to clear this snow off the road. But again, a long night ahead of them as this snow does not seem to be letting up at this point in time. Now, there aren't many cars on the road this morning, but we have seen some, like you're seeing now behind this plow truck there. But they are going slow, which is a good thing. And if you just saw those conditions, it is a best to take it slow. But again, as we said, hundreds of crews are out this morning trying to salt these roads and clear these roads. So if you do decide to go out, and of course, city officials have urged people not to do that, but if you do decide to go out, just make sure you give these crews some space, because again, they got a lot of work ahead of them. Jan, I'll send it back to you.
Absolutely. And we are only in our early stages of this storm. Ray, thank you so much. Waukesha, Brandon, and your crews, thank you as well. Now, if you live in Philadelphia and want to get rid of your trash this week, listen up. All trash and recycling collections are suspended tomorrow. That means this week's collections will be one day behind. Also, there will be no collections in rear driveways, and second trash collection is suspended. The city warns that delays are likely as well, and they say the collection schedule could change depending on the severity of the storm. By the way, all public schools within the school district of Philadelphia will be closed tomorrow. Philly making an early call here. And all archdiocesan high schools and elementary schools in the city will have a flexible instruction day. And here's a reminder, because of the extremely cold conditions, the city of Philadelphia has declared a code blue. Right now, there is a 24-hour outreach team available to assist anyone experiencing homelessness. So if you see someone who needs help, the number right there on your screen is 215-232-1984. Again, right there on your screen, 215-232-1984. Taking a live look at the Poconos this morning, snow really coming down there. And as you can imagine, it's going to stay very cold there all day long. They're really expecting to have the highest accumulation totals really getting pounded already at just about 6:10 this Sunday morning. So let's get another check on the forecast with meteorologist Gilmore in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere, tracking changing conditions all morning long. The Poconos, they're just really going to get hammered with that snow, Grant.
They're going to be left with that heavy snow all day long. Probably doesn't stop for them until closer to around 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. Snowing here in the city, though. Let's open up the doors here in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere. You see the visibility pretty low because of that steady, moderate snow. We picked up about an inch of snow here at the station here in Center City so far. I want to start talking a little bit more about freezing rain and that potential and the concern that we're going to see later on today. Big picture, freezing rain occurring across portions of the Carolinas up into Virginia. The blue stretching up into our neck of the woods is all snow. So we've got several hours, probably a good, I'd say 6 to 8 hours of just the steady and probably increasingly heavy snowfall. But from what is snow and that accumulates first, we're going to start to see that sleet and freezing rain develop. And the freezing rain is when it falls as a liquid, then freezes on contact, encasing trees, power lines in that layer of ice. Now look at this forecast model showing us this ribbon of potentially a quarter to maybe 4/10 of an inch of that freezing rain. That's a significant concern for the potential. It's not guaranteed, but the potential for some power outages. And that's obviously something to be concerned with when you're talking about how cold it's going to be for a long period. We're talking about probably not climbing above freezing until the end of next weekend. So when we look at totals for ice accumulation, 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch, you'll see an increase in the iciness on the roadways. Minor outages there, but when you start inching up, maybe literally, when you start creeping above 1/4 to 1/2 inch of that ice accretion, that's when you start to really have difficult travel. Now, we've already got the snow on the ground, and then you throw on the ice on top of it, branches and power outages begin. Anything above 1/2 inch is really a problem for impossible travel and widespread issues. So that's something that we're watching, Jan, as we go throughout the second half of the day. Up until lunchtime, it's all snow, guys.
All right, Grant, thank you. Coming up on CBS News Philadelphia, an update for NJ Transit riders during this storm. What you need to know before your next trip. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching CBS News Philadelphia, taking a live look this morning at the Center City skyline. You can barely make it out. Really snowing here in Center City and throughout our region already today. This is a long duration winter weather storm. We're going to be tracking the latest conditions as we go along. And a heads up here, we're going to be tracking the latest when it comes to city announcements happening in just a few hours. Mayor Cheryl Parker will give an update on the storm response here in Philadelphia. City officials will update us on current conditions and active operations to keep our community safe. That update begins at 10 o'clock this morning. We will have a live picture right here from our sky deck as well, showing the snow building here early in Philadelphia. You can just make out a small dusting there on our sky deck. So remember, we'll bring you the presser live just as soon as it happens here at 10 o'clock this morning. You can watch it on CBS News Philadelphia. You can also stream it on cbsphiladelphia.com and, of course, the CBS News app. Well, air travel disruptions are a major concern as this winter storm begins to dump snow all across our region and a large portion of the country for that matter. Joining us now is Heather Redfern, Public Affairs Manager with Philadelphia International Airport. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Jan.
All right, so let's get to it. What's the latest as far as delays and cancellations already there at PHL?
So we have 624 cancellations out of about 670 flights today. There are 2 delays. There are some flights that are actually, the planes are being de-iced so that they can take off. So it's not everything, but we're still reminding people, if you have not received word from your airline, to check with your airline before you head out to make sure your flight's going to head out today.
So it sounds like a big majority of flights are being impacted. What is the advice, though? You mentioned checking with your airlines, of course, but if you can, if they are taking off, what's the advice to get to the airport?
You know, take your time. Hopefully those flights will head out early, so before the road, anything changes to ice. You know, just take your time, allow plenty of time to get to the airport. Our crews are out working on the roadways around the airport, the exit ramps from 95. I know across the region, crews are out on the roadways. So just allow yourself extra time driving here to the airport. Our crews have been out since the first flake started this fall, clearing the runways, working on the taxiways.
Yeah, you have a full complement of equipment and salt and de-icing solution to deal with this. Heather, can you talk about how much PHL, of course, is impacted by weather all across the country? Because, of course, we look out our window, we see it snowing, there's ice and sleet on the way, but really it's a countrywide event almost. So many states impacted by this. So can you tell us how that impacts travel as well?
Yeah, so it's not like, when the road's clear, you can get in your car and drive wherever you go. There's a lot of things that have to be in place. Crews and aircraft might not have been able to get out to get here to turn around. And, some of the bigger airports in the country and actually the world have been impacted or are being impacted by this. Atlanta, Dallas. Once there's a small event, one-day event that impacts so many different airports, it takes a few days to get out from that. So you might have plans to fly tomorrow. It could be okay here, but it could be days before you can get out. So really important not only to check with your airline today, but if you're flying later in the week as well.
Yeah, it's snowball effect here. No pun intended. All right, Heather Redfern at Philadelphia International Airport, PHL for us this morning. Heather, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jen.
Hopefully you can stay inside and off the roads as well today, but a heads up if you are driving in New Jersey. Right now, the speed limit has been reduced to 35 miles per hour on all state and interstate highways due to this winter storm. Governor Mikey Sherrill has suspended NJ Transit service during the storm as well. Bus, light rail, and Access Link service is now temporarily stopped. Rail service will be ending at 2 p.m. The governor stressed that people need to plan their trips on New Jersey Transit trains very carefully.
You need to be on a train getting to where you need to go by 2, because then things are shutting down until we can get service back up based again on forecast and conditions on the ground.
Officials say service will not resume until conditions are safe. Later today, NJ Transit will also announce tomorrow's service plans. We'll keep you up to date. Let's take a live look out on the roads now. Route 42 in New Jersey, sticking in the Garden State, and you can see the snow is sticking to the roads. Only a couple of vehicles out there this morning. That is the good news. Of course, officials all across New Jersey and the tri-state area, for that matter, are asking people to stay off the roads if they can, to keep the roads clear for those plow drivers who will get to work any minute now as that snow accumulates, and of course to keep everyone safe as we endure this storm.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
6:20, meteorologist Tammie Souza in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere. With the look outside the windows this morning, you can barely make out what's behind you right now, Tammie.
Can't see the buildings out there. I love a big snowstorm. I love snow, and I know that kids are going to love snow, but guess what? The big snow is going to come this morning. This afternoon, we have that threat of ice and sleet, and I'm talking about ice that's going to stick, freezing rain and ice, which is not good. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on right now. We do have across the entire area, we are looking at snow. So we have no rain, we have no sleet, we have no freezing rain. This is all snow. Look at the temperatures. I mean, in Philadelphia, we're in the mid-teens. You get up north and west of the city, some single digits. How about if we go down to the shore? Yeah, you are in the teens as well. So everybody well below freezing, but it will change later today. Down the shore, you will be going above freezing, and you may just see some plain old rain. We'll see those temperatures very near freezing for inland Jersey and up to the I-95, and that's where we could see a turnover to sleet and then some freezing rain, and that is our very biggest concern, is that freezing rain. We really don't want to have to deal with that. That is probably the most dangerous of all weather types. Right now, we got the 15 in Philadelphia. You can see the snow coming down, sticking to the roads. 17 in Atlantic City, snow sticking there. We have 9 for all of you in Bethlehem. Look at that, the road's already covered. And 11, this is a still shot from the traffic camera in Reading, and you've got that snow-covered roads. Here comes the system. You can see it now moving in. This is all of the snow. This is the snow shield. Where you see that bright pink, that is sleet. Where you see that orangish pink, that is freezing rain, and that will be coming at us later this afternoon. But first, we have hours and hours, maybe 6 hours or more of just snow. 1 to 2 inches an hour. It will pile up very quickly. Let's Let's walk through what's going to happen hour by hour. You notice the temperatures all below freezing, and you notice the darker blue. That would be more intense snow starting to move into the area. Here we are. We're 8 o'clock in the morning. Heavy snow coming down. Now notice those temperatures down the shore. You're already at 32 in Wildwood. It's 3 in the Poconos, 16 in Philadelphia. Still heavy snow at about 10. By noon, here comes that sleet moving northward because we get a warm layer in the atmosphere above, melting the snow quickly, and it falls as a sleet pellet. So we're still at 16 in Philadelphia, 34, maybe some rain in Wildwood, and we are going to continue to see the sleet move northward. Now we do have a freezing line. Wherever you see somebody near freezing, that to the north and right along that line is where we'll see the freezing rain falling. So then we're going to watch this as we go through. Look at this. By 4 o'clock this afternoon, still cold in Philadelphia, but we could have freezing rain out right along the I-95 and just to the east. Heavy snow still falling up in the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos. That sleet continues 6 o'clock tonight, and then we go into the overnight hours. Everything starts to clear out, and we are then going to quiet down. So how much snow are we going to see? The bulk of it is going to fall this morning, and then we get the sleet and freezing rain on top of it. Anywhere from 8 to 12 in Philadelphia. One model has 9.2. We could see the teens, maybe 14 or more in Allentown. The big numbers up in the Poconos down the shore because of that threat of rain and perhaps sleet moving in. You are going to be on the low side, just 4 to 8 inches. We'll talk more about all of this, and Grant will be back with me, and we will have some more of the snow totals coming up. Jan? It
is our continuing team coverage. Okay, Tammie, thanks so much. Coming up, seniors in Camden County. If you need help shoveling snow today, we have details on a program offering assistance and for free. And a reminder from the city of Philadelphia about saving parking spots during this winter storm. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching CBS News Philadelphia on a Sunday morning. It is a next weather alert day, taking a live look at the Franklin Institute. You can see there in the Logan Square section of the city, the roads are already covered. Just a couple of tire tracks out there and not too many people on the roads either. That is the good news. Officials asking everyone to stay off the roads so the plow drivers and salt trucks can work. Across the river now, Camden County homeowners, listen up. If you are a senior or living with a disability, there's free help to dig you out after this storm. Once the snow stops, you can call the number you see right there on your screen for help shoveling your driveway or your sidewalks. You must be a Camden County resident, 65 years old or older, and everyone in your home must also be older than 65 to use the free service. You can find that number that you see right there on your screen on our website, once again at cbsphiladelphia.com. Philadelphia city officials have an important message for those living in the city. Before you dig out your car from this snow, remember this: no save seas. We found a lot of pictures of this long debated activity in action during past snowstorms, and every time it snows, Philadelphians use everything from toilets to gym equipment to lawn furniture to save their parking spots. It's a big no-no. The city says if they see anyone trying to save a spot, they will move that parking obstacle. Coming up on CBS News Philadelphia at 6:30, we're continuing to track the latest on a winter storm making its way all across our region. Here's a real-time live look now at radar. You can see all of that snow. Coming up in our next half hour, we are live on the ground with the latest conditions across our region as that snow continues to fall. We'll see you at 6:30. From the heart of Philly, this is CBS News Philadelphia. Now at 6:30, a winter storm is now over our region. We are expecting to see significant snow accumulation from the Lehigh Valley, down the shore, and in parts of Delaware. Our team is live on the ground. Brandon Goldner, Waukesha Bailey, and Ray Strickland will all be keeping an eye on the latest changing conditions all morning long. Today is Sunday, January 25th. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Carabeo. We will have more from our reporters in just a few minutes, but first, let's get a check on that forecast with meteorologist Tammie Souza and Grant Gilmore, both in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere for us this morning. And wow, it seems like the conditions continue to deteriorate out there, guys.
They will quickly. I mean, all morning. This is going to become quite dangerous. It's great if you love snow. I love snow.
Yeah, and it all comes on the first half of the day. And I think that's one of the key messages that we want to get out to people. Is that it's the type of snow that you love for the first half of the day. After that,
yeah, but it'll be a lot of snow. So, you know, have fun. Yay, go snow. But it's the ice we don't want to see later. So let's talk first about the fact that we do have this huge swath of snow covering the entire state. Now, this is the leading edge of the storm system. What you see back here coming into West Virginia, a combination of that pink, which is sleet, and that orange, which is freezing rain. That is not what we want to see, but that's exactly what we're going to get across a lot of the area later this afternoon. So all snow until about noontime. Maybe it'll start the sleet and the freezing rain a little sooner down the shore, but look at these dark shades of purple. This snow is now coming down at least an inch an hour, if not more so, and that will be the case throughout the morning. By 7 o'clock, 14 degrees and we have snow. By 10, 17 degrees and we have snow. Look at this. We are going to see mixing by 1 o'clock, and then the temperature climbs and we start to get that chance of freezing rain coming in here between about 4 and 7, and that is when it's going to get quite dangerous outside. So the key message is heavy snow through noon. Heavy snow. We're talking about the big accumulations. Sleet, freezing rain, that comes in this afternoon and this evening. Less snow does not mean less impact. So if you thought you were getting a foot and you get 8 inches, no, it doesn't mean the impact is any different because you're going to have sleet on top of that. And then we have no thawing. We're in the deep freeze for the next 7 to 10 days. Grant, I mean, this is a situation we don't want to see. You got to get out and get it cleaned up at some point because it'll be an ice cube.
At some point, you're going to have to face it, right? Because Mother Nature's not helping us out, guys. Here's the thing. Sleet and freezing rain. Tammie mentioned less or lower snow totals does not mean less impacts. In fact, I would argue lower snow totals means greater impact. So here's what you should expect across the region. Much of South Jersey, including portions of the I-95 corridor. We're going to see that snow start. We're seeing that already. The transition to sleet and freezing rain. Freezing rain is where it falls as a liquid and then it encases everything in ice. Probably more snow up into the Lehigh Valley, mainly snow as you get up into the Poconos. So how much snow are we talking? Well, we're still thinking that we pick up on that first half of the day, maybe 8 to 10 inches across the Philadelphia area, maybe closer to a foot. You get up into the Lehigh Valley, more so around 14 plus inches into the Poconos. South Jersey, 4 to 8. And the reason that you see less snow across South Jersey and down the shore is because that transition over to sleet and freezing rain happens much faster. And then you get that layer of ice on top of that snow, which will compress those snow totals. Have a look at the forecast model again. We're going to take this hour by hour. It's all snow through the first half of the day. In fact, heavier snow as we go through midday. But then we start to see that transition to sleet and freezing rain. As that pink moves in, that line right there is your freezing line. You're looking at potentially all rain across our shore points in South Jersey as we go through the second half of this afternoon. We're tracking the storm hour by hour, Jan. But look, the best part, I would argue, is now because it's that nice, fluffy snow. That's fun. We just got to be careful on the roads.
All right. Thank you, Grant. Appreciate that. Our team is keeping you prepared all day long with live reports all across our region. So let's get out to CBS News Philadelphia's Brandon Goldner now. He is live in Cherry Hill tracking those conditions minute by minute. Brandon, how you doing?
Hey, Jan, the snow continuing to come down at a steady pace, making it a bit difficult to see as we're standing out here. Now, something to keep in mind, there were plow trucks out here just 5 minutes ago. Let's show you what the progress they made. And you can see there's still snow on the roadways. Even though the plows had come through, there was a whole line of plow trucks. You see a little bit of pushing of snow on the other side. But look at this. This is just still all over here. And there's some plow trucks over across the highway where we're at, NJ38. And you see they're working, trying to clear as much snow. But with the progress they're trying to make and the snow continuing to fall, it's just going to be incredibly difficult to keep up with it. The fact that we had all this line of plow trucks over here earlier, incredibly important to be careful if you have to be on the roadways, but hopefully just really in emergencies, and you shouldn't really be out here at all. The other issue that we're seeing is the sidewalks. Now, with the plows that are coming through here, the sidewalks are still covered in snow, and some of the areas right here, this is from all the plow trucks pushing the snow over here, and look how deep that is already, and especially when we're talking about it freezing over and the ice potential, this is going to be incredibly dangerous for people as they're walking through. We've been speaking to people all morning, talking to them about being out here and the dangerous conditions they've seen. Take a listen.
I think they tried to plow them, though. It's coming down and covering, so I think they tried to be proactive. We're in a part of the area where this is a part of life sometimes, so just take precautions, enjoy yourself, and be thankful.
Now, NJ Department of Transportation says, especially on the interstates, have 35 mile per hour speed limit. That is the absolute max. It's incredibly important to be careful out here. Let's send it over to Waukesha Bailey, who is live in Paoli. Waukesha, how are things looking out there?
Well, Brandon, it's pretty much the same where you're at. You know, we said that we were going to have a snowstorm, and here it is. It looks like we're in a snow globe right now. We've been showing you what the roads look like if you have to get out here on the roads. As you can see, you cannot even see the lanes right now. That is how dangerous it is just to be out here. Now, we have seen just a few cars, not many, a lot of plow trucks. And from what PennDOT says is that they are, you know, at this point, they're just trying to keep up with the roads. But let's just take a look at just how slow these cars are coming. Right now, you can see them on the road, but it's moving at a very slow rate. You're going to have to give yourself some time, especially when you're coming through these intersections. And this is going to continue to be on most of the day. We're not even at the peak of what this storm is. However, there are some people who have decided to come out. So I'm going to try to walk my way over here to Tom. Tom, I told you I was coming. Okay, wait a minute. We got to give Rory, our camera guy, a minute just to get over here. So what brings you out this morning?
Coffee, breakfast.
Okay. Now, you could have had that at home. Why did you decide to get out?
I never have breakfast and coffee at home. I always go to Starbucks and Wawa.
Okay, well, Starbucks is not open. Can you tell us a little bit about how it's been on the roads?
It's not bad, but Starbucks is open.
Okay.
The roads aren't bad. A couple inches of snow, go slow. But I don't know how long that'll stay that way.
So what are your plans for the rest of the day?
Oh, we're just going to stay in. I started a fire before I left home.
Oh, wow.
In the wood stove, stay nice and warm.
Okay.
Plow the driveway.
And try to keep up with all of this, right?
Yes, yes.
All right, Tom, well, be safe out here. Next time, get me a cup of coffee as well, okay?
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. So as you can see, I mean, if you don't have to be out here on the roads, you shouldn't. However, Tom got out pretty early this morning. It's only in the 6 o'clock hour. He's been out here since probably about 5:30. But if this weather continues like this, the best thing to do right now is hunker down. That way, a lot of these crews that are out, they can go ahead and take care of the roads. The fewer cars that are out here, the safer it is for everyone. Okay, Ray, I'm trying to wrap it up real quick so I can send it over to you. Sending it out to you.
Hey, Waukesha, what's interesting about this storm, I think, is that 30 minutes ago, Waukesha, when you came to me at 6 in the morning, I said the snow was coming down consistently and fast. Now, 30 minutes later, here at 6:30 this morning, I feel like the snow is coming down even faster. Let me show you the kind of snow that we're getting, because I feel like if I was a kid, this would just be the greatest thing ever. This is that fluffy snow that, you know, if you were, 6 years old, you're probably making a snow angel with, or even building a snowman with. But this is that fluffy snow that we're getting. And if you take a look at the road conditions here, this fluffy snow is actually pretty good for crews, I believe, because it allows them to kind of push this snow out the way easier. If this was that different snow that we can sometimes see during this time of year, probably be a little bit more difficult. But as you can see, this is a look at Ridge Avenue, and yeah, the roads are snow covered. We did just see a line of plow trucks and even some salt trucks come through this area, so the roads may have looked even worse probably 10 minutes ago. And this is kind of what we're seeing. You saw it in Waukesha's shot and also in Brandon's shot. This snow continuing to come down, making it hard for these plow trucks to even keep up with clearing these roads. This is probably a plow truck coming at us right now. Now, this is, of course, a storm that could bring possibly a foot of snow. So these crews are going to have a long night ahead of them as they continue to try to respond to this snow. Now, Waukesha, she saw a few people out. We also saw a few people out. We talked to a person who was shoveling some snow this morning. We also spoke to a woman who came to Wawa to get some coffee instead of Starbucks. Let's hear what they had to say about the storm as well.
So far, the snow's pretty easy to shovel. I've just started now so I can get ahead of it. You know, figure it's easier to do a little bit of light shoveling every few hours than to, you know, wait for it to finish.
I've had experience with this type of weather before. And stay safe, stay in the house. Yeah, when they tell you, when they call for a state of emergency, stay in the house, listen.
And that woman we spoke to, she said this is the last time you're going to see her out in this storm. She's going to be hunkering down at home, and she says she already got all the snacks that she needs. So again, hundreds of crews are out this morning trying to sort these roads and clear these roads. There's a plow truck or contractor coming by right now. So again, a lot of work ahead for these guys as this snow just continues to come down. Of course, we're going to be live here in Roxborough all morning, bringing you the very latest on these conditions. But for now, Jan, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, those private contractors and city and state crews are going to be very busy today, Ray. Thank you so much. Let's take you out to the Italian market now in South Philadelphia, where you can see much of the same view here. Snow is falling. Those benches and tables and chairs already covered by snow. In the background, you can see the cars are covered as well. A few people still out there, though, on the roads. Maybe the best idea, though, is to stay indoors and wait for all the plow trucks to do their jobs today. Let's get another check on the forecast with meteorologist Grant Gilmore in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere, because Grant, this is a long duration storm and we're going to see changing conditions throughout the day as well.
Yeah, the first half of the day is going to be all snow, and then the second half of the day is going to be the sleet. And this is the concern, or maybe the thought process of trying to figure out when to shovel. Do you do early and often, or do you start saying, well, I'll just wait till the whole event's done and I'll go out for 4 hours and shovel there. Look, certainly some snow already accumulating across the entire region, from the boardwalk in AC up to Reading, Bethlehem, and then right here in Philadelphia, we've got a fair amount of snow. Actually, this is the view from Camden, looking kind of across the bend over toward Philadelphia. You can't actually see it very well, but let's talk about shoveling and kind of the pros and cons for the method that you might be thinking about doing. So if you subscribe to the theory of shoveling often in small doses, here's what's going to happen today. Because of the arrival of sleet and freezing rain through the second half of the day, if you've got snow on the ground, say around, we'll say you go out and shovel. You shovel up, get a couple of layers of that snow off. It's about an inch on the ground so far. And then that freezing rain comes in, freezing rain and sleet comes in. What happens if you clear all that snow off of your driveway and your sidewalk? Then there's going to develop a layer of ice right there near the concrete that may be a little more difficult to get rid of. Now, of course, you can go out with salt and maybe treat your sidewalk or your driveway, but then you may be needing to use a lot more of that ice and salt. But you'll also do it in smaller doses of exertion, which is good. Now, I'll also say, if you wait until the event is done and that layer of freezing rain develops on top of that snow, then it'll be easier to shovel everything down to the ground. You won't have to deal with that layer of ice right there on the pavement. So a couple of different methods here, but it really kind of depends on what your approach is and maybe how much exertion you want to have for this whole event, guys. Either way, you got to be safe. Take breaks if you need them. You don't want to overexert yourself.
Giving me a lot of food for thought this morning, because it turns out I'm shoveling today, Grant.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do? What do you think?
I mean, I think I have to go a little bit by a little bit, because it seems like for me and my physicality, maybe I can't get all that, get through that ice. And
that's the thing. You have to evaluate for what you're capable of doing. Yeah. You don't want to be super tired and in a bad place.
Yeah. Thanks, Grant. Appreciate that look. Coming up, staying safe on the road as well. After the break, we're talking to PennDOT about how crews are working to make sure the streets are safe as the snow continues to pile up. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching CBS News Philadelphia on a Sunday morning. You can see there it is a next weather alert day. That is our camera on top of our studio looking at Center City, Philadelphia. You can barely make out the skyline. Snow is falling steadily this morning, and it is only the beginning of this all-day event. There will be changing conditions. We have a lot to cover. We have a full team here to break all of that down for you. And as that snow continues to fall, one of the biggest concerns is going to be keeping the roads clear and safe for drivers that do need to get out there. Joining us now is Chris Johnson, PennDOT District 6 Safety Press Officer. Chris, thanks so much for waking up early with us. Good morning.
Thank you.
So tell us, Chris, what are your crews out there doing as we speak? What's happening?
So right now, PennDOT District 6, we're well prepared and ready for what might be this largest storm of the season. We're asking that, this storm should be treated by travelers as a potentially serious weather event, and we hope everyone will make plans to avoid travel if possible during the winter storm. PennDOT and the PA Turnpike have vehicle restrictions across Pennsylvania's interstate network. They went into effect early this morning with Tier 4 restrictions. Also, just a few hours ago, PennDOT District 6, which covers Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties. In addition to those Tier 4 restrictions, we have reduced speed to 45 miles per hour on U.S. routes 130, 202, 422, State Route 63, 100 Spur, and 309.
So restrictions are already in place for drivers that do need to go out. Of course, the best advice is if you don't need to go out, stay home, because there are a lot of plow truck drivers that will be getting to work very soon. What's the process, though, as far as when the plows get out and get their blades down on the roads?
Well, as soon as that snow starts accumulating on the road, our snow plows will be out. With this snow event, with the snow coming down first versus ice coming down, that's very good conditions for those snow plows to be out on the road and start to plow as soon as possible to keep the roads as safe and passable as they can.
So
now,
let's
certainly,
I
was just going to say is certainly we want people, if they are out on the road, to be very careful about those snow plows. Make sure that you are not, right in back of them. Stay at least 6 car lengths behind. There will be material, the snow will be there. Not necessarily can our snow plow operators see you. So be very mindful. You're going to see a lot of those snow plows out on the road.
You read my mind, Chris. I just wanted to know exactly what people needed to do to stay out of the plow driver's way. So safest place is well behind a plow truck.
Absolutely.
Do not try to get around. All right, Chris, thank you so much. Chris Johnson there with PennDOT bringing us the latest on what her crews are doing this morning. Chris, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
6:52, meteorologist Tammie Souza back in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere. It's going to be snowing for hours, right, Tammie, before we see that changeover? What are we looking at?
It could be snowing for 4 to 6 to 7 hours, depending on where you live. And if you're up in the Poconos, it's nothing but snow all day. So you're going to be shoveling a lot. Jan and Sylvia will be playing in the snow, and all of us are going to have to deal with a lot of snow. Grant just went over the pros and cons of shoveling early, which you really should bear in mind, depending on where you live out there, because that's going to make a huge difference on what you do and kind of how you pace yourself throughout the day today. All right, here are the conditions right now. In the Poconos, 5 degrees. In Allentown, it's 10 degrees. It's 14 in Philadelphia and 24 in Atlantic City. Everybody has snow right now, but these numbers in Atlantic City and Philadelphia are going to go up today, and we're going to get near that freezing line. Here's the snow coming in right now, all snow across the state and across Philadelphia. You can see, moving into West Virginia, some freezing rain and some sleet, and that will be our concern later today. So taking it through the morning, here we go. We're going to be rolling right on into about 8 o'clock. Numbers are still below freezing. Heavy snow coming down, 1 to 2 inches an hour. Here we are at 10 o'clock, still happening. Now, by the time that we get into between 10 and noon, we start to see this sleet line moving northward toward Philadelphia. So at that point, we may switch over to sleet between about 12 and 1. You may get just plain rain down the shore at that point, and we will have freezing rain somewhere in between, from the sleet line all the way to the rain. Look at the numbers. Where you see these numbers that are just below freezing, that is going to be freezing rain falling on the other side of it. We continue this through the afternoon and the evening, and finally we get into about 10, 11 o'clock tonight. We start to see this clear out. Could see a few wraparound snow showers, but that's about it. It is going to move fast, hit hard. So here's what we're looking at. 25 out there for today with that heavy snow in Philadelphia. 27 tomorrow, hard freeze, and it will be windy, and 23 on Tuesday. Hey, when we come back, Grant and I at the top of the hour, we already have some new fresh snow totals to share with you, and we'll be back right after this short break.
Welcome back. You're watching CBS News Philadelphia on this Next Weather Alert Day. Look at that, a live view from Bethlehem this morning where the snow is still falling and quickly accumulating on the sidewalks and street there. We have live team coverage for you all morning long. We have a team of meteorologists and reporters on the ground all across our region. So we're going to check in with them just after our break. We have more snow coverage coming up for you at the top of the hour. See you at 7 o'clock. From the heart of Philly, this is CBS News Philadelphia. Now at 7, we are tracking a winter storm across the Delaware Valley right now. It could bring some of the most significant snowfall our region has seen in years. Today is Sunday, January 25th. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Carabeo. We are keeping a very close eye on all of the changing conditions throughout our area. Brandon Goldner, Waukesha Bailey, and Ray Strickland will be reporting for us all morning long as the snow continues to come down, and it looks like things are really starting to ramp up as we speak. And we have new video just into our newsroom. You are looking at crews de-icing a plane in preparation for takeoff at Philadelphia International Airport. Crews are also clearing snow from the runways there. Apparently, some flights are still taking off for their destinations. However, we are tracking 624 flight cancellations at PHL so far already today. Let's get straight to our meteorologists now.
Wow.
Tammie, Souza, and Grant Gilmore are both in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere, keeping track of this storm and all of the changing elements that go along all day long. Good morning, guys.
Those lucky souls on that plane. That may be one of the only flights gets out today.
If you can get out safely, good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. Not many more flights are going to be able to get out.
It is coming down now at such a fast pace, and reports are coming in. Some places already have over 2 inches of snow, and that's going to just continue all morning.
Can I just real quick, just pause for a moment? Our crews that are out there, and all the crews, the road crews, everybody who's having to actually be outside and are facing these elements.
Yeah.
Thank you. Keep up the good work. We appreciate you.
That's right. I know you came in from New Jersey. They were doing a good job. I can say PennDOT. Thank you, PennDOT. You were getting everything cleared up early this morning and ready to go. All right, let's show everybody where the snow is right now. So here's the radar, and you can see across the entire region here in Philadelphia, we have nothing but snow. The darker purple would be the heavier bands, and this is going to continue for hours and hours to come. Now, I want to show you this. These are the reports for the last 24 hours from this storm. Ice and snow reports. Look at this, from New England all the way back into Arizona. That's incredible. The ones that we have coming in right now, they are coming in very fast. And here are some of the ones that have just come in. And I wanted to kind of go over some of these. In Newark, Delaware, 1.8 inches. Fricks, Pennsylvania, 1.5. 1.6 in Whitehall, Pennsylvania. 2 inches for Mays Landing down there closer to the shore. Lebanon, you have 2.5 and 1.5 in Narberth. And these are going to go up by an inch or two in the next hour. Now, how much are we ultimately going to get? And that depends on the sleet and the freezing rain. So, Grant, give it to us. Tell us.
Give it to us. Mother Nature's giving it to us.
That's right. Yeah,
it's a heavy snow. Actually, we're going into the time period now where we're going to start seeing the most lift in the atmosphere to get the heaviest snow. So between now and around 11 o'clock in the morning is when we're going to pick up most of our snow. Here are the totals here, guys. So come in closer. Have a look. 8 to 12 across really I-95 corridor points north. I think Philly realistically expect around 8 to 9 inches of snow, okay? South Jersey, more on that 4 to 8 range, and that's because of the sleet that's going to be introduced into our precipitation as we head through the second half of the day. This is one of our forecast model, and it'll show you the timeline for how the snow develops. I've paused it there right around 1:30. Philly points south. That's probably as much snow as we're going to see. But notice as we continue onward through the rest of the afternoon and evening, Lehigh Valley, Upper Bucks, Montgomery County continue to accumulate more snow, whereas Philly, 95 points south, and the Jersey and the shore, we'll start to see that sleet and that freezing rain. So we'll talk more about what those impacts mean for you coming up here in just a few minutes, Jan. But look, right now through around 11 o'clock, it's going to be the heaviest period of snow.
All right. Thank you, Grant. Speaking of, our team is live all across our region, tracking the very latest conditions out there on the ground, minute by minute. So let's get to CBS News Philadelphia's Brandon Goldner. He's been live for us in Cherry Hill. So, Brandon, what's it looking like out there in New Jersey?
Well, Jan, what's really a bit concerning is that there are a lot of people on the roads, a lot more than we were probably expecting at this time. This is some of the roadways right there. We have what's a plow truck right there, and then you have some other cars coming through here. And this is a major highway in New Jersey. This is New Jersey Route 38, and look at it, covered in snow. And we have been seeing some cars speeding along through here, and that is really, really treacherous, especially when you can see just how thick the snow is and how difficult that would be, especially distance-wise. You have some cars doing the right thing right here as they're going a bit slower than the speed limit, especially when it comes to the interstates. New Jersey Department of Transportation says you can only go as fast as 35 miles per hour if you're on some of the major interstates in the state. Meanwhile, also seeing some of the sidewalks as well. That's a big thing, especially people walking around. Look how thick the snow is on the sidewalks right here, and can't even get to the bottom of the pavement because of how much snow is packed in here. We have seen some people out and about, and we have talked to them, asking them what the road conditions are like, and they say they're doing their best to be careful. Take a listen.
Well, so far, it's not that bad, but as later, it's going to get worse. Well, it's going to be what it's going to be. Ain't a whole lot we can do about it.
I think they tried to plow them, though. It's coming down and covering. So I think they tried to be proactive.
And again, it's incredibly important just to stay at home. That's why we're out here, to give you an idea of what it looks like so that you won't have to go out and won't have to do anything unless it's an emergency. And something else is incredibly important as well, depending on you're in the city, township, move your cars, move your trash cans, your recycling bins onto your property, off the road, so that the plow trucks can get through there safely. We'll send it over to Waukesha Bailey in Paoli. Hey, Waukesha.
Hey, Brandon. Well, you know what? The conditions here are pretty much the same. The big word this morning, it's snow, snow, and snow. But it doesn't also help that it's cold. Now, as you can see, people are helping each other out right now, getting their car ready to take off. As you can see, a bunch of snow is out here. Ladies, I hate to bother you because I know you need to get to where you're going, but how are you feeling right now?
Cold.
Cold.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's taking two of you to get this cold. You saw the snow coming down. Did you think it was going to be this much?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh my
no,
God.
I thought it was going to be a dusting.
Okay, are you driving or is she driving?
She's driving.
Okay, I gotta ask you, are you nervous about driving in this snow?
I'm originally from Michigan, so I'm used to this, but I still will take my time.
Yeah. What are some of the tips for even the experienced drivers?
Just take your time, slow down.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's exactly what it is. Okay, I'm going to let you guys go because it is cold out here and you've been up all night working. Yes. So thank you very much. But I mean, you guys, this is what people have to deal with. This snow, it's continuing to come down and it's just even hard to keep up. One thing that we do want to point out is if you can kind of just look on the streets, you know, it is the visibility. That's what's getting really, really tough out here. And it's cold, and this is only in the 7 o'clock hour, so who knows what this is going to look like the rest of the morning. Now, for the cars that we have seen out here, a lot of people have to go to work, and if they are on work, they are taking their time. You see this car right now with their blinkers on. As you can see, it's all about the traction. Before you even get to a light, you got to take your time, slow down. And you know what? I'm going to speed up the rest of my hit because I'm going to send it on over to Ray in Roxborough. Ray, how are you holding up?
I'm trying, Waukesha, but I think you just spoke to a woman who says she was from Michigan, and this weather is actually giving me flashbacks from when I lived in Dickinson, North Dakota. If you guys aren't aware of the climate there, it can sometimes get negative 50 degrees, and it's not unusual to have 2 feet of snow. So this weather, rightfully snow, is giving me a reminder of when I used to live there. Now let's take a look at the roads here in Roxborough, and you can see a plow just kind of came through here, so the roads are looking much better than they were at 6:30. You can see the difference from where they didn't plow to where they did. So you could see that, you know, as this snow continues to come down, that this snow is really starting to accumulate, not only here on the roads, but also on the sidewalks. Now, you've probably been seeing crews throughout all of our live shots. There's hundreds of crew members out working on this storm. We've been seeing contract plows. We've been seeing garbage trucks with plows. I mean, every piece of equipment that the city has available to them, they're using it right now. I mean, they're doing as hard as much as they can to clear the snow. And as Brandon said in his last live shot as well, we've been seeing a lot of people out. We've seen a lot of cars, a lot of people actually walking. And of course, officials have been urging people to stay home because this is not the worst of it. It's going to get even worse as the snow continues to fall down and continues to come. Now, we have been able to speak to some of these folks who have been, outside, a person who was shoveling and a woman who went to Wawa to get her morning coffee. Let's hear from them as they are experiencing this snowstorm as well.
So far, the snow is pretty easy to shovel. I've just started now so I can get ahead of it. Figure it's easier to do a little bit of light shoveling every few hours than to, wait for it to finish.
I've had experience with this type of weather before. And stay safe. Stay in the house. Yeah, when they tell you, when they call for a state of emergency, stay in the house. Listen.
A good piece of advice, too. Again, we're seeing a lot of people out on these roads and some people even just outside walking. And again, officials are urging people to stay off these roads because, again, crews need some space and they need these roads to themselves so they can continue to salt these roads and clear these roads. So I think it's best to just stay home. I will take that advice if I could. I'll let you know that for sure. Jen, I'll send it back to you.
Now, you have a couple hours left, Ray. You're not going home anytime soon, okay? And I keep watching all the cars around you as my indicator of how much snow you're getting. Those cars are getting covered pretty quickly there. It's going to be a big job to clean the cars and the roads. Ray, thank you so much. Here's a reminder for you as well. Because of the extremely cold conditions, the city of Philadelphia has declared a code blue. Right now, there's a 24-hour outreach team available to assist anyone experiencing homelessness. If you see someone who needs help out on the streets, the number is 215-232-1984. Again, that number right there on your screen. Jot it down, 215-232-1984. Let's take another live look across our region. This is what we've been doing for you all morning long. That is the Battleship, New Jersey, along the Camden waterfront. You can see the snow is coming down steadily there, and you can't make out anything across the river. Our Rikisha Bailey was talking about visibility and how that was deteriorating each and every time we go out live to her. So a beautiful look on the Camden waterfront in Camden County, New Jersey. If you can stay home and just watch our coverage, that of course is the best advice. Let's get another check on the forecast now with meteorologist Grant Gilmore in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere. And we're going to be seeing snow like this over the next couple of hours, several hours, and then it changes over.
And then it changes over. It's not going to be as enjoyable later on today, but I am biased. But there's nothing I love more than just to sit back and watch different camera views from around the area and see how the conditions look, because we're so used to seeing what it looks like without snow, but to see it falling like it is. I mean, like case in point, the view here from the sphere, even though, I mean, you can't see anything. It's really that gauge of how heavy the snow is right now. And I do think, I've been saying this for the last hour or so, I think we're getting into probably the heaviest of the snow over the next few hours, up until around 11 or 12 o'clock. Big picture from the Carolinas, the Mid-Atlantic, up into our region. You've got that steady dose of snow. But look back into the Carolinas. See that pink there, back from Raleigh down to Charlotte? That is some freezing rain and some sleet that's starting to mix in with that precipitation. And that will lift to the north into our region. So we've got now until around lunchtime, maybe a little after for some of us, of snow. But then after that, we'll start to see that threat for sleet and then freezing rain. The greater risk for freezing rain is going to be right there through central Jersey. I mean central from an east-west standpoint, not north-south. Now, as you get up into portions of the Lehigh Valley, you're more likely to see all snow within a changeover to sleet later this afternoon, and then mainly snow as you get north of the 78 corridor. But let's talk freezing rain, because the freezing rain is going to be the issue from a power outage standpoint. There is going to be a swath of that freezing rain there from 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch that may result in that freezing layer of that ice accretion, and that's where you could get some power outages. So about 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch, you may see some minor outages, but once that ice accretion gets greater than 1/4 of an inch, that's when the travel really gets slick, branches down, outages are becoming more of a widespread concern. So we're watching that closely. Again, that's not until later on this afternoon. Jan?
All right, Grant, thanks so much. Coming up right here on CBS News Philadelphia on this next weather alert day, stay off the roads if you can, but if you must go out today, CBS News Philadelphia is in your corner, keeping you safe and prepared. After the break, we'll have some advice from AAA on how to stay safe if you need to go out and drive today. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Happening in just a few hours from now, Mayor Sherelle Parker is set to give an update on this storm response here in Philadelphia. City officials will update us on current conditions and active operations to keep our communities safe. That update is set to happen at 10 o'clock this morning. Of course, we will be bringing it to you live right here on CBS News Philadelphia. You can also stream it on cbsphiladelphia.com and the CBS News app. Now, we can't say this enough, though. If you can stay home today, do so. But if you do have to head out, there are steps you can take to keep yourself and other drivers around you safe out on the roads. Joining us now is Jana Tidwell with AAA Mid-Atlantic. Jana, good morning again.
Hey, Jan, how are you?
Good. So we were talking yesterday about ways to prepare for the storm. Now with the storm here, what should people keep in mind if they do need to get out on the roads to make sure it's a safe trip for them?
First and foremost, Jan, you need to clean all of the snow and ice off of your car before you return to the road. It is the law, and anything that is lodged on your car can become a deadly projectile. So clean that off. It definitely improves your visibility if you can see out of every window and every inch of the windows on your car. Next, buckle up. Give yourself plenty of extra time. That's going to be key today. Slow down your speed significantly. That's all to maintain as much control of your vehicle on these snow-compromised roadways as possible, and increase your following distance. If you have to make a maneuver, change lanes, enter on-ramp, off-ramp, those kinds of things, you want to make sure you have enough room around you for error should you slip or slide in any way.
And Jana, AAA experts on the road, but also air travel as well. We know many flights are already impacted today at Philadelphia International Airport. What should air travelers keep in mind if they do have a flight scheduled for today?
Air travelers need to reach out to their airlines as soon as possible. Download the airline app. You'll get notifications in real time. Know whether your flight is delayed or canceled before you're heading out to the airport. And understand that this is not going to be a quick fix at PHL once the snow stops and perhaps the sun returns tomorrow. This could take not just a couple days, but we will feel the ripple effects of this in terms of air travel throughout the week ahead as planes have been diverted out of the snow's way. They need to get back here. It'll take several days to get back on track.
Right. The snow and ice may wrap up later today, but the impacts will most certainly be felt for the days to come. Jana Tidwell with AAA Mid-Atlantic. Jana, thank you as always for getting up early with us.
My pleasure, Jan. Stay safe out there.
You too.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
7:21, meteorologist Tammie Souza back in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere. I mean, when we talk about the impacts of this, yes, it's going to be happening, the actual storm all day today, but for days to come, we're going to be cleaning up and still navigating around this storm.
It is that hard freeze afterward that is going to be the thing that does us in, because we will see no thawing, maybe the sun on the pavement, a little bit of thawing, but that's about it. I mean, I want to do my snow dance because I love all the snow coming down, but I don't want to do my freezing rain sleet dance. So here is Philadelphia. We're looking at the northeast, so you get an idea. There's Jersey. I am walking now over toward Delaware, and then we're back toward Philadelphia. All snow here. You go to the south and you see a little bit of sleet already. You see that pink and you see that green, which is rain. That is going to be lifting in our direction, but it'll be later this morning and early afternoon when it does so. So I just want you to be prepared that we are going to see a little bit of everything going on out there for today. But the heavy snow, just so you know, is going to fall this morning. So you'll get your totals. They're coming down at 1 to 2 inches an hour. You got 4 hours, you'll get 8 inches. You got 5 hours, you'll get 10 inches. You got 3 hours before the sleet moves in, you'll get 6 inches. That's pretty much what this is all going to be. So let's now go ahead and talk about what we're going to be dealing with next as we head through the storm. Outside, it's kind of cool looking at Margate. They have the snow coming down and the waves washing in along the shore. And here we are, Rittenhouse Square, already getting a nice coating of snow on the ground. In fact, several places have already reported 2 to 3 inches of snow, and it's early in the storm. So here's the key messages. Heavy snow through about noon for much of the area. Not the entire area. If you're down the shore, it'll stop sooner. If you're in the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos, you may never transition to the sleet. So things may be pretty good there. And you're going to have that sleet and freezing rain moving in this afternoon. Less snow does not mean less impacts. Let's say you get 8 inches of snow and then you get freezing rain on top of that. That's even worse. The impacts will be even worse. All snow would be the best. And no thaw. We're in the deep freeze for the next 7 to 10 days. Here is the snow moving across the area. You can see the deeper shades of purple. That is the heavy snow. So let's roll through it. Now, this is what we're dealing with at 8 o'clock this morning. Still everybody below freezing. The blue, very, very heavy snow. Let's move ahead to 10. Still heavy snow, but you see that pink? It's beginning to creep in by the time that we get into about noon. That is moving across South Jersey and Delaware and toward Philadelphia. That is sleet. Now, take a look at this. We get rain, just plain old rain. You're above freezing in Wildwood, but we have freezing rain right along the line where you see the temperatures below freezing and just above freezing. This sleet and freezing rain line is going to continue, and you notice the Poconos still going with snow all the way into this evening. So it is going to be heavy snow this morning and then this wintry mix with freezing rain and sleet this afternoon and just heavy snow far north and west. You could easily get several feet of snow in the Poconos. So 4 to 8 if you are in South Jersey, down the shore, Delaware, right on up to the I-95 corridor. 8 to 12 from the I-95 corridor across the Pennsylvania suburbs, and the jackpot numbers, that 12 to 14 plus, could see some really big ones in the Poconos. That is the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos. We'll talk more about the temperatures and have some fresh snow totals coming in from your neighborhoods in just a couple of minutes when we come back. Jan?
Sounds good, Tammie. See you soon. Thank you. From the heart of Philly, this is CBS News. Philadelphia now at 7:30. A winter storm is over our region as we speak. We are expecting to see significant snow accumulation from the Lehigh Valley down the shore and in parts of Delaware. Our team is live for us this morning. Team coverage on the ground. Brandon Goldner, Waukesha Bailey, and Ray Strickland, along with their photographers, will be keeping a very close eye on the latest conditions all morning long. Today is Sunday, January 25th. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Carabeo. We will have much more from our team of reporters and photographers in just a few minutes. But first, let's get a check of the forecast with meteorologist Grant Gilmore in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere. It's coming down heavily now, Grant, and we still have hours of this to come.
Probably, what is it, 7:33 right now? I'd give it another 3 or 4 hours of this heavy snow. In fact, there's going to be periods of heavier snow than what we're even seeing right now. Let me pull up the radar here on the floor and let me show you the radar loop over the last 3 hours. And you're basically looking at just this is looping, right? So everybody is dealing with basically the same conditions. Now, there may be some areas of embedded heavier snowfall, but I'll tell you, everybody has that possibility of getting those periods of heavy snowfall. So it's not one place or the other that's going to get a little bit more, at least through lunchtime or so. Snowfall reports so far. Newark, around 1.8 inches of snow. Fricks, PA, about 1.5 inches. New Whitehall, or North Whitehall Township there in Pennsylvania, 1.6. Several places getting around 1 inch to 1.5 inches of snow. In fact, these snowfall reports are just like rapid fire that are coming in from the National Weather Service. So we'll continue to monitor that as we head throughout. In fact, I'm going to have Ed, I'm going to have you zoom in on this map here because, I mean, it's impressive that it has been snowing for only about 2 or 3 hours now. And we've already picked up around 2 to 3 inches of that snowfall. So this will continue. I think we have an inch to 2 inches an hour snowfall rates as we head through lunchtime or so. Those reports, though, are coming in, like I said, like rapid fire. Some of the highest totals that we've seen so far down there in Newcastle County Airport, 2.9 inches of snow. How much are we getting? Well, it depends on where you live. We're still thinking that here in Philadelphia, you see around 8 to 9 inches, with points north seeing closer to around a foot. Areas south, 4 to 8 inches, and this is because of the threat for sleet and freezing rain. We'll talk more about what that impact means to you coming up here in just a few minutes. Jan, back into you.
All right, Grant. See you again soon. Thank you. And our team is keeping us prepared all day long with live reports all across our region. Let's get out to the field now with CBS News Philadelphia's Brandon Goldner. He has been live for us in New Jersey and Cherry Hill all morning, tracking the conditions there minute by minute. You still seeing too many travelers out there, Brandon? How's it going?
Yeah, Jan, we still are seeing, you can see some of these cars out here still coming through here, and some of these cars making some dangerous maneuvers right now as they're trying to get around some of the trucks and everything in these lanes that are deep and covered in snow at this time. And we had that plow trucks, the line of them that was out here about, it looks like about 2 hours ago now, and you can see it didn't really do much. Snow still covering the area. We do know Camden County, they have said that they do have crews out and about. They have 1,200 miles of roads that they have to plow. They have more than 100 pieces of equipment. The other issue we have been seeing, besides having to deal with all the snow, is the wind. The wind has been a big thing that we've been noticing, especially within the last half hour. The wind has really been gusty through here. Now, despite the snow, despite the cold, as you see some cars just driving through here, some people we've spoken to say they love these conditions.
I love the snow. I prayed for snow. We haven't had snow like this in years. I'm looking forward to this so much. I just hope it doesn't stop at 12.
Well, some other people may feel a little bit differently, but if you want to go walk out in your neighborhood and see what it looks like, it's incredibly important as well to be careful where you're walking. Where we're out on the sidewalk right now, it's deep when it comes to the snow out here, has not been cleared and definitely has the danger for icy conditions. Can't even get really down into the pavement. So we'll send it over to Waukesha Bailey, who is live in Paoli. Hey, Waukesha, how are you?
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Brandon. You know what? It's really been coming down all morning. What started off as light snow, it just continues to get heavier and heavier. And as Brandon just mentioned, a lot of this wind. It is bitterly cold out here. I got a gentleman that just came out for your coffee this morning,
yes,
sir.
How you doing?
How are you this morning?
Good, good.
Okay, so what brings you out? Because you don't have to be out here.
No, I don't, but I do go shovel my mom out a little bit. Just trying to stay on top of it. But I don't come out. I do the train stations later on. Wow. So I'll be out later on. Right now, I just came to get some coffee. Yeah. And I was at the Wawa on 29, and one of the salt trucks had dropped a bunch of stuff. So I just grabbed my shovel and threw a bunch of it in the back of my truck, because I live down by the hospital there, and the top of the hill don't get done too good.
So you've been driving in this already. Yeah. How have the roads been driving in this?
As long as, like they said, as long as you do about 35. Okay. You should be all right.
Okay, well, you are a great son to help your mom out. Thank you so much.
Got to.
All right, then. Be safe out here. Well, if you don't have to be out, you shouldn't be out, definitely. But as you just heard, he's going to help out his mom. But let's take a look at these roads. Since we've been out here, you can see that you can't even see the lanes. You can't see the marks on the lanes. That's just how much the snow is coming down. And that's also why it's pretty dangerous to be out here. And we're going to go ahead and send this right on over to Ray Strickland, who is in Roxborough. And Ray, we know that you're seeing the same thing. How's it going?
It's going pretty good, Waukesha. The snow, as you, I'm sure, just said, it's coming down at a steady pace, but it's not coming down as much as we saw earlier this morning, and that's a good thing. Take a look at Ridge Avenue here, and the condition of the road is actually pretty good. Crews are actually getting a chance to clear this snow now that the snow is not coming down as much as it is, but of course the snow is still coming down. You feel it. It is extremely cold, but again, luckily crews are out here working around the clock to get these roads safe for people who unfortunately are actually driving out here and walking out here as well. I know city officials have urged people to stay inside, and you can say many people have, but you are seeing a good amount of people out here. Fortunately, they are taking things slow, but they do got a good, pathway here, because again, Ridge Avenue looks good, and with the conditions, I'm sure, kind of changing, periodically, hour by hour. It's just a good opportunity for them to have a break and really get a chance to put the salt down and clear these roads out. But again, as we all been saying, we continue to see people out here. I got a chance to see a man who was shoveling at 5 o'clock this morning. There was another woman who went to Wawa to get her morning coffee as well, a little bit around 5:30 in the morning. So let's hear from them who just like us are experiencing this storm in real time.
So far, the snow's pretty easy to shovel. I've just started now so I can get ahead of it. Figure it's easier to do a little bit of light shoveling every few hours than to, wait for it to finish.
I've had experience with this type of weather before. And stay safe. Stay in the house. Yeah, when they tell you, when they call for a state of emergency, stay in the house. Listen.
And that woman said that was the last time you were probably going to see her outside. She plans to hunker down in the house, just like I'm sure many people at home watching are doing at this very moment. But again, just another live look here at Ridge Avenue. The conditions are pretty good. Crews are actually getting the chance to clear this snow out now that the snow is not coming down as fast as it was earlier this morning. But as we know, this is just the beginning stages of this very long storm. Of course, this snow is going to be coming down for quite some time. So again, if you do decide to come out, make sure you give these crews some space. But if I were you, I wouldn't come out at all. Grant, I'll send it to you.
All right, I'll take it. Thank you, Ray. Stay safe out there, both you and your photographer, Paxton. Appreciate you. Thank you. We have a lot more to cover right here on CBS News Philadelphia. A snow emergency in Philadelphia is in effect, so hopefully you moved your car by now. We're getting an update from city officials. Straight ahead, stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching CBS News Philadelphia on this Next Weather Alert Day. A live look there at Rittenhouse Square. You can see the Christmas tree is still up. A pretty picture as the snow falls. And we just saw some crews clearing the walkways out there. They're going to have their hands full. This is an all-day storm. The snow continuing to fall for hours, and then we're getting a little sleet and freezing rain in the city. So a lot of work ahead for a lot of different people. With that said, a snow emergency is in effect for Philadelphia. That means if you normally park on some of those city streets, you may need to make a plan and now so you don't get towed. Joining us now is Carlton Williams, Director of Philadelphia's Office of Clean and Green Initiatives. Director Williams, thanks so much for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning, Jan. Thank you for having me today.
Of course, of course. So it's been snowing for hours now. You can see the streets are covered in the city of Philadelphia. What have your crews been doing already?
Yeah, we've been out fighting this storm since the early on. Early in the week, we grind the city streets, and grinding is a salt solution that doesn't allow the ice to stick so that we can have a effective plowing operation. Our crews right now are out in full force in every neighborhood across the city of Philadelphia, both in primary, secondary, and residential tertiary streets. We want to get ahead of this storm because, as was mentioned by your meteorologist earlier, who's doing an excellent job, we want to make sure that we try to get as much of this snow off the ground as quickly as possible, because later on, as was stated as well, there's going to be this icy wintry mix that we're watching very carefully. And once that freezes up, it makes it that much more challenging to fight.
Yeah,
so our crews are out in full force, plowing multiple times up until that change takes over.
That's right. Dangerous conditions are out there right now and more to come. And Mayor Parker was talking earlier this week about some specialized equipment that'll be used on those very small streets because, as you know, we are a neighborhood. We're a city of neighborhoods with some very narrow streets. So how are they going to be tackling those hard to get places?
Yes, Jan, once the snow reaches certain accumulation levels, plows become less effective. And so we're transitioning to a lifting operation because it's so tight in those streets, it's hard to get bigger plows through there. So we physically have to lift it out. We've brought in a specialized snow melter from Chicago that we can melt up to 135 tons per hour of snow. And that's what we're going to be doing in those tight-knit neighborhoods like Center City, like North Philadelphia, like South Philadelphia, and parts of West Philadelphia. We're going to use that type of equipment. We'll also have designated locations where we can pile snow up out of the neighborhood. So that is going to be a very complex, coordinated process, but we have to do that in order for those snow piles to be removed and not in neighborhoods to make our streets accessible.
Well, if anyone knows snow, it's Chicago. So if we're tapping the experts, that's the place to go. It's good to hear that you guys have a good partnership and you're working to clear the streets as we speak. Director Williams, thanks so much for stopping by and letting us know how your crews are out there working.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Stay safe, everyone.
You as well.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
Well, there you go, Tammie. You know Chicago.
Oh,
We're tapping
yes.
the best to help us clear this snow.
Yeah, you know what? Those upper Midwest cities, they've got it down to a science, although I think we're pretty good. I have to say, I saw PennDOT out early this morning on my way into work between 3 and 4. They had so many trucks out prepping everything. It was really great to see. So thank you so much for your hard work to keep us all safe. And the rest of us need to just stay off the road unless you absolutely, positively have to go outside. Snow falling in Center City. Can't even see the buildings. They are completely obscured out there. So let's go ahead and talk about what is going to be going on throughout the remainder of the day. Right now, everybody's below freezing. Look at this. We are very chilly in Reading. We are at about 11 degrees. It's 9 in Bethlehem. We are at 18 in Atlantic City and 15 here in the city. This is the camera from the Bend looking back at the city. You can't even see the buildings. The snow is coming down at 1 to 2 inches an hour, so a very heavy snow. Here's a look at our satellite and radar, and basically it's all snow. And the dark purple would be the heavier snow. So this is what's going on, the wide picture. This is our forecast model. All this pink is sleet, and there is some freezing rain mixed in. This line right here that you see, the squiggly pink line, that's the freezing line. If you are near that when this sleet comes in, even if you are seeing what looks like sleet or rain, that will come down to the surface as freezing rain. So let's take this through what's going to be going on. We're going to move ahead to 10 o'clock. We still have heavy snow falling. Here comes some of that sleet from down south. Look at the freezing line right along the shore. Now you're going above freezing along the shore. You could start to see a little freezing rain here inland, just inland from the shore. And then we get this sleet moving into Philadelphia, even up into the Lehigh Valley. So that is sleet. But along this freezing line, we could start to see some freezing rain, and that's especially going to be hard once you see this rain moving, pushing north of it. So you see this rain, you see it's 23 in Philadelphia, but there's the freezing line. That actually could be freezing rain coming down this evening. So all the big snow, we're talking 6, 8, 10 inches, whatever you're going to get is going to fall this morning, and then we're going to see this freezing rain, plain old rain down the shore, continuing snow up in the Poconos, and then we see that sleet across the area. But look at the numbers. They still stay cold across Pennsylvania and much of South Jersey. Down the shore, not as cold. So we're expecting 4 to 8 inches of true snow before the sleet and freezing rain in South Jersey and down the shore. 8 to 12 along I-95, including Philly, Trenton, and Wilmington, and up into the Pennsylvania suburbs. And then we're looking at that 12 to 14 plus, even higher than that in the Poconos once you get into the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos. This is what we have so far. 2.9 inches just reported in Newcastle, Delaware. Reading, you got 3 inches going. 2.2 in Atlantic City, 3.2 in Mertztown in Pennsylvania, 1.7 at Rittenhouse Square, and 1.6, by the way, at the big airport, and 2.3 for East Nantmill. So over the next 8 hours, 12 hours, we're going to see snow through 11. We'll see a wintry mix by 2, and then we'll see the potential of freezing rain 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. The next 3 days, deep freeze. In fact, the next 7 to 10 days, deep freeze. Everything stays frozen. We are below freezing. 25 today, 27 tomorrow, 23 on Tuesday, and that just goes on for 10 days. So get that snow cleaned up as fast as you can. Jan?
All right, Tammie, thanks so much. Here's a live look outside this morning at Logan Circle in Philadelphia. Wow, a winter wonderland out there. You can see everything is covered in snow. Our entire region looking pretty much the same. We have live team coverage of this snow at 8 o'clock. We're going to see it at the top of the hour. Stay with us. From the heart of Philly, this is CBS News Philadelphia. Now on a Sunday morning, we are in a next weather alert. No matter where you live in our region, you are seeing snow. And the questions on everyone's mind this morning, how much will we get and how much will this impact our lives in the coming days? Today is Sunday, January 25th. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Carabeo. We have been telling you about this storm for days now, and now we have team coverage to keep you protected during the winter storm. Well, Keisha Bailey is watching the conditions in Paoli right now. Ray Strickland is live covering the snow in Roxborough, and Brandon Goldner is tracking the winter weather from Cherry Hill, New Jersey. But first, we want to get the latest forecast update from meteorologists Grant Gilmore and Tammie Souza. They are both in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere, tracking this storm minute by minute. We are in the thick of the snow right now, guys. Good morning.
We are in the thick of the snow, yeah. Look at this, Grant.
Yeah.
This is Ocean City. This is the boards looking south.
Crazy.
It is already.
Crazy.
They've picked up several inches of snow right down there, and it's only going to build from here.
And not only is it snowing a lot, but our crews out there, if you've been outside taking the dog for a walk, It's cold.
That wind chill is awful because
Yeah.
we're in the single digits and teens,
Yeah.
and we're not going
Yeah.
to climb a whole lot more until this afternoon. Some of us will. So
Relatively.
yes, some of us will.
Right,
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and kind of run you through what you can expect to see as we move through the morning. Now, we do have the snow coming in. This is just all snow at this point. If you go just to the west into parts of West Virginia, we're starting to see the sleet and some freezing rain. But where you see the darker shades of purple, that is all snow. 5 in the Poconos right now and snowing, 10 in Allentown and snowing, 13 in Philadelphia and snowing, Atlantic City 25 and snowing. So everybody has the snow coming down. This is where we're going to be going. We have snow all the way through 11. Then around 1 o'clock, we start to see the wintry mix. That would be the sleet coming in. And then at 3, we start to see the potential of freezing rain. That would be snow that melts, falls through what would be a shallower layer of that frigid air and freezes on contact, and that's going to continue through 5 or 6 o'clock tonight. Here are the key messages. Heavy snow through noon. We're also looking at sleet, freezing rain this afternoon. Less snow does not mean less impacts. We're all going to get the big snow, but we are going to see that frozen precipitation too, and no thaw. A deep freeze for the next 7 to 10 days. Grant, this is setting up to be one of those stretches of weather that is just ugly.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it. Yeah. Unless you love snow, in which case, like, this is beautiful.
No, the snow's fine. The rest of it.
But you're right, like, later on this evening when we start getting into that sleet and freezing rain, yeah, that's just ugly, downright no fun. Let me show you this, though. This is fun. We've got a yardstick set up on our sky deck, and we're actually streaming this on our YouTube channel as well. Guys, can we take the shot of our yardstick? We're calling it Ruler Cam. And if you look closely here, so get close to your TV screen, come in and look at this with me. Now, this is a little bit of a drift, but out on our sky deck, we're recording about 4 inches of snow. I think without the drift, it's probably closer to around 3 inches of snow. But if you go to our YouTube page and you search for Ruler Cam, you can watch this like the Yule log for the holidays and just continually watch that snow accumulate, which is really fun to do. At least I think so. Maybe I'm biased and I just like watching paint dry or snowfall in the case, right? But let's talk about some of the snowfall totals that we've seen around the area so far. A lot of impressive totals. I mean, look at Woodside down in Delaware. 4 inches of snow as of just about 5 minutes ago. So a new report there. Reading getting about 3 inches of snow. Atlantic City has recorded already a little more than 2 inches. And then down the line, we're seeing several reports of 2 to 3 and close to 4 inches of snow on the ground already. Now, the heaviest of the snow is going to continue through around lunchtime. Areas north are going to continue to see more snow, whereas that sleet and freezing rain will take over across South Jersey and the shore. But Philadelphia, I think 8 to 10 inches is realistic to what to expect before it all starts to change over to that wintry mix. But out in it right now in this heavy snow is CBS Philadelphia's Brandon Goler. Brandon, man, you are a champ out there. You're really hanging tight with that cold snow coming down. Tell us what it's like out there.
Hey, Grant, good morning. Thank you for that. Right now, especially with the snow coming down, it's now gotten a little bit steadier in terms of the pace. As I say that now, it's starting to quicken up a little bit, but the cold air has been incredibly tough to deal with, especially the wind as well, with how everything it just has been in terms of just how exposed skin can really lead to your face freezing up. Right now, these are the roads right now, New Jersey 38, and there are plows that had come through just a few minutes ago, and you can see it's fairly clear. You can see elements of the pavement over there, but still incredibly treacherous. We've been seeing a lot more cars than we were expecting, and it definitely can be something where it can be an issue with driving around. Incredibly important to be safe. We've got plows over there across the street as well. But I also want to show you the pavement right here, because a lot of times what happens is when these snow plows come through here, they push up all the snow onto sidewalks like this. You can see how deep it is from all the pavement coming through, even just pushing through. Can't even get to the bottom of it. Just look how much snow is going right through there. And from talking to people out here, many of them say it's incredibly important to be safe. We've been talking to them, and some of them are even saying that they enjoy this winter weather.
We're in a part of the area where this is a part of life sometimes, so just take precautions, enjoy yourself, and be thankful.
Be careful and be safe. I think it's a good idea to stay off the road, watch it from out the window.
And some of the local New Jersey townships, they are saying that people need to move their cars on their driveways, as well as move all their trash and recycling bins, so these plows, when they get started, can come through and clear the roads without any obstacles. We'll send it right over to Waukesha Bailey, who's live in Paoli. Hey, Waukesha.
Yeah, good morning, Brandon. It's a little different out here. A lot of snow. very cold. But as far as cars, we aren't seeing as many cars out, but we are starting to see a lot of businesses. You see the Bobcats out that's starting to plow these areas, hoping to keep it safe, but who knows how many people. The big question is, will they be able to keep up with the amount of snow that we're starting to receive? Even just looking at the roads, earlier today, you might have seen lines marking the lanes. We no longer see that, and believe it or not, these snow plows have been coming through at least every 10 minutes, and these cars are slow and steady for the ones that have to be out here. Now, we're at the Wawa gas station here, and usually you see people out and about getting their coffee, but we rarely see cars. But I do see one person in his car. This is Joe. Joe, I told you I was coming over here. What brings you out this morning?
I work night shift at Paoli Hospital. We keep the lights and the heat on so the nurses can do their job.
And an important job it is. When you came out this morning, was your car covered? It doesn't look like it.
Well, I got lucky. I got a parking spot in the garage last night, so I'll be good. But tonight when I come in, though, I'll be cleaning my car before I arrive.
Oh, my goodness. And before you arrive, I'm sure you're going to have to do some shoveling. What's your plan of attack for today?
I'm just going to do maybe about half the driveway, get it cleared just so I have someplace to park the car and a little bit of head start on tomorrow. But the main goal is to keep the car as clean as possible so I can make it back tonight.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Joe. Be safe out on the roads, and we appreciate what you do. And once again, if you don't have to be out today, why would you be out? I mean, Ray, we're out for a reason, Ray. And I'm going to send it back to you so I can get inside.
Yeah, we are out for a reason, and that's, of course, to give people this critical information about this snowstorm. Now, as you can see, the snow continues to come down rather quickly and consistently, but it's not coming down, I feel like, as much as it was earlier this morning, even though it is starting to pick up at this hour. You just probably saw that plow truck roll by here. Hundreds of them continue to roll by here on Ridge Avenue, and as you can see, they're doing a pretty good job. The road is somewhat clear here. You can see the difference between the road and where they're pushing this snow. They're, of course, keeping a clear path for these cars that are driving by as we speak. But hundreds of salt and plow trucks, of course, are working around the clock to clear and treat these roads. We continue to see them here on Ridge Avenue. But this road, to me, it looks relatively good. But we've been speaking to people in this 8 o'clock hour of the morning here, and they're telling us that these conditions are pretty deceptive. I just got done speaking to a gentleman here at the Wawa. He said he dropped off a friend at Penn Hospital, and he said on 76 on his way back, he spun out. He said he did a full 360, not once, not twice, but 3 times. So that kind of lets you know how bad the conditions are throughout the Philadelphia area. I even spoke to another gentleman who said that he saw cars spinning out as well. Now, he said that even on the sidewalks when he was walking to this Wawa, he said that he almost fell a few times as well. So again, even though crews are out and doing the best they can to clear the roads and treat these roads, the snow just continues to come. So of course they got an uphill battle to get these roads clear and treated. But as I told you, they're deceptive and the conditions are changing rapidly. Hear from the 2 people that I told you who spun out. Hear what they had to say about these conditions.
Do not get on the roads. I did a full 360 in an all-wheel drive vehicle.
The roads, I've seen a couple cars spinning out. I mean, it's good for me. I mean, once it stops, I go shovel snow, but I mean, I did slip when I was coming in.
So you just heard him, do not get on the roads. That was the guy that I told you who said he did a full 360 on 76 on his way back here. Another guy who told us that he did, or that he saw people do a 360 here on Ridge Avenue. So even though these roads here on Ridge Avenue look somewhat better than I'm sure other places look in Philadelphia, they're still deceptively slick. So again, as this snow continues to come down, you're going to have crews out working around the clock to clear these roads. So make sure if you do drive, which you probably shouldn't, just give them some space. Grant, I'll send it back to you.
Hey, Ray, obviously it's slick out there and people are being encouraged to maybe not go out on the roads, and if you do, go slow. But for those of us that are getting up and walking our dogs or maybe going for a walk, tell us what it feels like out there. How does it feel? Because, I mean, it looks cold. Wind chills there around 0 right now.
So I told you earlier that I used to live in Dickinson, North Dakota, and it used to get like negative 50 degrees. Well, I feel like I'm in Dickinson, North Dakota, Grant. That's how cold it feels. It's piercing. The snow, honestly, though, it's that fluffy, heavy snow that you were talking about as well. So it's not as slippery to me. Of course, I have boots on. I'm a little more prepared, but it's bad. To be quite honest with you, I wish I was in the truck right now. So I think I'm just going to stop there so I can go get back in the truck.
Right,
But
we'll
yes, it's bad, but not terrible.
Get inside, get warm. We appreciate you, brother. You know, you're doing a great job out there telling us what's going on, keeping us safe and prepared and informed about those conditions out there. I can't believe a man driving in his four-wheel drive vehicle and spinning around 360. That's crazy. Take it easy, guys. Look, the snow's going to be there. If you want to get out and go sledding later, do it maybe tomorrow, because the snow is still going to be there for several days. But, I mean, to Ray's point, it doesn't feel like what we typically expect it to feel like. Now, look. It gets cold when you get winter storms. This is exceptionally cold. Temperatures are in the teens, if not the single digits right now. But look at this. It's a steady snow coming in. There are some indications moving up through Dover right now. There's a little bit of a heavier band moving in from the south, and we'll find these intermittent periods of heavier snow replaced with lighter snow. And when you get that heavier snow and the darker blue showing up on the radar, that's when the visibility is going to drop as well. So if you are, whether you're out for a walk or you're going to the roads, just be mindful of those changing and those rapidly changing conditions. Now, it's all snow now, but we're going to start to see a transition over to sleet and freezing rain, especially across South Jersey into the 95 corridor as we go into the afternoon. Meteorologist Tammie Souza is going to be coming up here in just a few minutes. She'll walk you through the latest forecast models to give you timing of exactly what to expect, because this is kind of the fun part now in terms of the light snowfall. It gets icy later today. We'll talk more about that here in just a bit. Jan, back in.
Yeah, ice is the worst. Okay, Grant, thanks so much. Taking a live look now at our Philadelphia skyline. You can barely make it out there. Now, happening in Philadelphia in just about 2 hours, Mayor Sherrell Parker is set to provide an update on the city's response to the storm here in Philadelphia. City officials will update us on current conditions and active operations that are going to keep our communities safe. That update is scheduled for 10 a.m. Of course, we will be bringing you that presser live right here on CBS News Philadelphia. You can also stream it on CBSPhiladelphia.com and on the CBS News app. Stay with us. Team coverage continues after a short break. Welcome back. SEPTA has made some major changes to its service today due to the winter weather we are experiencing as we speak. Joining us live now is Andrew Bush with SEPTA. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Jan.
All right, so let's talk about these changes that are already in place. Let's start with Regional Rail. What's going on out there?
Yeah, so right now we're experiencing a lot of delays and some trip cancellations on Regional Rail. So we want to stress to folks, unless you absolutely have to go out and travel today, please stay home. We're trying to keep some service going for essential workers, but the best options for those are our Market Frankford and Broad Street lines. So Regional Rail, we're going to have to keep an eye on it through the day, and very, very possible that we could have a shutdown on the system as we move further through the day.
All right, so conditions will change, schedules will change. What about the subways and trolleys?
So subways are in good shape. Trolleys and buses, anything that is out on the streets is experiencing some significant delays, due to the road conditions that everybody's dealing with out there. So we're moving very slow. Some trips are being canceled, but anyone who's heading out on any of those modes should expect, at minimum, there's going to be significant delays.
And this is an all-day event. Half the day is snow. It's going to change over in a lot of places to freezing rain and ice and sleet. What are the issues SEPTA usually sees when this type of winter weather hits us?
Yeah, so it's the snow and ice, the snow accumulation we have to watch. That makes our operating on Regional Rail difficult when the accumulation piles up. We have to keep a close eye on the ice. We have to make sure that it's not accumulating on our overhead power lines that power both Regional Rail and the trolley system. Even if service is down on those, we run what we call pilot trains to try to keep that clear. So there's a whole kind of second level to this effort to deal with ice that will kick in later today. But again, all of these things could lead to the possibility of service shutdowns throughout the system. So we want to urge people to check our website, SEPTA.org, or the SEPTA app for those updates.
Andrew Bush with SEPTA. Andrew, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
Back now to meteorologist Tammie Souza in our Hyundai Next Weather Sphere. She and Grant Gilmore, for that matter, have been tracking this storm minute by minute. As we've been mentioning, it's going to happen all day. We are still in the thick of the snow as we speak, and then the big change and the deep freeze. Tammie. Sorry about those technical issues, folks. It looks like we lost Tammie's audio there. We're going to work to fix that. We'll get back to her in just a moment. Our team coverage of today's snowstorm continues in just a minute. It's taking a live look now at the Parkway Central Library in Center City. Actually, that's Logan Square. Looking pretty nice, isn't it? If it can stay indoors, you'll just want to watch and soak it all in, because not only is it snowy out there, it's windy and bitterly cold. Happening today, a warming center will be open in many area libraries throughout Philadelphia, so best to be aware of the changing conditions, and the best advice, of course, is to stay home and watch us if you can. 8:20 on a Sunday morning, we are in a next weather alert. We're going to have much more from our live team throughout the region straight ahead. Stay with us.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
All right, we're back now. Fresh battery, don't you know it? They always go out at the wrong time. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on with the storm. I'm meteorologist Tammie Souza. Grant Gilmore and I have been here all morning with you, watching as this storm came in. Now, we're starting way down to the south of us, coming through D.C., places like that, about 9-10 o'clock last night, and then making it into our area before about 2 o'clock this morning. Started snowing in Delaware. Where you see those shades of pink to the south, that is the sleet line that is starting to make its way northward into our area. So that is what we're going to keep a very close eye on out there, because once that moves in, we're going to start to see all that frozen precipitation, including some freezing rain coming into the area. Beautiful shot in the Poconos, where people were out skiing in the frigid temperatures yesterday, and they're going to get the biggest amount of snow, I believe, in the Poconos. Now, let's go to Atlantic City. On the boards, all that snow coming down. We've already had reports of 2-3 inches of snow in Atlantic City. And from Camden, looking back to the city that you can't see, look at this coming off the bend, the expressway, completely covered in snow, and I don't see any cars out there right now. Heavy snow is going to continue. So here we are at 8 o'clock, everybody in heavy snow. Watch the numbers at the bottom here. 32. It gets warmer as we head into Cape May and Wildwood. Still very cold across Philadelphia. We're going to move ahead now, get up to about noontime, and that's when we're going to start to see this sleet moving into the area. Rain may move into the area down the shore for you, and in between where you see just below freezing and where you see the very cold temperatures with this sleet, there is a freezing rain line. Continuing to snow heavily up into the Poconos and parts of the Lehigh Valley. The sleet coming across Philadelphia. We have that freezing rain line coming extremely close to I-95. Freezing rain, we could get maybe 3/4 of an inch of ice. That's going to bring power lines down, along with this sleet, which will be freezing. This continues into about 10-11 o'clock at night, and then everything moves out of here. So the big snow, whatever you're going to get in snow, is going to be between now and noon. That's 4 to 8 inches down the shore. That is 8 to 12 from I-95 all the way up to the Lehigh Valley, and that does include Philadelphia. And then you get into the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos. That's where we see 12 to 14, because you will be in that big snow the longest out there. So look at this. Over the next 12 hours, we are going to be very cold in the teens. We have snow all the way through noon. Then it changes to a wintry mix by 2-3 o'clock. Then the freezing rain threat comes in 4, 5, 6 o'clock. That's what we are concerned with. The next 3 days, look at this. 25 for today, 27 for tomorrow, 23 on Tuesday, and it will be windy tomorrow. We can see a little blowing and drifting out there. If you are down the shore, 39 today, that's where you get above that freezing mark. 8 in the Poconos. It'll be 31 tomorrow down the shore, 26 on Tuesday, 18 on Monday in the Poconos, and 10 on Tuesday. These are the beginning of an icy stretch. In fact, all of us will stay below freezing for the next 7 to 10 days. It's going to take a long time to get all that cleaned up. All right, we'll be back right after this.
From the heart of Philly, this is CBS News Philadelphia. Today is Sunday, January 25th. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Carabeo. We have crews deployed throughout our region to keep you prepared and protected for today's snowstorm. We are still in the thick of the snow portion of this storm. So when does the snow end? And what about the sleet and freezing rain to follow? For those answers, let's get right to meteorologists Gilmore and Tammie Souza, both in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere, tracking this out minute by minute. So we're going to see a changeover for many parts of our area later on today, but we're still stuck in snow, as we can see behind you guys.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be snowing. It's going to be snowing for hours and hours, probably till noon here in the city, and coming down at 1 to 2 inches an hour.
I've heard it described to you as like a 3-course meal, right? You've got your snow, and then you get your sleet, and then for dessert you get your freezing rain, which is not fun. The real meal dessert is better than freezing rain.
That's just like a big popsicle. Yeah, don't want that one at all.
Right.
All right, let's talk about what we're going to be dealing with as we move through the day. Right now, we are looking here at our radar live. You can see the darker shades of purple. That is where we have that heavier snow coming down. Woodside in Delaware, you've already got 4+ inches. A lot of areas already between 2 and 3, and we're having these totals come in. There is a delay because people have to measure, then they have to send it, and then it has to be recorded. But we're all watching this, and it's going to continue again through noon. Look at all the reports from this storm. From Arizona to New England, that's just this storm, ice and snow. And here are the reports coming in to our area. These will be double this in the next hour or so. So here is just a little sampling of some of them. 4 inches in Woodside. We have 3 inches in Reading, Atlantic City, 2.2. Mertztown, you got 3.2. PHL, you got 1.6. I bet that's gone up, though. And East Nantmill, you have 2.3. Now, Grant, you're going to tell us about what we have coming, like how much more we're going to get.
This has been the first course. This has been the snow, and it's the nice type of snow that you can go out. It's fluffy, and you can enjoy it, I guess we could say. Watch as we go into the afternoon here. This is the forecast model taking you through the rest of the day. Notice what looks to be that pink color moving in from the south. That's when we'll start to see the sleet arrive. Now, most of the 95 corridor will see snow through lunchtime. After around noon to 1 o'clock, that's when we'll begin to see the sleet really intrude and push north up toward the 78 corridor. But notice temperatures are still below freezing, so you'll get the snow, and then you'll get those ice pellets falling into the snow, making that top layer a lot more crunchy. Now, excuse me. Areas south, notice the temperatures down toward Wildwood, above freezing. So it changes over from a sleet to maybe a brief period of freezing rain to maybe all rain down the shore. Now, that squiggly pink line right there, that is your freezing line. So everywhere west or north and west of that will be below freezing. But as the rain begins to move toward Philly, that's where we'll start to get into the freezing rain scenario. And that's where we'll start to see the ice accumulate on the branches, on power lines, and we'll have to watch because it's a little breezy out there. There may be some isolated power outages. One note also, precipitation looks like it starts clearing out a little bit sooner by midnight, if not before. The precipitation's all said and done, and then we're just stuck in the freezer for about 10 days or so after that. So I think we're going out to Brandon right now. Is that correct? Is that where we're going? Brandon? Yeah, Brandon, man, you're hanging tight there, brother. How's it feel?
Hey, Grant, well, it doesn't feel great when the snow is coming right at your face. With the way we're at, the direction we're at, the wind is kind of pushing right into where my face is. You can see the redness of my face right now because of the cold temperatures, as well as getting a little bit of that wind coming through here as the snow is rushing through here. Now, take a look at the roads right now. This is New Jersey 38, a major roadway, and we continue to see all these cars coming through here. Surprisingly, given that we have been telling you all repeatedly to not get out here on the roads. That's why we're out here to show you what it looks like so you don't have to come out here as well. There were plow trucks that were out here about an hour or so ago, and you can see already starting to get covered in snow with all the progress that they have been making. And then some of the other issues that we have been seeing as well, especially with the sidewalks as well, especially with people walking through here. The challenge is because all the plow trucks, all the snow that they've been really just pushing through here on the sides, and you can see get down right here just how tough this is to really get through here. It's a good couple inches as we're trying to just really get through all of this cold weather that we've been experiencing. Talking to people who have been out here when really they aren't supposed to be here, many people say they need to get their favorite snack or beverage.
I have rear-wheel drive, so I would advise to take it easy, take it slow. That's good advice to stay off the road, but my wife needs her double bacon on Sunday morning.
I have to have my coffee no matter what. So I dragged him out of bed and said, we have to come out and get the coffee. I don't care what the weather's like. So we got in our Ram and just came out slowly, took precautions, and here I am.
And again, even taking precautions could lead to treacherous situations. We're seeing more cars coming through here at this time. Very important to be careful coming through here. Send it over to Waukesha in Paoli. Hey, Waukesha.
Yeah, good morning, Brandon. You know, this is the opportunity where it's Sunday, you can stay indoors, but here in Paoli, not everyone is staying indoors. We have two brothers here. This is Mike and Riley. They're smiling in this crazy weather. Why are you guys out this morning?
Oh, because we're going to go skiing today up at Bear Creek.
Oh my gosh, so that means that you've been waiting for this type of snowfall.
Yeah, you don't get this kind of snow often around here. Got to take advantage.
Oh my goodness. So you're gonna go snowing. What about plowing your driveways, helping mom and dad out?
Yeah, that's what four-wheel drive's for, you know?
Okay, so you guys have been on the roads this morning already, right?
Yep.
Can you kind of talk to us a little bit about the roads? How's the driving?
It's kind of tough. I wouldn't go out without four-wheel drive, I don't think.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got your friend over there who is ready for you guys to go skiing. So I'm going to let you go. Thank you for being with us. Enjoy the bit of snowfall. So I guess people do have plans, but if you don't have to go out, like we've been saying, officials are saying, stay off of the roads, but take a look at just how much snow is really coming down. These cars are driving pretty slow. The visibility is just like you can barely see it, and it keeps getting worse as time goes on. But you know what, Grant, I'm going to send it over to you, but is this like your Super Bowl for a meteorologist? Because you guys seem so excited about the snow.
Waukesha, you seem equally excited. I don't know. You seem pretty excited to be out there, no?
Well, listen, I'm from upstate New York, honey, okay? Like, we love this. We eat snow for breakfast.
That's right. Well, and a lot of people are getting out there saying, let's go. How much snow do you have out there, Waukesha, would you say?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking it's at least a couple of inches by now, right? Let me see. Let me step into some fresh snow for you. Can kind of take a look.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Look at my boots.
That looks
what
pretty
would you
good.
say?
At least 2-3 inches. That looks pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Upstate New York.
That looks
Waukesha.
pretty good. And you know what, Grant? Listen, you're lucky. I've got feet warmers on.
Well, you're smart.
Because this is the only reason I'm doing this for you.
Well, you're doing a great job out there. Well, I'll tell you what. Look, it's a lot to track, Waukesha, and I'll tell you why. Because this is kind of fun right now, right? It's kind of the fluffy snow. It's nice. It's easy to shovel, easy to brush off your car. But we're going to get into a situation later today where we're going to start to incorporate some ice and some sleet. But before that, I want to show you this camera. This is from our Sky Deck. We're calling this ruler cam. We're streaming it live on our YouTube channel right now, and you can watch this as we see the snow accumulate right on our Sky Deck, which is, I think it's really fun. It's drifting a little bit, but at last check, we've had around 4 inches, but with the drift, it's getting close to around 5 inches of snow out on the Sky Deck. This is right off of 16th in Philadelphia, or in Center City. So the snow is falling. You can watch it fall too on our YouTube channel. But I do want to note this though. When we start talking about shoveling later today, maybe you've already started. Now we're going to run into some sleet and some freezing rain later today. If you shovel away all that snow on the ground and do it in small doses, we're going to see a layer of ice develop, which is going to make it harder to actually clear that layer of ice there right on the pavement. But if you wait until later this evening, that layer of ice is going to form on top of that snow. It'll be more to clear all at once, so you don't want to overexert yourself. Be careful, but it will eventually be easier to remove all that snow and ice to get maybe closer down to the pavement so it's not as slick. So a couple of theories here: shovel often or wait to shovel. Either way, be safe, be careful out there, because this snow is hanging around for a while.
Yeah,
back to you.
Take lots of breaks. All
That's
right,
right.
Grant, thank you. The city of Philadelphia just posted this video of plow trucks on the streets of Northern Liberties earlier this morning. Check that out. The Department of Streets snow plow operators. They started just after 5 o'clock this morning. The city says 591 pieces of equipment are in use to help clear out all the snow we're now getting. And take a look at this brand new video on Academy Road in the Northeast. You can see visibility not too good out there, even with the windshield wipers on. The roads there you can see as well completely covered, just a couple of tire tracks to lead the way. So if you do need to go out this morning, if you absolutely need to leave your house, take it slowly and take some extra supplies with you. And there is so much more to cover right here on CBS News Philadelphia this Sunday morning, taking a live look at the Italian market as well. A heads up for those of you who live in the city of Philadelphia, no trash service tomorrow due to this storm, and trash service will be delayed by 1 day for the rest of the week as well. Stay with us. More team coverage of this snow coming up after the break. Welcome back. We've been talking a lot about the snow and the ice, but we are also dealing with the bitter cold out there. It's important to remember that we are seeing below freezing temperatures, and frostbite can be a very big concern.
Frostbite is an injury to the skin and subcutaneous tissues that occurs during exposure to cold. Extreme temperatures and longer exposure times can predispose you to frostbite. What happens is that you have tissue that actually starts to freeze and then die because of it.
Emergency physician Dr. Thomas Waters says in the early stages of frostbite, you'll notice your skin becoming cold and tingly. Then it can become numb. That's when you need to see a doctor and fast. As for minor cases of frostbite, you can treat that by running the affected area underwater, but do not use hot water, folks, because that can make the injury worse. We don't want you to get any burns. We still have so much more to cover right here on CBS News Philadelphia this Sunday morning. Tammie, Souza and Grant Gilmore are reviewing the latest information on this morning's snow and taking a live look at Route 42 in South Jersey. Wow, it is snow covered, a thick layer of snow out there. A reminder that New Jersey bus, light rail and access link service is now stopped, and rail service will be suspended starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Our live team coverage continues in just a few minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back. Here's the other big part of the storm we are following. PECO crews are on standby to handle any power issues that come up today because of this snowstorm. Joining us live is Matt Rankin with PECO. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, Jen. How you doing?
Good, good. So we can anticipate possibly some power outages. What has PECO been doing to prepare for that in that event?
Yeah, so PECO has been preparing all week, monitoring weather forecasts, getting ready for the storm. We have additional crews ready to respond and work around the clock to restore everybody's power as quickly as possible and as safely and effectively as possible.
So as people watch the snow come in, possibly some freezing rain, sleet, what can they do at home to prepare today?
So make sure you have all of your devices charged, computers, phones, tablets. In case you do experience a power outage, you can then report it to us either through our phone number at 1-800-841-4141 or through our website at peco.com/outages. You can also download our mobile app and report an outage through that.
And some people may have a generator at home. Can you remind us of precautions when using generators?
Yeah, you don't want to hook up your generator to your power source at your home. That could cause problems.
Also, when we've been talking about this snowstorm, we're getting snow for several more hours until noon, and then we have a changeover that could possibly involve ice. Does that cause concern for PECO? Is the ice the bigger issue?
Yeah, so if we experience ice, that'll cause additional issues for our power lines. When ice forms around our lines, it makes it a lot heavier, so that can cause more outages and damage to our equipment. So if that were to occur, we have additional staffs ready to go to get out to our customers as safely and quickly as possible and get your power turned back on.
All right, PECO ready to spring into action should they be needed. Hopefully not too much, but with this snow and ice, you just never know. Matt Rankin with PECO. Thanks so much, Matt.
Thanks.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
Yeah, Tammie, it's the ice that the utilities are concerned about today.
And we're going to have some of that ice bringing power lines down and branches down because it's going to happen this afternoon, especially across South Jersey and right on up to I-95. All right, let's talk about what's going on with this storm. It has been the last 8 hours leaving Texas. I mean, look how long this thing is, and it is still pounding through the Tennessee Valley, the Deep South, the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and it is now right here in our area. So this thing is going to be with us. Look how long this this swath is. This is going to be with us into tonight. I think it's going to wind down though before midnight tonight. So that is good news. We won't have to deal with it into tomorrow morning, other than the fact that we could see a very quick wraparound shower, maybe just a light shower, a snow shower, and we could also see a little bit of blowing and drifting if you don't get all of that icing on top of the snow. All right, here is what it looks like in our neighborhoods. It's just all snow. Where you see the deep purple coming through, look at this, Newcastle County, wow, and over into Salem and Cumberland County. That is very steady and heavy snow out there, indeed. Okay, Bethlehem doesn't want to show off for us, but we will take Rittenhouse Square, where already several inches of snow have fallen in the city. And we're putting out snowfall totals. You can go to our website, you can watch us digitally. Some of those totals are a couple hours old. We have to wait for them to update, but others are not. So we have seen places as high as 4 inches and generally 2 to 4 across the area. It is 5 right now in the Poconos, 10 in Allentown, 14 in Philadelphia, 29 in Atlantic City. Big change in temperatures across the region. Philadelphia to Atlantic City, that's where we'll see those temperatures nudge upward toward the freezing mark. In fact, above the freezing mark for the shore. So this is what we're looking at. We are looking at snow from now through probably 11 and even noon. And then by the time we get into 1, 2 o'clock, we'll see that wintry mix. That's when the sleet comes in. And then it's going to change over to some freezing rain. And that's going to be the time that we are going to be most concerned with. Here are some of those snowfall totals. 4 inches at Woodside. Mount Laurel in New Jersey, 3 inches. New Hanover, you have 3 inches so far. 3.3 at District Township, that's in Berks County. We have 2.5 at Willow Grove, and East Nantmill in Chester County, you have 3.3 inches of snow. Here's the messaging. Heavy snow through the morning till about noon. This is when you'll get all your snow. Once we go into sleet, it's going to be sleet, but you are going to get those big numbers of snow. It'll be about 4 to 8 if you're going to be closer to the shore, anywhere from 8 to 12 for Philadelphia and the Pennsylvania suburbs. And then, you know what? The sky's the limit for the Poconos. You stay in snow all day long. Sleet, freezing rain move in this afternoon. Less snow because of the sleet and freezing rain. If you don't get 12 inches and you get 9 inches of snow, let me tell you, that's worse. It doesn't mean less impact. It means higher impact. The more freezing rain and sleet, that is bad news. It'd be great if it was just all snow. But we're waiting to see how long this snow lasts. 1 to 2 inches an hour, it's falling. No thaw after this. We are in the deep freeze. Now, here is the freezing line. That's the pink that you see. So when the freezing line is right over you, that's when you're going to start to see that freezing rain. As we go forward in time through the morning, you can see that moving now toward, say, Wildwood and Cape May. And then you see the sleet starting to move in. Now, this is sleet coming in to the I-95 corridor. You're going to start to see some freezing rain and then rain across the shore. And look at this, along the freezing line, that is where we get that freezing rain falling in. So we have the sleet that is falling across the area as we go into the early afternoon. Here comes all rain for the shore, but watch as this bounces north, is very close to the freezing line, and that by the time we get into later this afternoon is where we're expecting to see that snow melt and then fall through a shallow layer of Arctic air and hit the frozen ground, because look at the numbers. They are below freezing at the ground, and that's the freezing rain we're concerned about that will continue through the evening, and then overnight, boom, we are done with this thing. So 4 to 8 inches from the shore through South Jersey and Delaware, and that's because you are going to see this sleet and even some rain first. Then we have the 8 to 12. That is from the I-95 corridor, including Philly, Trenton, and Wilmington, all the way up through the Pennsylvania suburbs. That's Bucks, Montgomery, Chester, Berks for the most part, and then we have the higher totals in the Lehigh Valley and up into the Poconos. Look at this. 25 today, 27 tomorrow. It'll be frigid, lots of ice out there, blowing, windy, cold. Do you see a warm up? You do not. For the next 7 to 10 days, we stay below freezing. We go into the deep freeze. So please get your snow cleared away as best you can, because it isn't going anywhere for at least 10 days. But we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Coverage continues streaming throughout the day on CBS Philadelphia.com. And we'll have Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker's news briefing about this snow live at 10 o'clock. But before we let you go for now, let's check in with meteorologist Tammie Souza in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere. Tammie, we are still in the thick of the snow.
We are in the thick of it. Here we go. We are all in snow. Where you see the purple, the darker shades of snow. Here's what's to come. Plenty more snow, but also you see the shades of pink and orange. That is going to be the sleet and freezing rain coming in this afternoon. So big numbers until then. 4 to 8 down the shore, and for South Jersey, 8 to 12 for Pennsylvania, including the I-95 corridor, 12 to 14 plus for the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos. I think the Poconos, you could go even higher than that. So here you go. We're going to be in the deep freeze once all this ends. 25 today, 27 tomorrow, 23 on Tuesday, and we stay below freezing for the next 10 days. Stay safe out there and stay with us here. We're going to keep you updated throughout the day. You can just go to CBSPhiladelphia.com and you can watch the live stream. Hey, while you're watching the football game this afternoon, watch us on the phone. You'll have live updates all the way through 8 o'clock tonight.
Of Philadelphia officials, Mayor Sherrell Parker there at the podium talking about the snowy conditions we see out there on the roads and the city's response to it. Let's listen in.
For a few, this remains a significant winter storm, and there are rough travel conditions expected all day long. So please remain at home if you possibly can. Since 5 a.m. this morning, for about 6 hours now, we've had a combined force of about 1,000 of our city workers and contractors, and they are using nearly 600 pieces of equipment, battling continuously to keep our roads safe and clear. And when we say equipment, we talk about everything from those triaxle dump trucks to loaders, sanitation compactors with plows that are attached to them, pickup trucks, and this was a new one for me, Philadelphia. Even ATVs have been deployed to help keep our roads clear. And beyond that, I want you to know that there are hundreds of city employees working collaboratively across departments and agencies to keep our warming shelters open, to answer 311 calls and 911 calls, and to ensure that our utilities are ready, and of course all of our essential city services are operational. So I want to thank all of our municipal workforce because their work and their service right now, today and in the coming days, is essential, and we want you to know that we appreciate you. Philadelphia, we also want you to know that the city remains under a snow emergency that began at 9 p.m. last night. As of this moment, there is no update on when we anticipate lifting those restrictions, as we still have more hours of precipitation to navigate and to clear. So I want to say thank you also to those citizens who have cooperated, and they've moved their vehicles. Many of them did that before last night at 9 p.m. when our snow emergency went into effect, and we want you to know we don't take that lightly. While our snow emergency has been in effect for just about 12 hours, I also want to acknowledge our teams that have been working in an enhanced emergency posture since last Tuesday under our enhanced Code Blue operations. Now, Philadelphia, you should know that the Code Blue addresses additional support and operations for vulnerable populations during bitterly cold temperatures that are expected to continue for much of the coming week, far beyond when today's precipitation will actually end. I do understand that we have provided at least 250 additional bed slots during this emergency, and you're going to hear more from our Deputy Managing Director, Crystal Yates-Gale, on those details shortly. But speaking of bitterly cold temperatures that will remain, they will continue to remain with us, I want to reaffirm several of the safety messages that we shared with you yesterday. First, please remain off the roads if you do not have to travel. This challenging forecast means that we must completely clear the roads of snow, listen, before applying salt, since it will not penetrate snow due to the frigid temperatures. The less cars on the road means more time for our crews to get that essential task completed. So please, let's give our workforce the cooperation that they need. Now, Director Williams and Commissioner Del Rossi, they've been keeping me updated on the hour about our plowing operations that will soon expand to lifting and melting operations so that we keep primary, secondary, and yes, Philadelphia, our small tertiary roads and streets clear. And they're going to tell you more about that, along with the equipment I just had the opportunity to see for the first time that I'm excited that we're employing here in our city. But I do want you to know, Philadelphia, that these operations require periodic road closures because of tight spaces and the volumes of snow. So staying out of their way now helps them to get the snow out of the way faster, and we thank you so very much for your patience. Last, the forecast transition from snow right now to ice and sleet later today has us all on heightened concern about slippery road conditions and increased possibility of power outages. I want to say a special thank you to our utility companies, PECO and PGW, for staying on the ready and in constant communication with the Office of Emergency Services here, led by Dom, so thank you for that. Now is the time, Philadelphia, to go around your own home to ensure that you are prepared. And once you're secure, please do what you can to check on your neighbors to make sure they are ready as well, especially our seniors and those folk who are disabled. We want to make sure we're providing as much assistance as possible. So if you have a neighbor that you know needs help with shoveling or anything related to the storm, please help them. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it's what I mean when you hear me say One Philly. This is when we get a chance to show the best that we have to offer. If you see someone who is outside or who is disabled and they need help, I want you to remember that you can call this number, 215-232-1984. Again, that's 215-232-1984 if you see someone who is outside or disabled and they need help. And if you or someone everyone you know needs immediate access to resources to get and stay warm, I want you to know that you can visit phila.gov/getwarm. That's phila.gov/GETWARM. Now, our aim is to convene the media again on Monday around this same time for another snowstorm update. So we want you to watch our communications on social media. And to Dom and Director Williams, Joe Grace, you all have been doing an amazing job with keeping our residents up to date. We want you to know that we will let you know via our normal channels, whether that's our public channels on cable or again on our website. So Philly, let's stick together. Let's take care of our family and our neighbors. Let's follow the guidelines we're providing for you, and I want you to know that we will get through this storm together. And I now want to turn things over to our Director Williams to share more about our snow operations.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, we want to start off by thanking you for your leadership through these very challenging times in reference to this event, led by and at the effects of Winter Storm Fern. I want to give you an update on our operations, where we are today, and how far we have to go. Needless to say, I have to say this, we have a long way to go. This storm just started early this morning, as forecasted by many of the meteorologists around the city of Philadelphia and around the region. They anticipated that it would start off slow and pick up very rapidly. We're right now in the heart of the accumulation that is expected to hit our region. So it started at about 3 a.m., picked up around 7 a.m. So far, you heard our Office of Emergency Management Director Don Morales said 3 inches are on the ground now. We expect another 4 to 7 inches to hit the ground in the next couple of hours, and so we have to continuously fight this storm throughout the entire day. So what have we done? First of all, we've brought in over 500 pieces of equipment that are constantly plowing the streets. They've been plowing since 5 a.m. in the morning. It may not look like roads have been plowed, but that shows you the amount of accumulation and how fast it's coming down. But it's important that we stay ahead of this storm. We cannot allow snow accumulation to get to a point where it's unplowable. And so they have to continuously work throughout the day, throughout the area. I want to reinforce what our mayor said. Please stay off the roadways. It's important because you slow our operation down, and it's a risk not only to our workers, but it's a risk to yourselves. So allow us to do our jobs and clear those streets. We will continue this operation until we see that transition, and we are watching it very closely because that is a big concern for us, that wintry, icy mix. The concern is that once that wintry, icy mix hits, things will start to freeze over, and it will make it that much difficult to plow roadways. So what are we doing at noon today? We're bringing in a lifting operation. We'll also start not only a lifting, but a plow and salt operation. Right now, we're just trying to push as much snow off the roadways so we can clear paths. But once that wintry mix kicks in, we don't want it to freeze. We have to put more salt down. That's why we're here at the Salt Dome, to show you that it is important that we manage our salt reserves efficiently. And speaking of salt, I have to say this as well. This is an important message. We've received comments and notes that the city is giving away free salt. That is not the case. We need our salt for our roadways and events because we cannot afford to give it away and be in a situation where we have icy conditions all over the city of Philadelphia. To find out the facts, contact our official social media networks at www.phila.gov. Please don't look at erroneous Facebook posts and think that is the law. We must make sure that we be diligent and be smart about the work that we're doing here in the city of Philadelphia, because this is a matter of life and death in some cases if we don't get this right. As I stated earlier, we wanted to be in advance of this storm, and that's why we're fighting it continuously. We know that in certain parts of the city, the accumulation will get to a point where we now now have to lift it out of the neighborhoods and then take it to designated locations and use different strategies. So I want to thank the Philadelphia School District, PIDC, PGW, Department of Public Property, and so many others, PGW. They've provided locations for us to do that lifting operation. In addition, as the mayor stated earlier, and as you saw right outside this building, we've invested in a piece of equipment that's going to help us expedite the removal process. We will have a snow melter that delivers 135 tons an hour melting snow throughout the city of Philadelphia, servicing North Philadelphia, South Philadelphia, and Center City, where those streets are extremely tight, and we're going to make use of that equipment throughout the week as it goes on. That equipment will continue to run this evening. We will be giving a live demonstration at a press avail, and we will be notifying you what that location is at a later date. I just want to also remind people about some of the rules. First of all, we talked about don't drive if you don't have to. If you do have to drive, follow the speed limits. As I was coming in today, Mayor, unfortunately I saw a car who thought they could navigate these streets and they spent out and hit a median and they caused traffic jams. I hope that citizen is okay, but ultimately it just shows you how dangerous these roads is to drive. I was surprised to see that much traffic out, and I want to reiterate the importance of staying off the roadways. Secondly, Commissioner Bethel is going to talk about the snow route emergency and why that's important. I also want to talk about making sure you park legally in neighborhoods. We can't get our equipment in if you're parked illegally on corners. We must stress that. We got to get to those small streets. We have what they call pippins and skid steers. That's the smallest piece of equipment that will help us move this snow fast. It would help us if you cooperate and not have your cars parked at those locations. So I want to reiterate that. We will be working with our partners at the Parking Authority to tow vehicles out of that area. We will let you know how to get your vehicle back, but in the meantime, we have to move those vehicles out of that location. Once we clear those streets, we'll continuously work throughout the day and throughout the evening salting those areas. The next thing I want to be able to tell you is that when this snow concludes, please remember to shovel your sidewalk at a 36-inch path. I said it the other day. I'm still from the old school. I shovel by hand, but some people got snow blowers. Do not blow snow into the street. It creates snowpacks, and with these temperatures, it's going to freeze immediately. What that does is, for equipment that you see around here, it slows the operation down. We have to expedite getting ahead of as much snow off this street as possible before these temperatures plummet and it begins to freeze. So those are the things and the tips that I want to remind people of. Regarding other services, trash collection is suspended on Monday. We will notify you if it resumes, but right now we are a day behind on trash collection, and depending how far we get this evening and tomorrow, we will let you know if trash and recycling collection resumes. There will be no twice-a-week trash collection this week in those areas that receive it. It has been suspended. I just want to end by saying this. We exercise patience. I need our residents to exercise patience because this is a long, drawn-out storm. We cannot have residents flood 311 calls because we won't be able to get to them right away. We are going to continuously service our routes, and we will take your complaint, but we won't be servicing it until after the event closes. You can still use the 311 app and take a picture of locations so we have that information and we can give it to our crews now so that they can service it on the existing routes. But please be patient when you're making these calls and so that we can service the areas accordingly. That is all, and I would like to introduce Don Morales, who is the director of our Office of Emergency Management, who will give you an update on OEM operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Williams. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. The city's Emergency Operations Center moved to a full activation at 11 p.m. last night with two dozen agencies seated together in person to implement the citywide snow emergency plan and respond to the conditions on the ground. I want to thank the numerous emergency management liaisons, and partners who are sharing information and problem solving around the clock and will continue to do so as we are in the response phase of this storm and eventually transition to recovery. As you've heard, overnight snow began falling in the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock hour, and that snow quickly began sticking, and the pace is only increasing. 3.5 inches at the EOC just after 9 a.m. At 7 a.m., we were only at 1.5 inches. We picked up 2 inches in 2 hours. Right now, until this early afternoon, you will see our heaviest snowfall rates. Philly, stay home if you can. If you must travel, you can check PA 511 for PennDOT's conditions, although I saw the same spinouts coming up 95, and I got a shout out. Our PennDOT partners are out there. They are in the Emergency Operations Center with us. They're doing their plow trains up and down 95, but still, whether you have four-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, the conditions are not favorable to be on the road right now. As you heard this afternoon, the precipitation is anticipated to change to sleet and freezing rain. When that happens, even front steps and sidewalks that had been shoveled earlier in the day and cleared out could have a very thin layer of invisible ice. That first step could lead to a very easy fall. Please be careful this afternoon and into tomorrow. Now, you may remember on Friday, we deputized Philadelphia emergency response neighbors to connect to information, to check on one another, and to report emergencies. I am very pleased to report that more than 3,200 Philadelphians became ready by signing up for alerts, texting the word READY-PHILA to 888-777. Again, they text the word READYPHILA to 888-777. And there is still time for you to step up and connect to information. If the conditions change, if services change, and we expect they will, as we continue to respond and then recover to this storm, that will be the official way that we communicate. When the snow emergency is lifted, the city's blog on phila.gov and the city's website will continue to be the way that we communicate that official information. Lastly, while I hope and I know that many of us are already at home and being comfortable, I want you to remain weather aware after the wintry mix stops. This storm is not just about the snowfall and the wintry mix. It is about the extreme cold that brought us up to this point and the extreme cold that continues right now, at least until the end of this week and potentially further. As we know, this extreme cold can stress much of our infrastructure. So if you are home today, please find 20 minutes to visit www.phila.gov/ready. And I want you to check out tips for 3 scenarios. What do you do if a tree limb falls? Plenty of information online. Call 911 if it is in a power line or blocking a road. If it's not and it's more routine, call 311. 311 is open right now and taking those calls. Scenario number 2, what to do if you have a water emergency or you see a water emergency in the street. Today, you can make sure that you keep your water at home well stocked. Fill a pitcher, fill the ice cube tray. Make sure that you have your emergency reserve. We recommend enough water, a gallon per person per day. But do what you can with what you have. And if you see a water emergency, the water department's line, 215-685-6300, is answering emergency calls and dispatching emergency crews. We've already responded and resolved to 1 water main issue today and 1 downed tree limb today. So please keep making those reports. And the third scenario, what to do if the power goes out. Right now, keep your devices charged. And if you have to find an alternate way to keep warm, make sure you are doing so safely by using generators outdoors and not in enclosed spaces and keeping supplemental heating sources away from flammable items. And I think our fire commissioner will have a little bit more to say about that. And lastly, you can report power emergencies by calling PECO at 1-800-841-4141. Philly, we have a few more days ahead of us. And as those days change and evolve, we will keep you updated. even after the snow. So please, let's keep ready and let's continue to take care of one another. Thank you. Commissioner Bell.
So good morning, everyone. First, again, I want to thank the mayor for her leadership, but I also want to echo the words she said about our municipal workers, how much we appreciate all the work that you are doing. I specifically want to talk to the men and women of the Philadelphia Police Department. You know, it's an honor to lead this organization, and I'm also honored to see the men and women come in this morning, ready to be on station, ready to do the work. I specifically want to thank the radio dispatchers. Oftentimes they get ignored, but these men and women arrived to work today, and I'm just so grateful for them being here and being able to service. I listened to the radio this morning coming in, and I can hear the men and women doing exactly what they are charged to do. And so again, you know, I appreciate them and appreciate the work they're doing. You heard a lot of comments about the emergency routes. We have consistently asked individuals to stay off and remove their cars from these emergency routes which are posted. It is important. We have ticketed over 100, towed over 100 cars. I believe my colleagues at the Park Authority over 150 cars, requiring us to do a lot of towing and a lot of ticketing. That is not our goal when we announced early in the process that we asked you to get off of those routes. It does not help us. It does not help us, you know, to do the work that Carlton indicated if you continue to park on those routes. So we encourage those individuals who are listening to our ears today to move your cars off of those routes. It's important for us to go. We are fully operational. Our 911 center is up, and we're seeing a lower volume of calls both overnight and this morning. Again, I want to thank the public. I asked you to not call 911 unless it was an emergency. When we see those calls come down, that means you're listening, and I want to extend my appreciation for you to answering that call, because as is indicated here, it's a team effort, and when you do that, that is important. I'll end with, as the mayor talked about coming in, people are already saving spots. We again encourage you not to do that. We have, as you know, have occurrences where we've had some significant incidents as a result of that. If anyone has a conflict or see a conflict, we ask that you call 911. We'll come out and reserve that. But that isn't an order. It is a ticket for you to be saving a space, and so we actually encourage you not to do that. We encourage you, as we've indicated from the beginning, it's a team effort. Everybody work together, clear out the spots together, so it makes that unnecessary. But again, we're going to continue to answer the call, continue to support our colleagues in the fire department, and so I'll now transition over to Commissioner Jeffrey Thompson for his remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bethel. Good morning. Let me start by saying I want to say thank you to Mayor Parker for her unwavering support for public safety. And I also want to thank the entire team that stands behind me to ensure that we get through this thing together. First thing I want to say is that although the fire department remains busy, we are continuing to respond to every single 911 call there is. We have increased our staffing to ensure that we are operationally effective. We've also increased the number of medic units that we have on the street to ensure that we can meet the demand. I want to talk a little bit about fire safety, as most of us are staying home. We'll be indoors a lot. First thing, I always talk about smoke alarms. They do work. So if you have not done so as of yet, please check your smoke alarm to ensure that it works. And share this message with your family and your friends. Smoke alarms absolutely work, and they do save lives. The next thing I want to talk about, space heaters. If you are using a space heater, remember, space heaters require space. Make sure there are no combustibles close by. Make sure they are plugged directly into outlets, because if they draw a lot of current, if they're plugged into extension cords, that can be an issue. The next thing I want to talk about is, it was mentioned earlier, generators. In the event of power outage, make sure if you're using a generator, you use it outside, because gas generators can produce carbon monoxide that can make you ill and worse. And also, make sure you're not grilling inside, because that also produces carbon monoxide. If we are forced to go through a power outage and you need light, make sure you use flashlights and not candles. Candles can most certainly be a danger. Okay, so I want you, as we all go through this together, to remember to think about fire safety, and we can all be safe together. Next up, I want to bring up Deputy Managing Director Crystal Yates-Gale.
Good morning, everybody. I want to give an update about what we're doing for our vulnerable population, particularly our unhoused neighbors. We have opened what we are calling warming centers. during our enhanced code blue, and we will be in the enhanced code blue posture throughout this week. What that means is the temperatures have reached 32 degrees or lower. The wind chill is 20 degrees Fahrenheit or lower. We will be there the entire week. We have opened 24-hour warming centers, meaning we're asking people to stay off the roads for safety. We have to do the same. So instead of our normal operation where we use libraries during the day for our warming centers and rec centers during the night for our warming centers, we have added capacity by adding 24-hour warming centers where people will be able to stay from 9 p.m. last night through 9 a.m. on Tuesday. At those warming centers, we provide water, snacks, blankets, warming kits, and a cot. We staff those centers with healthcare professionals, behavioral healthcare professionals, and housing case managers in case somebody wants a shelter. If you need help or observe someone in this extreme weather, please call our outreach number. I'm going to repeat it, 215-232-1984. We have capacity in our shelter system. We have capacity in our treatment system. We have capacity in our warming centers. The mayor said 250 slots. Ma'am, we have 285 slots as of this morning. We will increase as the demand increases. You can access the warming center by calling the hotline or visiting www.phila.gov/getwarm. Again, we encourage people to accept a shelter bed. We have capacity. If you are struggling with substance use disorder, we have staff at all of our warming centers to help to connect you to treatment. There's a link on the warming sites that includes all locations and hours of operations. Those maps are updated daily. They are updated when we add capacity. They are updated when we change hours. Please remember to reach out. Check on your neighbors who are vulnerable, especially seniors and people with disabilities. Stay in unless absolutely necessary, and stay safe. Thank you. I'm going to call up Scott Sauer from SEPTA.
Thank you. With conditions, with conditions across the system worsening, SEPTA will have proactive suspensions of service this afternoon to ensure safety of our customers and employees. So at 2:00 p.m. this afternoon, all regional rail, bus, and access paratransit and shared ride services will be suspended for the remainder of the day. This means that if you are taking a bus or regional rail train, you will need to be on a vehicle that reaches your final destination no later than 2 p.m. We urge you to get ahead of that if at all possible. We are closely monitoring conditions on our trolley network as well as our suburban rail services. Service will continue to operate on the Market Frankford and the Broad Street lines, as those are your best bets to continue traveling through the city for the remainder of the day. This service suspension will remain in effect through the day Sunday and overnight. We will not resume service until it is safe to do so. Please get the latest updates on our website at SEPTA.org, on our SEPTA app, or our social media channels. Our customer service number, 215-580-7800, is available until 6 p.m. By taking this proactive approach and suspending services before conditions become unsafe, we'll greatly reduce the chances that our buses and trains become stranded or disabled, and this also keeps the customers from being delayed further. We'll also be able to keep the roadways clear for the city's plows and for emergency services. With our vehicles back at our shops and yards and out of harm's way, our maintenance crews will be able to get them ready for service when that service resumes. While these efforts put us in the best position possible, I want to stress that we're going to need time. Just like the city, we will promise to get to every station, get to every parking lot, get to every stairwell that we can, but it will take us time to do so. Dozens of SEPTA crews and third-party contractors have been deployed to these locations and will continue to do so as conditions permit. We have 6,000 tons of salt on hand to spread, a full complement of our own equipment, our largest blowers and snow throwers and plows that we'll use to clear surfaces and tracks to get it ready for when service can resume. We're committed to clearing all of these areas and restoring all services. But again, I want to stress, this will take time. We will not bring back service until it is safe to do so. And I expect that we will have significant challenges through the week with the dipping temperatures that will keep this snow and ice around for a while. So if you do have to travel tomorrow, please expect that at a minimum, there are going to be significant delays and trip cancellations, but we will make decisions throughout the day today on what service will look like tomorrow. So please stay tuned to our app and social channels to get that up-to-date information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Scott. Let me just say in closing to my team, we are ready, and we are ready because you, the managers and leaders here in the city of Philadelphia, are ready, along with the amazing workforce who they're out there on the ready and on the street doing the work right now, and we want you to know that we are grateful. We are here, Philadelphia, at the 6th Highway Yard and Training Facility. The district, I'm going to ask him to just step over here. Councilmember Driscoll, I want to say a special thank you to you for being supportive of all of the activity. I mean, the equipment coming in and out and trying to make sure that our workforce here has everything that we need. One, the intergovernmental cooperation that is required to ensure that we are successful. It is, in effect, I just finished communicating with our governor, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and just affirming that, listen, PennDOT and our Office of Emergency Management, the police department, the Pennsylvania State Police, it's our standard operational procedure to ensure that we are working together. And Councilmember Driscoll, I'm proud to be able to report that our intergov collaboration is working. We'll now take any questions that you may have. Yes, sir.
Is it being spread around right now later as we see that sleet?
Yeah, great question. So I want to clarify our operation and what we're doing right now. It's a plow-only operation because we don't want to put salt down, plow it to the side, and it doesn't take effect. We need to keep trying to control the accumulation amounts, and that's why our teams are out there constantly. We have extra resources and higher elevations in areas that are around the city to try to keep pushing it down. So while you may not see clear roadways right now because of the accumulations, it's still beneficial for us to run plows because when we're ready to now lay salt, we will be near bare surface. That's when it's going to take effect. Now, the temperatures, according to our latest forecast, and Dom can affirm it as well, will sneak up to around 20s and 30s, some part this afternoon and some part tomorrow. That's when salt takes effect. But when it freezes, and if we allow it to freeze on top of the existing snow, then it's not effective at all. So we have to be very strategic in making sure when we lay salt that it hits the bare minimum of the locations, and it takes effect when we do get those warmer temperatures. That is critical. That's why we threw everything that we possibly could at this storm. I want to thank Fleet Management. I see them over there as well for having those vehicles ready. John DeLeo and Joe Rosati, thank you. Wanted to make sure that we get that information out there because that's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing nothing but a plowing operation. There is a fine line when it starts to transition over into a sleet ice. That's when we're going to hit it hard with salt because we don't want that to bond to the surface. Our hard-working men and women in the streets department was out all week long brining. That little milky substance that you see on the roadways that was white, that is actually a salt solution that will try to break the adherence of salt, of ice to our surface roadway. So we're pushing that all out and we're letting the brining take effect. But in the end, we have to make good use of our salt and not let it get pushed to the side and let it do what it's supposed to do.
And a follow-up, this snow melter that's out here, is this the only one that will be in the city this week, or will we see more of those?
Well, we're going to strategically move that around the city as well as needed. So we're starting in North Philadelphia. We're looking at other locations that we can take it on. And again, it's how we progress throughout the week. So we constantly evaluate, where we are. Do we need it? Are we using the locations? The PIDC gave us the airstrip at the Naval Yard. I mean, we're using and the mayor says this every tool in the toolbox to fight this storm. So locations, snow melters, and certainly, the hard men and women that's out there working in both sanitation and streets, highways. That's what we're using to fight this storm.
Listen, to use caution and follow the instructions from the subject matter experts who were here on today. Scott, I want to thank you and SEPTA for affirming that our Broad Street line and the L, it is, the preferred travel source now here in our city. SEPTA will continue to keep us up to date. Essential workers, we know some people have to get to work, so we, want to use caution here and do it to the best of your ability. To members of the business community, I want you to know that's why it's extremely important for us to have an efficient process in plowing and in the removal, because we want our business owners to be back at work. So we're doing the best we can. In Philadelphia, I know we're going to get a lot of calls and a lot of comments about what time and how long as it relates to plowing. And we need to give our municipal workforce some grace. So if someone asks you how long will it take, you tell them it will take as long as it takes. But our municipal workforce, they're on the ground and they're giving us the best that they've got right now, and they're doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. We're going to come back and update you on tomorrow, but I want you to take advantage of what our Office of Emergency Management Leader Dominic said to you here on today. Sign up for our text messages so that you can get this information directly from the city about this storm. Go visit our formal and official social media pages that you heard Director Williams reference, because we want to make sure that you're getting the best and most accurate information available. Council President Kenyatta Johnson and I were talking about that earlier this week, that it's essential that we drive Philadelphians to our official information sites on social media so that you're getting the facts. Thank you so much, and we're continuing to work. We'll show One Philly in action. Thank you.
You've been watching Philadelphia city officials, including right there Mayor Cheryl Parker, provide an update about the snowstorm happening right now as we speak in the city of Philadelphia and the city's response to it. They mentioned that the snow emergency is still in effect in the city, meaning those cars need to be removed from snow emergency routes so snow plows can work. A code blue remains in effect as well, meaning warming centers are open for people in need. They have an outreach team working around the clock 24 hours a day to help keep people safe and warm if they need help. They're also asking people to stay off the road so the plows can work. City and contractors combined, the city has 600 pieces of equipment to remove snow and clear the streets, including plows to ATVs and a snow melter. In the meantime, SEPTA also providing an update for us. They say regular service will be suspended starting after 2 p.m. today, and that riders should expect delays and cancellations into tomorrow as well. They will keep us up to date as the day progresses. So they are warning folks, this storm is not over. Please be patient. It will take time. A quote from Carlton Williams, the director of the Office of Clean and Green, quote, "We have a long way to go." So those watching us on broadcast, we will return you to your regularly scheduled programming, but of course we will keep you up to date all day long right here on CBSPhiladelphia.com. Now on CBS News Philadelphia, snow is coming down hard and fast all across our region. This is Philadelphia's Spring Garden neighborhood. Plows clearing the streets there. We shot this video at 15th and Spring Garden streets. We also saw a few people bundled up and trying to trek through that snow. The wind also really kicking up now and blowing all of that snow around, making conditions treacherous. Pretty much no matter where you live in our region, you are seeing snow or freezing rain. And the questions on everyone's mind today: how much will we get, and how much will this impact our lives in the coming days? Good morning, everyone. I'm Jan Carabeo. It's been snowing for about 7 hours now. If you don't need to travel, you are advised to stay home. Road crews are out in force, but road conditions are not good, to say the least. Let's get right to our meteorologists. They have been covering this from the very beginning. Gilmore and Tammie Souza in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere, and we are approaching that 12 o'clock hour where we could start to see some of that freezing rain and sleet mixing in. So what are we seeing, guys?
Yeah, we're already starting to see some of that in our southern zones already.
Yeah, Jan, you're absolutely. Jan's been paying attention to the forecast, which is great, because we were saying right around 11 or 12 o'clock we were going to start to see the sleet start to move in from the south, and that's exactly what we're starting to see. So it's going to go from that snow to then the ice.
But we've had some amazing totals, 5 to 7 inches for a lot of the area, and it's still coming down, and we're still going to get reports coming in. So let's go ahead and get to it. Let's show everybody what's going on around the area. We got some really pretty shots. Look at this. This is your favorite.
It is. Nothing like a good 34-degree ocean mixed with some snow.
The ocean in Margate, and there's that snow on the sand. That's from the fishing pier there. This is the Poconos. Poconos having a lot of fun making, well, not making any snow, just letting Mother Nature do it for them. You'll have the highest totals, I think, up there in the Poconos. You never change to sleet. And this is Rittenhouse Square. People out having fun already, pushing sleds around, making snowmen. And, of course, Bethlehem. Beautiful. Nobody is out. Thank you, Bethlehem, for actually following what everybody says. We're seeing that pink now pop up toward Dover, and that is some of that sleet mixing in. And where you see this white area right here over into Salem, Cumberland counties, Gloucester, and Camden counties, that is where we're starting to see that sleet make its way into the area. And the orange that you see is freezing rain, and that is beginning to arc up in the direction of southern Delaware. We don't want to see that, but the temperatures are rising, so the profile is getting just about right for that. Now, Grant, you're going to talk about where we go from here, because that's what's headed our way next.
It's kind of like you can't turn back at this point, right? You know, so we're starting to see that sleet, and if you're starting to see the sleet, you're likely not going to see much more in the way of that light, fluffy snow that we saw for the first half of the day. Have a look at the forecast model here, and you'll see the forecast model is actually really doing a great job of picking up on this transition to sleet right now. So I'm going to take this at face value without having to adjust it here. Look at this, 17 degrees in Philly, but here comes the sleet. Meanwhile, down the shore, temperatures getting close to being at or above freezing. So any snow that's on the ground, it's actually going to begin to melt in some of our shore points. But look as the sleet moves north, still well below freezing through that I-95 corridor. So now you're bringing ice, literally ice pellets, hitting the roadways, and if they were cleared, they're going to have to get the salt trucks to try to melt some of that ice, which is going to be tough, because now we've got the ice layer that's developing really quickly with some pretty moderate precipitation rates. So we'll have to see how the roadways fare as we head through the next several hours. This takes us up to around 5 or 6 o'clock. Above freezing temperatures across much of our shore points there, even getting close to the 95 corridor there through the Jersey Turnpike. Temperatures right around that freezing mark. So we'll really have to monitor those conditions closely as we go through around 6 or 7. As the system starts to clear out, the colder air will begin to return, and that's when everything locks into place. The snow, the sleet, and maybe even some of that freezing rain. I'll talk more about the freezing rain component here in just a second, because still through around 2 or 3 o'clock, watching that threat closely, because with freezing rain comes the potential for power outages. More on that in a few, but guys, we're kind of at that midway point where we're starting to see the transition from snow now to that mixed precipitation. Jan, back into you.
All right, Grant, thanks so much. Let's take a live look now at Center City, Philadelphia, where the snow, as you can see, is really coming down at this hour. That snow appearing to get stronger by the minute. Just about an hour ago as well, the city of Philadelphia held a press conference on its response to this snowstorm. And the #1 consensus was stay off the roads, please. The city says it is working hard to keep the streets just as clear as humanly possible. They say the easiest way for them to do that is for everyone else to stay home.
These operations require periodic road closures because of tight spaces and the volumes of snow. So staying out of their way now helps them to get the snow out of the way faster.
And we have a full team of reporters stretched out all across our region. We're sticking right here in Philadelphia for now. Ryan Hughes is live in Washington Square, where not too long ago, Ryan, you found someone skiing. What else do you have for us now?
Jan, I said it before the last time I saw you guys, and I'll say it again. I'm just so impressed by how many people are out and about walking around. We have a couple right here walking the dog on these freshly shoveled sidewalks. So many people have telling us that, you know, they live nearby here. It's a very walkable neighborhood. They just wanted to get some fresh air, knowing that it's going to be a long day. They wanted to go get a cup of coffee. Some people are coming over, getting some brunch at Tallulah's Garden. It's kind of a popular spot, so let's show you the lay of the land. Let's start with the road right here. We heard from the city before. They have more than 600 pieces of equipment spread out around the city, and we've seen a lot of those plows passing through. The roads are looking pretty good for as much snow as we've seen so far. And then let's pan on over into the square there. Look at the amount of people that are out here walking the dog, just going for a casual walk. Jan, I even saw one woman doing laps around the park exercising. She says even on a snow day, she wanted to get her exercise in. God bless her. I would be definitely inside right now. I also want to chat with Miles. If you kind of swing around, Kyle, for me. Miles has been at this shoveling for several hours now. First of all, you told me you're a fan of this weather, right? What do you think?
Well, I've been doing this kind of work for the last 40 years, Philadelphia, and it's part of my job.
We were talking, you and I, just a couple of minutes ago. We're starting to feel those a little bit of ice pellets. Does that make it harder for you?
Not keep it up with it, you know what I mean? Come out every inch or two.
Yeah.
If I didn't, just don't wait till, you know, like there's 4 or 5 inches, then that'd be too heavy to move.
Yeah, it's been like a well-oiled machine here. Thank you, Miles, for talking with us. Several people have been out here shoveling these sidewalks. They're going to be out here for some time. We talked to a couple of these local businesses. They tell us they are open for business, obviously, right now, but they're going to be closing, knowing that it's going to be a little bit more dangerous for their employees as this afternoon goes on. But for now, guys, we are live in Washington Square. We'll send it over to you, Jan.
Ryan, I was noting Miles's shovel as you were taking a look around. I said, that's the one I need. He is upright shoveling. I'm going to be crouched over when I know the one.
Same. The one I have hurts my back.
Yeah, I know. That's my future today. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that look. To Delaware County now, and video from Havertown. This is Darby Road looking toward Westchester Pike. You can see here the road is totally snow covered. This video was shot just after 9:30 before snow plows were able to get to it. Let's go across the river now to New Jersey. Our Liz Crawford, she is live in Haddonfield with a look at conditions there. What do you got going on there, Liz? Good morning.
Good morning, Jan. I'll tell you what, Haddonfield is just starting to come alive. We've been out here for about an hour and a half. It was totally quiet, not a single car, not a single person. Now we've got people screaming, it's the news, it's the news. So people are definitely starting to get that kind of snow day cheer for sure. And I will tell you, things are starting to change a little bit here in Camden County. Like I said, about an hour ago I was out here. It was that fluffy snow, that quiet snow. Now you can actually hear this precipitation. So it has that little bit of that ice to it, potentially that sleet. Ask our meteorologist to tell you exactly what it is, but you can feel it and hear it. So we know we're starting to see that change. So keep that in mind if you're hoping to get the kids out, because you probably want to do it sooner than later. We have a lot of important information to get to you. For that, look at this trooper who's here today, the Camden County Commissioner. This is Colleen Bianco-Bezic, actually the former mayor of Haddonfield, so you know what we're talking about here. First of all, thank you for joining us.
Of course, Liz. Happy to be here. Happy to be messaging to people, see people out and about having a good time, but we also want them to stay safe. So I can't stress enough that if they don't have to be out driving about, please don't. Please stay in your house, play with the kids on the front lawn, maybe go sledding, take a walk around. But we have over 1,200 miles of lane roads here in Camden County. We're trying to keep people safe. We've had crews out since 1 a.m. We have every piece of equipment. That's over 100 pieces of equipment. All of our crews, all of our personnel out doing what they can. And they're going to continue to do that throughout the evening.
You know, looking at the roads, I've seen a couple plows just come right here down Kings Highway. I think I saw it once, maybe twice. They're still not getting to asphalt here. This is a lot of snow coming down, and I know you've had crews out since 1 a.m. What is the plan for them moving forward? Just to work through the storm?
Yeah, we'll continue to work through the storm, and what we're seeing is, you said, that change in precipitation makes things more challenging because we don't want to get a layer of ice on top of the snow as it's compacted. So they're going to continue to make efforts to get this fluffy white stuff out of the way, and then hopefully do the conditioning of the roads so that the sleet doesn't have a place to stay.
Thank you so much for that information. We'll stay in touch throughout the day, and then we'll get that messaging to our viewers. Thank you so much. Again, you heard Camden County here in New Jersey, over 100 pieces of equipment. They've had crews out since snowfall. They will continue to do it, but the message remains the same. We're going to sound like broken records. Stay off the roads if you can, because you're either going to get stuck, you could potentially slip. There's a lot of reasons why you want to keep vehicles off the road, but I will say, if you want to go and play in it, do that sooner than later. In Haddonfield, Liz Crawford, CBS News, Philadelphia.
Thank you so much. A beautiful snowy scene in Lafayette Hill in Montgomery County. Neighbors are putting the work in early. They are shoveling out their neighborhoods, and there they are, shoveling out that cul-de-sac there. Wow, they're really getting at it. A job well done there. Our Nikki Dementri, she continues our live team coverage now in Doylestown, and Nikki actually arrived there on location yesterday. So Nikki, you've seen the changing conditions and the snow really pick up. How you doing now?
Hey there, Jan. A quick shout out. That video came from my sister-in-law in Lafayette Hill. She said the snow is coming down just as much there as it is here in Doylestown. We're just on the edge of Doylestown Borough. And you heard just Liz talk about the fact that they're starting to see that changeover. Not the case here. It's actually hard to keep my eyes open right now just because the way the wind's blowing. Take a look at how deep this snow is. This is a grassy knoll. We're right in front of this Wawa. The snow is up to about mid of my shins right now. It's coming down. I showed you this about a half hour ago. Things have not changed. This is not that packing type of snow. I can't throw any snowballs at photojournalist Nate Silvas. To drive around in this snow, though, you really have to take precautions. Take a look at some video from earlier in the borough on South Main Street as well. You could see people were out clearing as early. We started hearing snowblowers around 6, 7 a.m. just on the sidewalks near all the businesses and restaurants, as well as just trucks and plows being out on the street. I talked with the borough and officials there. They tell me that trucks have been out since 2 a.m. And the concern really is for that wintry mix that could come, it might not come. It just is dependent on how far up into, Upper Bucks, Lehigh Valley that gets. But as of right now, we're just looking at that snow. Take a look and take a listen, I should say, to some folks that were out, whether they were shoveling or snow blowing, about what they had to say about this snow.
As long as you're smart about it, it really doesn't affect it too much. I mean, there was an accident on 611. They had the road shut down for 15, 20 minutes. I had to wait for them, clear that. But, as long as you're smart about it.
Ian was making his way in from New Jersey down again to the borough of Doylestown to just help clear off some of those sidewalks. He's going to be back time and time again because take a look. This sidewalk that I'm standing on, this was cleared a little bit ago and it's already snow covered again. Taking a look out onto South Main Street, 202 is right over my shoulder. It's a ghost town out here, Jan. Not a lot of people out, and that's what officials say is a good thing because people are heeding the warnings and staying inside.
And Nikki, I love how your entire family is part of the CBS News Philadelphia team. Shout out to them.
Hi, guys.
Hey, guys. Thanks, Nikki. Appreciate that look. We are still in the thick of this snowstorm, and our live Next Weather Alert team coverage continues. As we go to break, though, let's take a look at this time-lapse video of the storm moving into Rittenhouse Square. Welcome back. Check this out. Plow crews are hard at work right now along the New Jersey Turnpike, keeping the roads passable. Governor Mikey Sherrill declared a state of emergency in New Jersey, activating emergency weather protocols and warning people to stay off the roads. The concern right now is that roads could also become icy as the storm sweeps through with sub-freezing temperatures. And we're going to continue our live team coverage of this snowstorm in New Jersey, in Cherry Hill, with our Brandon Goldner. He has been with us all morning long. You've seen cars get stuck. You've been bearing with us through these brutal temperatures. How you doing now, Brandon?
Well, Jan, the reason I'm grimacing right now is because we have gotten that transition to sleet, and it's just stinging. It's like a little ice pellets just stinging my face as it's coming down. Now, let me see if we can actually zoom in on my glove. You can see some of those little pellets, those little pieces of sleet just falling right here. You can see how icy they are, how shiny they are. It definitely stings out here, and I think we have an individual. I don't know if he ended up walking over. We had an individual who was, he went to the other side, but we had someone who was walking along the street because the sidewalks are so covered in snow. We're on Route 38, a large highway. This is not a good thing to do, even though it's thick snow right here. It's incredibly important not to walk along the roadways here, especially when you have cars coming through here. Some of them that we saw that were spinning around out of control, especially with these fast speeds. Now, let me show you a little bit, and one of the issues that could become with the safety issue becomes to all this snow that's covering the sidewalks and why people are trying to walk along here just because it's a little bit easier for them. Let me show you the sidewalk right here. We're going to put the ruler down just so you can see just how thick it is, and this is like close to 9 inches. Again, this is not an official tally when it comes to the snow. This is because of all the snow that's piled up because of the plows coming through Route 38, and that is just causing a lot of issues right here, especially for people walking through here. So this is definitely something. Let's, if we can real quick, take a listen to one person we spoke to who was driving around here heading to work, how tough the conditions are.
I just got up from my house. I'm going to work, so it's been going easy, slow. Better be safe than sorry, right?
And again, you know, as drivers coming out here, seeing cars out here, people walking through here, you gotta be careful. You really gotta be careful. So to wrap it up here, we are live in Cherry Hill for photojournalist Scott Heslip, Brandon Goldner, CBS News Philadelphia. We will send it over to you, Jan.
I'll take it for you, Brandon. Yeah, let's talk about what's going on right now. Grant, Gilmore, and myself are going to walk you through everything that's happened and bring you the latest in snow totals. Right now, we are watching snow changing over to sleet across South Jersey and into Delaware. We have rain that's to the far south, and that pink that you see, that's the sleet that's starting to make its way into the area. So we're starting to see that big transition right now, and that's what we're keeping the closest eye on across the area. Okay, let's start off with temperatures, and you can really see what's going on. We go into Reading, we go into Bethlehem. You've got these cold temperatures, 8 right now in Bethlehem. It is 15 in Philadelphia, and it is 30 right now in Atlantic City. You're going to go above freezing. You're likely going to see some rain and even some freezing rain there. Here's what's happening. You can actually see those shades of pink and also orange making their way toward Delaware, and that's not good. The orange is very bad because that orange that you see already spreading across the area, that is freezing rain. The pink is sleet, and this nose of sleet is what is extending now over into Camden and Gloucester counties, southern Delaware in freezing rain and sleet, and that is also moving across Cape May at this point. Here are some of those outstanding and amazing snowfall totals. 6.8 inches in East Nottingham. This is in Pennsylvania, on the Pennsylvania side, our counties. You've got Berwyn coming in at 6.5, 6 in Narberth. You have 7 in South Pottstown. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on in Jersey. 5 in Cape May, Medford at 5 for Mount Ephraim. You've got Burlington at 5, 4.5 at Fort Dix, and you got about 4 inches in Morristown, East Morristown. Those numbers are going to go up because we're getting new totals in all the time. Here we are, if we go up into the Poconos and the Lehigh Valley and Berks, we got 7 inches in Boyerstown, 6.3 in Union Township, and we are looking again at all of these numbers in Delaware. Look at this, 6.5 in Hockessin. All right, Grant, now you're going to walk us through exactly what's going on and what's coming up.
was just looking at some of the latest observations, trying to find the areas that might be starting to see some of that freezing rain with what the radar is suggesting is starting to arrive in Delaware. Haven't found any actual reports first, and that's why your reports from home to us are critically important here. Let me show you the forecast as we take you through the rest of the day. Now, look, temperatures are actually going to warm this afternoon. I mean, this is all relative, right? But still, upper 20s compared to the teens that we're in right now. Feels like temperatures stay in the single digits. But the important part to note here, wintry mix across South Jersey and the I-95 corridor. We could see that transition over to a freezing rain as we head through the second half of the day. And that freezing rain is where we may begin to see some power outages just because of the weight of that ice that accumulates on top of the snow that's already fallen and accumulated on our tree branches and power lines. Look at that swath of freezing rain potentially coming right up that 95 corridor from Wilmington into the Philadelphia area. A quarter inch of ice accumulating. That is a concern. Once you get in excess of that quarter inch of ice, that's when travel becomes even more difficult. But I think more of a concern for us with these very cold temperatures are going to be the branches and the power outages coming down. So we'll have to watch that closely. Obviously, you get over a half inch and it's just it's trouble everywhere. So that's the concern. And I will note also the long duration of how cold it's going to be. High temperatures over the next 10 days. Don't climb back above freezing until maybe Monday. We see a little bit of a warming trend through the middle of next week. But not only that, though, we're looking at our feels like temperatures at or below zero for several days down the road. We've got your 7-day forecast coming up. We're looking ahead to maybe some warmer days in the long-term forecast. In the meantime, you're watching CBS News Philadelphia. We're coming right back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you for joining us for extended weather coverage on this snow day on CBS News Philadelphia. Right now, Route 42, hardly anybody out there, and that's the way it should be. North and southbound, you can see that the northbound lanes with those headlights, a little bit better plowed right now, coming out of South Jersey, heading into Philadelphia. Southbound drivers have a little tougher way to go. Everything's completely covered right now around I-295. That is the case as well along Route 42 near Black Horse Pike, a little further south in Washington Township. Hardly anybody out there, and that's the way it should be. If you do not have to be out here, do not go. Same thing for the Ben Franklin Bridge, which is incident free from the toll plaza in New Jersey going over into Philadelphia, but it's an elevated surface. These are these areas that we are definitely concerned with because they are much more susceptible to freezing and even slipperier conditions, if you will, than just with the snow down there on the ground. So everybody make sure you take it slow. And also things are completely covered along 76 at the Walt Whitman Bridge. Let's head over to the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere to get a look at the latest totals.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
Well, meteorologist Grant Gilmore and I have told you that you're going to be in the deep freeze after this. Many areas already picking up 5 to 7 inches of snow, and now we're seeing some sleet mix in. But look at this. We do have the next weather alert today for the snow and the ice. We also have wind and cold and ice tomorrow, but we do not get above the freezing mark for 7 to 10 days. So it's all going to turn to ice. Come on in here, Grant. Let's say goodbye to everybody. We'll toss it right on back to Jan.
It's still snowing, too.
It is still snowing.
Yeah.
Keep going. Jan?
So much. Really appreciate your work, Tammie and Grant, to both of you. The storm isn't done yet, and neither are we. Flip over to Philly 57 as we continue to bring you live team coverage all day long. And once the game starts on CBS, break out the tablet, the phone, laptop, whatever, and get real-time coverage on our streaming channel. I'm Jan Carabeo. Have a great day and be safe.
You know, Mount Laurel officials say this is a storm they've been preparing residents for days now. And our Eva Anderson is there with the latest conditions and what people should expect for the rest of this storm. Eva, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Now, right now, this wintry mix is still falling, a little bit of sleet. You can look at it one of two ways. Either it burns when you hit it hits your face, or it invigorates you. So I'm going to go with the latter because I want to stay positive out here. Take a look at just how deep it is. Looks like we got a good 6 inches down here. And again, one thing we've been mentioning is it's really that powdery snow, not packable snow. So Casey Kuhn, who we have behind the camera, you're lucky, or else a snowball would be coming your way. On the roads here, it's actually pretty smooth right now for drivers. That's because plows have been working extremely hard. At one point, we saw 6 plows in a row. Quite the line there. Mount Laurel Township officials say their plows have been out since 7 this morning. And coming through here to Wawa, that's who we've been mostly seeing. Employees of Wawa and plow drivers far outnumber any people who are coming through here just to pick up some things. Though we have seen just a handful of people get some items like groceries. One guy said he drove through this crazy conditions to get milk. He must have really needed that milk because it is not fun to be out here. We've seen a lot of cars get stuck, a lot of people trying to kick the snow out from underneath their tires or dig it out as well. But again, we've seen many plow drivers out here. And here in Mount Laurel, the township is staying very prepared. School has been canceled tomorrow, as well as trash day has been canceled tomorrow. And people who live here are going to have to expect their regular trash pickup to be delayed by 1 day for the rest of the week. And I've been mentioning that we've been speaking with a lot of plow drivers. Some are helping out the employees here at Wawa. They have a plow driver here to help employees dig out as they're going to and from their shifts. We also spoke with one man who has been plowing around this New Jersey area.
This is a lot of snow. I mean, it takes a lot of time to just clean a small property. I mean, and I remember there was a storm like this, like 2010, 2012. Since then, it's the first time, the second time I see this kind of snow.
And how long have you been in this line of work?
I've been doing this for like 15 years.
Yeah, so for a plow driver who's been working for 15 years, the fact that this storm truly stands out. I mean, that's what our first weather team has been telling you this whole time. It's best to just stay indoors if you can. And I do have to give an extra special shout out to Maureen, the manager at this Wawa, who has kindly let us get some hot coffee for free whenever we want. So that's what we get for staying out here in the snow. But for now, I'll send it back to you in the studio, Natasha.
All right, you gotta love Wawa. Looking out for you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Eva. Well, we are back with much more on this winter storm coming up soon. Well, a Philly tradition in action. People sledding down the world-famous art museum steps. Everyone's having fun. And if you joined us earlier, then you certainly heard someone's trying to make it down the steps using a traffic barrel as a sled. This was somebody who was dropping somebody off at the art museum just to go sledding. And there's a huge crowd out there. You can see that right there, as they're having a great time there. Now let's take a look at the dig out and how it's happening there in Roxborough. This is a look at Manioc Avenue, the scene that is playing out all over the region with folks trying to dig out their cars and trying to make sure that their streets are getting plowed. Another scene that's playing out as well, car after car stuck in the snow. So we've been telling folks to please stay inside, but sometimes you just can't. This is a police officer, we understand, in Philly. So no off day for him. We need him to, protect us, but he's stuck, even with all-wheel drive. But you can see his community members are helping him out there. So let's get right to meteorologists Bill Kelly and Andrew Kozak as we've seen these scenes play out all day today.
Yeah, those road conditions are rough out there.
It'd be better if it was just all snow.
Yeah, I know, no kidding. I just stepped outside. Good afternoon, or almost good evening, everyone. It's sleet coming down here in the Philly area, a little lighter than it was earlier, but that's what we're seeing on the map here. But you've been monitoring, you've been constantly updating these snowfall totals for us around the region.
But also keep in mind, if you're measuring, I want to tell you this real quick, if you're measuring and you might say, wait a second, how did I get less?
Right.
It's because it's compacting some of that down. So if you might have measured 7 inches, 8 inches before, maybe it's 6.5 now because the sleet
pushing it down.
Yep,
exactly right.
But the totals are still coming in, and it's still snowing, especially north of Philadelphia, specifically up toward areas like the Poconos. I got some totals for you. Philadelphia International still at 7.4. It's unlikely we're going to get a lot more than that just because it is still now sleet across the area. Could it briefly go back to snow before this whole thing wraps up? Potentially, but right now we're at 7.4 at Philly International, 9.5 in Pottstown. Bedminster, that's a new one that came in at 9.2. Mount Pocono at at 10.4. I'm expecting that one to go up to a foot. We'll keep you updated there. I also put in Spring Township now at 9 inches of snow. Center Valley at 9.5. Pike Creek, that is a new one that came in at 7.4. Wilmington at 6.5. Obviously, it's just plain old sleet for Wilmington. And on this one, I do think I updated Mount Holly at 6.6 at this point. We will continue to monitor these totals, but for right now, if you are in the Lehigh Valley or the Poconos, expect those totals to continually add up. It's possible, Bill, that the areas like the Mount Pocono area, the higher elevations, could get between 1 foot and 1.5 feet before this is over with. But 12 to 18 inches up there, the city likely staying below double digits, which would not have happened if we didn't have that sleet line.
You're at Andrew Kozak TV, right? That's your social?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm at Bill Kelly Weather. We'd love to. If you have any totals, let us know. Connect with us. Get us here on our CBS News Philadelphia page as well. We love connecting with you. Send us some photos, too.
And especially if you're in an area like a smaller community that we don't have up there.
Exactly.
We'll pop them right up.
And then, if you can send us a picture, too, of with a measuring stick. A lot of times we can take those and look at them, match them to others, kind of verify them, and then we can actually get that information to the NWS, National Weather Service, as well. All right, so, hey, I want to show you. Thank you, Andrew, very much for that. I want to do something a little different here. I want to just show you where we are right now. Andrew just mentioned Mount Pocono. Here's the snow coming down. Very active in that area. South Philly, a great example of why you want to stay home, at least stay home via vehicle. You want to walk around? Well, just be careful out there, but that is the mode of travel that is best. Ocean City, we have rain reported in our shore locations right now, but you have the rain falling on the snow in many areas. Where unless it's cleared off, but even then you're dealing with very, very icy conditions. All right, so what's next? Where do we stand now? Well, the storm system still over the entire state of PA, New York, up into New England, New Jersey, but here is where that transition, we are right in that transition zone. If you're back near Punxsutawney or State College, it's all snow. Scranton, same thing. Up to the north, all snow. This is where that transition is occurring, and in our area right now is everything from heavy snow up around the Poconos to rain down in our far southeastern parts down the shore, Cape May County, Atlantic County, places like that. Freezing rain, sleet, it's all in there. Sleet is an ice pellet, and freezing rain is when it's raining, it's liquid, and it freezes on contact. In fact, I just posted, in fact, it's probably uploaded now. I went outside on our sky deck, and I wanted to see the sleet and make sure it was not changing over to freezing rain yet. So I held out this like little blue binder thing, and you can see the sleet bouncing. I did it in slow motion, and you can kind of watch it, and it's a great example of sleet. You can see it just kind of pinging around. It's literally an ice pellet. So here's what we're doing over the next couple of hours. We still have timestamp 4:39 right now. We have at least 3 to 4 hours where this is going to continue around our region. Once we get into that 8 to 10 p.m. time frame, it will start to show signs of tapering off from the west to the east. Still lingering in spots. It's not done at 8 o'clock, but tomorrow, some lingering snow showers, some snow flurries, and then this will wind down, and then we're looking at a really, really deep freeze for a long time. Back over to you.
Oh, boy. All right. Thank you so much, Bill. Appreciate it. Well, Liz Crawford is live in Haddonfield. She's out there in the deep freeze. I guess, are you still with the sledders?
Yes, Natasha, I was not going to disappoint you. I am still out on the infamous sledding hill in Haddonfield, New Jersey. Now, earlier I was telling you this snow is really not good for the snowballs, but check her out. Look at this. She had a snowball maker, so she came so prepared. I've never seen one of these. Is this really a snowball maker? Is this what this is? Yep. So I said, how are you doing that? I couldn't do this. Look, totally prepared. So you did not mess around. Look, you are. What are you going to do here? What's the plan? To me, you look like you're doing this for a purpose. Are you going after a parent or a sibling? All right. Well, we don't want to miss that. So earlier, I will tell you, there were dozens and dozens and dozens of people out here earlier. It has thinned out quite a bit. I think I'll tell you what, I have little kids. You really can't be out in this kind of cold too long, but everybody does still need to get out of the house for a little bit. They want to experience the snow. And I guess if you're prepared, you can make your snowballs if you're dedicated like this family right here. But we've got all kinds of sleds all down this hill, really. And there are some people, a family just showed up. So I'll tell you what, it's not just sledding here in Haddonfield. Today we have a skier, actually 2 skiers. So we're going to let them take it away before I pass it back over to you, Natasha. Don't leave me yet. We want to see this because it's not every day we have skiing in Haddonfield. So let's watch him go. Don't leave me yet. Here he goes. Look. I hope he gets a good run here. We don't want anybody falling. Be careful. Go. Oh, they're hitting him with the snow. See, they were prepared. Oh, good times.
That's so sweet.
I do not have the skis. I told you earlier, I am not getting on a sled. Don't even ask me. That's not even fair. Hey, I need a snowball.
That's hilarious.
I need a snowball.
I saw
Get
that
my
coming.
Cameraman.
I saw that coming. Get Tammie G, guys. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's hilarious.
Bye, Natasha.
Okay, I'll leave you guys alone. Somebody's got to hit. Oh, there you go. Hit the camera guy. Hit Tammie G. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it. Have fun out there. Before we take a quick break and have Liz in her snowball fight there, her and her photographer, let's take a live look at Cape May. Yes, that's snow on the beach. Wow. For those in search of warmer thoughts, though, Memorial Day, guess what? That weekend, it's just 118 days away. That's all. We're back in a moment. Stay with us. All right, we're back here now with some more awesome video coming into us. Philly certainly doesn't disappoint on this snow day. Check out this guy skiing down Hermitage Street in Manayunk. Doing a great job, too. Nice job. I got to tell you, if you do want to do a little street skiing on a day like today, Manayunk is certainly the place to be with all those hills out there. All right, let's get back to our friend Pat Gallen in Pennsport. Now, Pat, where are you now? Wait, are you drinking coffee? What's happening here? It looks like you're not cold at all.
Well, I'm a little bit cold, I'm not going to lie. But when you're working as hard as we are here in South Philly, in the Pennsport neighborhood, sometimes you just got to chill out, relax. I got myself a nice herbal tea. It's a chamomile. It's wonderful. It's got honey in it. We're here at one of my favorite coffee shops in the entire city. It's called Herman's. And it could not be more apt, their logo, which happens to be a lawn chair. Because here in South Philadelphia, as everybody knows, if you don't have a lawn chair ready for weather like this, then you're just not prepared. It's just like the gloves. It's like the boots. It's like the hat. You need a lawn chair because when you dig out of one of these spots, you better have it prepared. So Herman's is certainly prepared. I was just inside a minute ago getting the tea, and they told me that they really didn't have as many people as they thought they would. They thought it was going to be crazy here today, but it's so hard to walk through South Philly with the way the sidewalks and the streets are. So it's been a little bit more calm here, but I was in there. They were making some joe. They were making some tea for me, some hot chocolate. But earlier on, I'll show you this VO from earlier. We were just up the street here on Moyamensing in Pennsport, and a gentleman was trying to get out of his spot, and he just could not do it. And we couldn't point a camera at him and then not help him get out of said spot. So we pushed, and we pushed, and we pushed, and finally, my guy got out of there. And he was on his way to wherever he was going, but I think the point stands that you really shouldn't be driving unless you absolutely have to, not only because it's so difficult to get out, but the roads they're not great down here. So he got on his way. We also stopped and spoke to a bunch of people here in South Philadelphia about the conditions, about what they were up to, and how they're feeling about the snow. Check it out.
In small amounts. I mean, it's nice getting a day off from work, but I could do with a little less than this.
I love the snow. Yeah. I love the winter. I love all 4 seasons. That's why I live here.
How is it though? Pavement, street, kind of a treacherous walk?
Yeah, it's dangerous to drive, and I bike in the city, so it's hard to get around. Can't really do anything.
And my guy right there was a professor at Temple University, so go Owls. But he's right. I mean, it's really difficult walking around down here in South Philly, and I'm sure as it is across the Delaware Valley. I would say, we're getting pelted here by sleet, think this is sleet, right? Not freezing rain. I should know the difference by now. I've listened to Grant and Bill and all those guys for the last couple of days talking about it. But we're chilling out here, and then we're going to make some moves. We'll head around town, around South Philly. We'll talk to some people, and we'll see what's going on. But for right now, just enjoying this chamomile tea, Natasha.
Just having a little tea moment. Now, and don't forget, I forgot about your nifty little, I don't know, Snowblower 3000 gizmo.
Yeah.
You know, you got to get that thing working.
X20.
There you go. There you go. All right. We appreciate it. Enjoy your tea, my friend.
Yeah.
Now, before we take a quick break here, take a look at this little cutie. Just having a good time here. A dog in Washington Township having a blast playing in the fluffy snow out there. Got his Frisbee. Not caring, not a care in the world. Just having a good time. We love that. We're back with you in just a moment, everyone. Stay with us. All right, let's get the very latest now on our winter storm with meteorologist Bill Kelly and Andrew Kozak.
Yeah, we're tracking it very closely. And what we're looking at now is we're looking, of course, at the totals, how much we've gotten. But more than that, we're looking ahead, as we always do. When is this all going to come to an end? And we still have several hours. We still have the sleet coming down. Pop my head outside. You just saw Pat talking about that there in South Philly. And in fact, he had mentioned, you know, the difference between freezing rain and sleet. And I thought it might be a great time to just talk about that again for a moment, because we have all different precip types in our area as we speak. So snow, here's just a real quick snapshot. The way it works, the precip starts as snow. It means it's 32 or lower from the cloud to the ground. The snowflake never melts. It falls as snow. But here's what's been happening in our area. You have this layer that's higher up. You get this layer, this almost like nose that kind of makes its way in where it's warmer. The snow melts. But then you still have this deep layer of frozen air, and it refreezes before it hits the ground. And that is an ice pellet. Basically, it's a frozen raindrop because the snow melted and refroze. Here's where the freezing rain is. It's a much thicker area of warm air. So the rain, same thing happens. You get snow melts into a rain. The primary difference is it cannot refreeze before it hits the ground. There's just not enough room. It might be, 500 feet up. Well, the rain's falling. It's not enough time for it to refreeze before it hits the ground. So it freezes when it hits the ground. That is the glaze that we see. Sleet is an ice pellet. It literally bounces when it hits the ground. Freezing rain is liquid. You could put a cup out and drink it, but it freezes when it hits the surface. And then, of course, rain is just when there's no refreezing at all. Starts as snow, and then it just melts and goes all the way down to the surface. And we have all those right now as we speak. Poconos, it is snow, some moderate to heavy snow coming down. In South Philly, we have the sleet coming down. That's the ice that's bouncing around. And shore locations, we have the rain/freezing rain because it is liquid falling from the sky, but you see that there's snow. So like the surface underneath this snow is 32 or lower. So that liquid is going to freeze when it gets to the ground. So that's what we have, all three in our area. In fact, the Delaware Valley, Philly area is the transition between areas that are getting all snow. And we were just looking at some of the reports. In fact, the jib operator, Justin, was just looking at some snow totals back into parts of PA where we've seen a 19-inch snow, a 24-inch snow, and that's because all of it has been snow. And in our region, if this were all snow, we would be on these monster totals. And quite frankly, might even be a little bit easier than what we're going to be dealing with because we now have the snow, the sleet, and the liquid freezing on contact in many spots, which means those roads become that much more slippery and that much harder to deal with. And so again, a couple more hours, we're going to see the transition of this all. I think it stays snow from the Poconos all the way up to the north of that. But even in the Lehigh Valley, we're looking at potentially that transition. I looked at the latest observation and it did say snow. Would love to know what you're seeing out your window. Let us know. And then we are going to see by tomorrow morning just some passing snow showers before this all clears out. It's going to stay very, very cold. So the key messages for you is the heavy snow continues in the Poconos, the sleet and freezing rain for most of the area. Otherwise, the traveling, it's bad now, and it will likely get worse with the ice before it gets better. No thaw whatsoever. There is a deep freeze over the next 7 to 10 days. A very long stretch where not a single hour of a single day is anywhere even remotely close to freezing, let alone above it. So Mother Nature is not going to be helping us out to melt this out. It's just going to lock it. And so the sooner you can get out and clear your driveway, clear your walkway, your patio, all those things, when it all stops, the better off you're going to be because that will just continue to harden and get harder and harder and more dangerous. So that's what we're looking at. We're going to continue to have these updates for you. Andrew's looking at those totals. He's going to have another update on that in just a few minutes.
All right, Bill, thank you so much. Well, here's an area that's certainly going to take some time to clear out as well because of all that snow up there in the Lehigh Valley. CBS News Philadelphia's Dan Snyder is live in Allentown with a look at conditions there. Dan.
Hey, Natasha. Yeah, we made our way here to Center City, Allentown. You know, just about 20 minutes ago, there's a lot of snow, really, really heavy snow. A band must have come through. But right now, we're back into that mix. Snow, sleet, very fine snow, and then some sleet falling here in Allentown. And, you know, you can see right up the hill behind me here into Center City. Again, those roads, they're still snow covered. We have seen plow after plow come through here. City's really working at it, plowing the streets. They have smaller equipment coming in to clear out some of these parking spots. We just saw somebody come down the sidewalk with what looked like a giant broom on the end of a skid steer. I got to get one of those because it's really probably the best, most effective thing I've seen on the ground right now. But the city hard at work to try and clear a lot of this out. Not a whole lot of people, not many people out here right now, not a ton of cars driving around. And I think the big reason for that is it is brutally cold up here. Just standing here, it's cold. But then every once in a while, you get a really mean gust of wind. And that is just bone chilling. My hands are a little numb, and you know, we've been standing outside the car for maybe 10 minutes right now. It's really, really cold, and I think that's keeping people inside. That's a good thing though, because it's keeping people off the roads. You know, we were in West Coastville when we talked to you about an hour ago. We made the drive over here. Certainly took longer than normal to make that drive. Again, those roads really snow covered. The main roads, they've been hit by plows, but those neighborhood streets, a lot of those were still really, really snow covered. So obviously we're going to hit the main streets first, then those neighborhood streets. So crews are still getting to those. But at this point, it's not a great day to be out driving, not a great day to be out walking here in Center City, Allentown. And again, just had that wind. It's just really, really cold. So take it from me, Natasha. Stay inside and watch this from your window. It is not fun to be out here at all. Natasha, we'll send it back to you.
Just brutal, Dan. Thank you so much. We appreciate you guys out there. All right, try to get warm, get the truck. You know, many schools have already canceled for tomorrow as well, but the list is growing here, so keep your eye on the bottom of your screen. We're continuing to update all the closings for you. They're coming in fast and furiously, so please stay with us for the very latest. And we are not done tracking this system. Our live next weather alert team coverage does continue for you. It is 4:57 on this Sunday. Stay with us, everyone. Our next weather alert continues now at 5 o'clock. Forget about Aspen or Vail. The next big ski destination, it's Spring Garden, it appears. One man taking advantage of the snow, strapping on some cross-country gear. Now, others are finding less than legal ways to have fun. Please don't try this, guys. Yeah, that's a dune buggy spinning through Center City right around City Hall. Now, it is slippery out there and very, very slow going if you happen to be out on the roads. Looking live at a nearly deserted 42 freeway. Plow crews came by about 2 minutes ago, just keeping the roads clear for anyone who has to be out there. Thank you so much for staying with us, everyone. We do appreciate it. I'm Natasha Brown. Let's get right to meteorologist Bill Kelly and Andrew Kozak.
That was the best looking road I think we've seen all day long.
A big improvement in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. And there were still ruts in there, and that's saying something, that how bad the roads have been. Mm-hmm. So it's been a busy day. It's been a busy day.
Hopefully for you watching, it hasn't.
Yeah, right. Exactly right. And that's why we're here. So we've been covering this live. We've been on the air nonstop. This is what it looks like live outside. I just stepped out because many places are dealing with that sleet/freezing rain transition. In fact, I'm going to put the map up right now, and you can see what we're talking about there.
Yeah, we've got the basically different colors here indicating that we've had, and listen, and it's all about the position of the low pressure, the center of this storm, sending up warmer air, not at the surface because temperatures are cold, but just a little further up, and that makes the difference. What all falls is frozen, but sometimes it becomes a little bit more on the liquid side, refreezes up, then you got sleet, hits a cold surface as rain, you got freezing rain, and to the Poconos to the north, it's just plain old snow.
It's all snow. I often say that the prettier the map, map, the worse the weather. And this map has a lot of colors on it. In fact, let's take this down. I want to bring up the current. You're talking about the different areas. Check this out. These are the current conditions right now. You see, obviously, we have snow everywhere, whether it's sleet or freezing rain. Look at some of these temperature differences.
Unbelievable.
You got 35 right now down the shore where we're getting the rain, and then, I mean, yeah, over near you got those single digits.
Yeah, you got 6 at the Poconos, and over toward Bethlehem, you've got around 9 degrees. Now, again, those are actual temperatures.
Right.
When you factor in just a little bit of a wind gust out there, many of these areas feel right now below 0, save for Atlantic City and the shore where it's cold. It's a cold rain.
Yeah, it sure is. So it's 5 o'clock now. We got a couple hours. You're going to walk us through the futurecast. Talk about, you did an update on the totals you just said?
I did, and I want to show a couple of those out there because we are in the double digits for some areas, not for the city of Philadelphia. We're still holding steady at 7.4. And again, that's going to be compacted down with sleet on top of the snow. Will we get another flake or two mixing in? Potentially. But overall, we're likely to stay under 8 inches in Philadelphia. We may have a few flurries as this thing finishes up tonight and into tomorrow. Pocono Pines, that's a new one, coming in at 10 inches right now. Whitpain Township, 8 inches, and Trenton, 7.2. I want to take you out a futurecast, kind of show you where we are. There's the pretty colors. Again, prettier it is, worse it is, that we showed you on the floor, but this is going to take us through the rest of this storm. Notice we have above average temperatures, even approaching nearly 40 degrees in the next hour across places like Wildwood, New Jersey. Look at the difference, though, up to 6 degrees at the Poconos. In between, we've got the sleet. Let's take you now into the evening hours past 5, 6 o'clock. Rain line even gets close to Philadelphia. We remain frozen, though, and we may finish off as a couple of flurries. Now, tomorrow, we get into the morning hours, and this is done for the most part. We may have a few flakes flying across the Poconos, northern New Jersey, over toward New York City. We stay very cold. Here's the other problem. Look at the numbers tomorrow afternoon. Bill, along the Jersey Shore, we have numbers that are going to be back down below freezing. And this means that if you are going to be along Atlantic City, Ocean City, Wildwood, Sea Isle, any of the shore points that are going to be looking at the rain, you're going to get melting right now. You're going to get puddling, and then it's all going to refreeze up. So this is a long duration storm. This is not over on Monday. It may stop falling from the sky, but the effects are going to be felt for quite some time.
Yeah, and those impacts, that's exactly it. And that's the biggest thing. How is it going to impact you? And one of the way we classify a storm as major is the impact that it has. And so those impacts are going to go, they're obviously out there now. They will be tomorrow. We already know that with schools being closed and that traffic is going to be, or travel is going to be tough. But I think this has the potential to go out several days by the time it's said and done, depending on, where do we get some power outages? Where do we get the biggest ice?
And to that point, so many people have, before we hit the storm, we're comparing to the potential for this to be 2016, 96. We're not getting snow anywhere like that. But the impacts of this could be up there with those storms just for that reason alone.
Right. And we would have those totals if it were all snow. But because we get the ice, and that's why we don't. And we've been telling you that the whole time. So, Natasha, we're just going to continue to monitor this. We're going to get some fresh information, some fresh data coming in terms of the futurecast in just a few minutes. We'll walk you through that and, of course, talk about the next week, because that's a big story, too. Not getting above freezing anywhere at all. That more coming up in just a bit.
All right, guys. We'll check back in with you soon. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you guys soon. Now, Joe Holden, meantime, he's live in Havertown, Delaware County. It's been pretty deserted out there, Joe. Has it picked up at all, or are people still kind of hiding out inside away from all this mess?
It's still kind of quiet out here. The shovel's back, though, and the sleet has picked up. I can tell you for a fact that standing out here the last time, actually, I've been able to shed a layer because without the wind, and it's not too bad right now, wind-wise, it's manageable right now. Natasha, the bingo card, here comes a front-end loader going by. Haverford Township with the heavy equipment. Something about this storm is not only is the snow going to be around for a while, but the township, of course, the city of Philadelphia have told us their plans in trying to move it out of densely populated neighborhoods. So that is what that piece of equipment is doing over at the stadium, which is immediately in front of the township building and the police department. They've also been moving snow out from around a number of firehouses. We were with a crew from the township's Department of Public Works earlier this afternoon as they were removing the snow and basically just getting it out of there in front of the Oakmont Fire Department. And the consistency that they've been sharing with us is that They find the sleet to be somewhat helpful because as they were moving the snow off the roads and in full plow mode, they explained that it was just blowing everywhere. A lot of whiteout conditions. So the sleet sort of blanketed the snow that had fallen prior. We have an interview with Dan Mariani. He is the Director of Public Works for Haverford Township. We caught up with him around 3 o'clock as they were moving from fire department to fire department. Let's listen to Dan on their strategy.
We follow the forecasters on TV. I mean,
thank you.
That's we try to. What I'm hearing is that this was one of the hardest storms to predict and to track it. So we came in, most municipalities came in around midnight last night. Started plowing around 3. We took a little break because once the snow starts coming down heavy, you're kind of chasing your tail. So we gave the guys a little bit of a break. We came back out around 12:30, 1 o'clock. And here we are. Then it switched to sleet, which kind of makes things a little bit easier because one of our biggest challenges were the wiper blades get frozen. Because it was so fluffy and light, it was just blowing right over the hood and the plow, and it was just freezing up the wiper blades. But this is me and my loader operator, and we're just clearing the firehouses. We don't go on the street. We do mostly parking lots, the police station lot, township building lot, all the firehouses. Try to keep them clear as best we can.
Back live here in Havertown, in the time I've been standing here at the corner of Darby and Manoa Roads, there have been about 5 cars that have passed by, including that front end loader. And if I was to tell you the scene I'm seeing right now with my photographer, Scott Jacobson, behind the camera, he's standing there like this because I have the, someone just yelled, "Go Birds." Just took my train of thought. Go Birds. Go Birds. Anyway, Scott's shielding his face because the sleet is just coming in at an angle. Am I right, Scott? Yeah, thumbs up. That it stings the face. So to show you a little shoveling, to sort of exclamation point what we were talking about, it's easy. And essentially, it's sort of dry. The sidewalk is not saturated. It's not wet. It's not too slushy. But what do you call it? I'm losing my train of thought. The sleet on top of the snow, as we heard from Dan Mariani with the township, gave them a bit of a break compared to what they were dealing with for, let's say, the first part of this storm. So that's it, Natasha. That is the exciting scene here in a bustling Haverford Township, Delaware County, where the traffic is outpaced the number of pedestrians easily 5-1. It would be nice to see a human around. Oh, here come some humans now, and some pets. But they might be too far away to interview just yet. We'll see how they're doing, and I'll catch up with you, I think, in about an hour.
Okay, well, hopefully they'll come your way. We really want you to be able to talk to somebody, Joe. I just feel so bad for you out there by yourself.
Nah, they just made it right.
Oh.
No, of course they didn't.
I'm sorry. You're cracking me up. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm bad.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Okay, well, let's check in down the shore. We've got snow on the beach. Oh, my goodness. Take a look here. Thanks to OCNJ Local for sharing this video with us. I mean, this is how it looks on 5th Street right now. All reports coming in. The beach is held pretty well. They held up pretty well for the storm. We are not seeing much erosion, and that's always good news because in case you lost count, we're just 120 days from Memorial Day. I'm counting. I know that much. All right, Nikki Dementri is live in Doylestown. Nikki, Joe Holden made me laugh uncontrollably. Let me get out to you so I can compose myself. What's happening out there in Doylestown?
I can't make any promises because we did just talk to humans, and there's a plow truck coming through. I was hoping they didn't plow in Nate Silvis, but guess what? He's plowing Wawa. Everybody, Wawa is open here. Come get your mac and cheese, your meatball sub. They're open. They're also throwing some ice melt down as well. Now, those humans I was just talking about, we talked to, they were driving through as a family. Dad rolled down the back window, and I said, no school tomorrow, kiddo, right? And he said, hopefully 2 days. We hope for 2 days, too. If you need to put that spoon under your pillow, the ice cubes in the toilet, all of that, our fingers and toes are crossed for you guys to get 2 snow days. We'll see. Here in Central Bucks, at least the district, you at least have tomorrow off for sure. Another decision about Tuesday, that'll come sometime tomorrow, and that would be some type of virtual learning day. Talking about the conditions now, you've heard from us, since 11 this morning, right? I'm losing track of time. It's starting to get dark, so it definitely is feeling a little bit chillier outside. That wintry mix is not that bad. At times, it was hitting our face. It was hard to move. It's really just coming down softly right now, either that or I've gotten used to it. You can see trucks like this. They're out and about. They have all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. They're good to go. When you talk about snow mounds like this, hey guys, we did get some go birds earlier too. So go birds! Go birds! There you go. The NFC Championship game just doesn't hit the same way, right? Talk about this. We were talking earlier about packing this snow. Now with this wintry mix on top of it, it's a little bit easier to pack. It's not the best snowman snow, we keep saying this, but it's a little bit easier. So this isn't the world's best snowball. I'm trying, Natasha. But it's not too bad, right? Take a look at some video from earlier today. We've seen crews out all day, whether they were, clearing sidewalks, plowing different parking lots, roadways, things of that nature. People have been out all day, well before the sun even rose today. In Doylestown Borough, the trucks started at 2 a.m. They started that salting and then moved into plowing. In Doylestown Township, trucks were out a little bit later at 3 a.m. and started plowing shortly after that as well. Now, both municipalities say trucks and crews will be out on the road well after this storm ends to make sure everybody is safe on the roads and everything is cleared. Those main roads, obviously, but also the secondary neighborhood roads as well. Take a listen. We spoke with some people that joined us out in these wonderful conditions today about what they had to say about this snowstorm.
This is probably one of the worst ones that I've been a part of that I remember. I think we got one like 10 inches a couple years ago or 10 years ago, but I wasn't even in a truck yet. I was still learning my shovels duties like they are over there.
It's not good at all to make any snowmen or to throw any snowballs at anyone, but you go over to Kids Castle. I slid down there a couple of times. That was pretty good, but yeah, it's not really too any good conditions to drive in.
Yeah, so Matthew, who you just heard from, also works at a hardware store here in Bucks County. He told me they've been sold out of everything for days. He said they would get in a pallet of ice melt and that would be sold out within 30 minutes. So people are definitely prepared for this storm. We haven't seen a ton of folks out if they weren't plow drivers, contractors, law enforcement, emergency services. So people are definitely heeding those warnings of staying inside, and it's probably a good idea. You have off from school tomorrow, come out tomorrow, go sledding at Kids Castle down at Mercer Museum, your own hill in your neighborhood. I know snowman and snowball making isn't great, but I do think, and Nate said to wait until this time. So here is this time, Natasha. This is really good snow angel snow. And it's actually not that bad because it's light and fluffy. So I'll send it back to you in the studio. Hopefully this is a good snow angel.
That's so awesome. It looks like it's going to be a great snow angel, Nikki. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Have fun out there. All right, you see some strange things in Philly, we know, but check this out. A dinosaur using a snowblower. That's going to be a new one for me. This video comes to us from Roxborough, which has been a source of lots of great videos today. Looks like the T-Rex is doing a pretty decent job, too, taking a bite out of all that snow out there. And some more awesome video. Philly doesn't disappoint, certainly not. Check out this guy. He's skiing down Hermitage Street in Manayunk, doing a great job. Got to tell you, if you do want to do a little street skiing, Manayunk, that's the place to be with all those hills. Now let's check in with the next weather snow total gauge. Our coverage continues as the great dig out begins.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
To them, right?
All right, let's get right to meteorologists Bill Kelly and Andrew Kozak in here tracking the latest on the storm.
Yep, we are watching it very closely. The end.
Yeah, exactly.
There is an end. Who am I hearing? Am I hearing Andrew Kozak there? All right. So here's what we got going on outside right now. I want to show you a couple of things first. Let me bring up, I just updated our key messages. The heavy snow continues in the Poconos, but elsewhere it is the sleet and the freezing rain for most of the area. The farther north you are, the greater chance you have of just having the snow, but we have these icy conditions all over. However, the ending is in sight, at least for the snow actively, or sleet, freezing rain, falling from the cloud itself. I mean, our impacts are going to go way past 8 to 11 p.m. tonight. I mean, several days, easily several days, certainly tomorrow, depending on what we're measuring for impacts. But I also encourage you to go out and when it ends to kind of clean stuff off as soon as you can, because we don't have any thawing at all. It's a deep freeze for the next 7 to 10 days. I was just looking at a couple of forecast models, more long range, and one that I was looking at did not have a temperature above 32 until next Tuesday. Not 2 days from now, like the following Tuesday, and even then it was like 34. I didn't see anything that showed a massive increase into the 40s or let alone 50s. So everything that is out there is going to stick around, and we have a couple more hours that we're going to be adding the snow slash rain slash freezing rain and sleet into our area. Here's a look at 8 o'clock. As we get past 8, or say at 8, so we got another 3 hours or so, that's when we start seeing signs of it ending, and it will end from the west to the east. So you folks in Berks County, there will be some lingering to the north though. You folks in Berks County will start to see yours end before the shore locations, but by 11 o'clock tonight, when we meet here for an hour-long newscast at 11, the weather story actively at the time is probably going to be some lasting snow showers to the north. I do not expect the radar or what you see out your window to look like what it looks like right now. The story is going to be the cleanup and the roads and if there are further power outages and that type of thing. But we will see some lingering snow showers potentially early tomorrow morning as more cold air comes in, and then that moves and we are done. At least we don't have another major storm in sight as we look ahead over the coming days. The story is by far the cold, but the remainder of the evening, we have that possibility here of adding another 1/10 of an inch of ice to the ground on top of what's already there, and the travel is very slippery. Want to focus on the 7-day for just a moment, both lows and highs. So we have the next weather alerts over the next couple of days, and you can see that these temperatures stay into the 20s to about 30 degrees going into next weekend. We're probably not going to have a 32-degree temperature or higher of any time period until we get into next week. So, like I said, the impacts are what we measure around the region and how it will affect you, any kind of weather condition, any kind of weather forecast, and this one's a big one. This one's going to have those impacts. At minimum, travel is going to be tough and things are going to be slippery for a while, depending on where you get stuff cleaned up. Back over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Bill. We appreciate that. Well, let's check out Broad and Spring Garden here. This was a little earlier. The city bringing in the heavy machinery to help clear all of this snow from one of the busiest intersections in Philadelphia. No doubt about that. Front end loaders pushing and scooping up the snow, clearing the way for you to get to work or possibly school tomorrow. If that is the case, we do have some cancellations already. You can find the latest on our website, cbsphiladelphia.com. And now Mount Laurel officials, they say this is a storm that they have been preparing residents for days now. Our Eva Anderson is there with the latest conditions and what folks should expect for the rest of the storm. Eva.
Well, Natasha, already Mount Laurel has canceled school for tomorrow and they have postponed their trash pickup for a day. So township officials have been letting everybody know the city just needs to slow down and stay off the roads. We're here at a Wawa right now, and that's kind of been the story here. We haven't seen a lot of people come through here, and if they do come through, a lot of them are working plow drivers taking a break and getting some coffee. Everybody seems to be in pretty good spirits who is working today. A lot of the employees we've had to catch up with, many of them who tell us they came in on their day off, and that includes even a few employees who have been assigned to help dig out their fellow workers' cars for when they're coming to and from shifts. So you can see it's pretty empty here right now. The snow here in Mount Laurel, just as it is everywhere else, really powdery. Again, not the best packable snow, but certainly, it looks pretty. Doesn't feel very good when it's hitting your face, this sleet that we have going on here. We've seen a lot of plows out here on the roads working to keep travel smooth for those who have made their way out. And then a lot of people, the few people that aren't plow drivers that have come through here say they're just working to grab a few extra grocery items, which you must really need if you're going to come out in these conditions. We had a chance to speak with one plow driver who works serving different car dealerships in the area, and here's what he had to say.
The conditions are pretty bad and have been most of the day. Maybe this ice will let up and, we can get things cleaned up tonight.
How many hours are you putting in today?
I don't know how many. I've been out here now for 12 hours already, and so we'll just have to see how long it's going to take.
Okay, I am doing my best to make a snow angel right now. I'm going to come up and just see how angelic she looks. Truly not the best. Let me put a little halo right here. Because I tell you what, if you're going to be out in the snow, you might as well have some fun. For now, I'll send it back to you in the studio, Natasha, where I'm sure you are nice and toasty.
Yes, well, I've had my share of the days where you are, trust me, Eva. And that's a lovely little snow angel. So thanks for making the most out of everything. Appreciate it. Well, thank you guys for staying with us. We are, in our fifth hour at this point. We've been on the air about 5.5 hours. This stint, at least I have. So we've been keeping you up to date with how we are navigating you through this major winter storm. We've got reporters and photographers fanned out all throughout the tri-state area. Stay with us. We're back with you with a little bit more in just a bit. Well, truly a Philly tradition in action. People sledding down the world-famous art museum steps. Everyone's just having a good time. Not this person, though. They're just trying to get out of a little snow hill there. They were dropping somebody off to go sledding. Apparently, that's what we're told by Ryan Hughes, who's out there. And then you heard someone trying to make it down the steps, also using a traffic barrel as a sled. So lots of makeshift sleds out there along the Art Museum steps, but everybody seems to be having a great time. Now let's take a look at the dig out that's happening in Roxborough. This is a look at Manayunk Avenue. It's a scene that is playing out. It's becoming all too familiar all across the region. Another scene that's playing out, car after car stuck in the snow. We are telling folks, please don't go out if you don't have to, but some people do have to get out and get to work. This is a police officer. We understand he's a police officer in Philly. So he had to get to work. He was stuck for a while, though, even with all-wheel drive. Happy to tell you, a neighbor with a truck eventually gave him a ride to work. Good to hear. Now let's get right to meteorologists Bill Kelly and Andrew Kozak. Yeah, Bill, so this is just, I guess that as the night goes on, we've got the freezing rain and the sleet. That's just making things a little bit worse.
We got it all. And I got to tell you, before you leave, so we were talking earlier about the different things that were fun out there with people, sledding behind cars or the dinosaur doing a snowblower. I think we were laughing. My favorite thing that has happened during this event is our reporters are now just calling people humans, like the word human. Say, we need some humans out here. Hey, look, we see a human. I don't know, that's been cracking me up. All right, so here's what we got going on around our area. The snow / sleet / freezing rain still coming down. I'm going to bring up our map, and I want to show you where things are as we speak. I just updated the current temperatures, and we have a huge range of temperatures in our area. And I'm also going to put the clouds and the radar and the precip type in there as well. Look at the green. This is where the precip is falling in the form of rain. Okay, but you have temperatures that are in the mid and low 30s down the shore, so it's reaching the ground as liquid. But where we have the snow and all that, that's going to be causing an icy mess. Then you move inland and you start to see these different colors. Some freezing rain, some sleet, 32 right at the freezing mark in Millville. We get to the I-95 corridor. We have temperatures in the teens to the 20s all the way up. So 20 in Philly, 17 in Trenton. But then we go back to our western areas. I mean, look at Allentown. You guys are at 10 right now. We have temperatures up into the single digits for Mount Pocono. So a major change in our temperatures depending on where you are. And that is impacting what we see on the surface and what we see falling from the sky. All of it is combined. We do have, when we look at our overall winter weather, winter storm warning, the winter alerts, winter storm warning out for everybody with the exception of where we have the rain right now. National Weather Service has lifted that. That was a little while ago. Lifted that winter storm warning. But it does not mean that your conditions are not treacherous. It just means that we're not getting the snow and those types of things over your area at the moment. So let's take this map down and let's talk about the overall big picture and where this thing is going, how long it's going to be with us, and how long some of those impacts are going to last. The roads, some of them are starting to show signs of being a little better, but there are no roads out there right now that are just, hey, great. They're done. They're salted. They're cleared off. I mean, it's rough. Tonight's, hopefully you've had plenty of time to prep, and the Next Weather team has been keeping you ahead of this storm since, a week ago we were talking about it. So hopefully you're just able to hang out at home today, stay warm, not go on the roads, because the temperatures out there are going to get even colder than they are right now. The warmest we have is that 35 that I showed you down the shore. Here is the future cast. The pink is where we have that sleet slash, mixed bag, some rain, but then we get the freezing rain here where we have the temperatures at the surface, at least beneath the snow that's at or below 32 degrees. And then snow to the north. Few more hours. Got 5:31 right now. We're going to say 8 o'clock, give or take a little bit, where we start seeing signs. But the radar at 7 o'clock, 7:30, 2 hours from now, going to look very similar to the way that it looks right now. It's not until later on this evening that we start to see things tapering off. And once that's done, I'm going to leave it here at 9 o'clock. Actually, I'll take it to 11 o'clock and stop this. Some lingering snow up to the north. Once it's done, my advice to you would be to go out, and I know it might be 8 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, but if you can go out and shovel your steps, shovel your sidewalk, just kind of clear out an area, then it will likely be a little easier. There's not going to be a significant change between 11 p.m. and 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, but what will happen during the day, even though our temperatures are going to stay well below freezing, there will be some radiational warming, meaning the light from the sun that will melt some of this. And so there will be some, the longer you wait, the harder it's going to be is my point to that. Look at that 7-day forecast and more coming up in just a bit. Now over to the inside human, Natasha.
The inside human as opposed to the outside one. Thank you very much, BK. Appreciate that. Well, Ryan Hughes is live, and Ryan, you're in Northern Liberties now. You've been bopping around all over the place, my friend. So what is this? They're melting the snow. What's happening behind you?
Yes, Natasha, we've been all over the city today, and yes, we're getting a little bit of an up-close view of the snow removal process in the city of Philadelphia. They're using a trailer-sized snow melter, and we're going to get a live update now from the Clean and Green Initiative as well as the Commissioner of the Streets Department. So kind of everyone's joining in here. Kind of give us the latest update as to where we stand with the cleanup going on in the city right now.
Yeah, thank you. We're continuing to fight Winter Storm Fern and some very, very tough conditions. Since earlier today, 5 a.m., we've been out plowing roadways. That operation has now transitioned into a plow, salt, and lifting operation, which is why we're here today. This is one of the strategies that we're using across the city of Philadelphia to clear tight streets like right here in North Philadelphia, but we're doing this all over the city. We're using locations to pile snow at those areas because we cannot allow this snow to freeze up in these neighborhoods and people don't have access, especially for emergency responses, especially for people who have to go to and from work. So our teams, along with Commissioner Del Rossi and the entire Streets Department and our partners across the city, are working tirelessly overnight into the late mornings, and we'll continue to do this until we beat this storm. We have over 600 pieces of equipment that's out here and over 1,000 employees at the height of the storm, and we'll continue to fight this until we make our roadways safe and accessible.
Can you tell us how many?
No, we've done this before in bigger storms. Back in 2016 was the last time we actually used a snow melter.
Can you tell us how many of these snow melters you have and what locations they are around the city?
We only have one for this process, but we are using drop-off locations for piles of snow as well. We're strategically placing them on tight locations around the city of Philadelphia because it's just difficult for us to be able to move that amount of snow in that amount of time. But this machine here moves up to melts over 135 tons per hour. So far, we've already removed 400 tons of snow from this area in this community.
Commissioner, can you just speak about the challenges in plowing some of these streets? I mean, even some of the major roadways still do have a lot of snow.
Yeah, well, it's tight in the community, and let's think about this, Claudia. The snow came down fast and furious in about a 5-hour period. So we're still early into this storm. If you think about last week's storm, that lasted from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. It was a 7-hour storm, and we only got about 3 inches. In about 4 hours, we got about 8 or 9 inches of snow. So it's going to take us that much longer to clear these streets. And so we're asking residents patience, patience, patience.
And you promised a plow in every neighborhood, in every street. What is the timetable, you know, as the precipitation continues to come down? What's the timetable of how long this will take?
For a snow like this, there is no timetable. You just continue to work until all roadways are safe and accessible. So we can't tell you that we're going to be done by midnight or tomorrow. We have to continue working. As you mentioned, some of these things are very challenging, getting through these small, narrow streets. So our teams are working extremely hard, along with our commissioner and along with several other departments, water, L&I, Parks and Recreation. We're all out here in full force fighting this very, very difficult storm.
And Philadelphia remains under a snow emergency. Can you remind residents living in the city what that means and what they should continue to do?
Yes, the snow emergency that went into effect last evening at 9 p.m. remains in effect. Do not park on snow emergency routes. We're still pushing back snow. We're making sure we clear those roadways so that our first responders can get to and from. When you're parked on those roadways, you slow down the operation tremendously, and you could be putting people's lives at risk. So those cars will be towed to a nearby location, and you can find out about what that location at 215-686-SNOW.
And just a message once again, as the snow continues, your crews are out there working nonstop around the clock. If you have to stay, if you have to go out, try to be careful, but just stay at home.
The message is stay at home. If you have to leave out for emergency reasons, if you have to leave out for medical, food, or something that's essential, drive extremely careful. But most of all, try to stay home. Again, you look at this operation that we have here, cars can't navigate through these streets. We can't navigate around cars when we have this much equipment out here. It's dangerous for the public. It certainly slows us down. It allows us to make sure that if it's empty, we can get this stuff out the way and get the city back open for business.
Commissioner, you brought us out to see this particular piece of equipment. Can you just explain how it works and what exactly it's doing? I mean, we're seeing like water pouring out of it. What exactly is it doing?
Oh, sure, it's melting snow at a clip of 135 tons per hour, and we use our sewer system. We got our company here, Brancato, out of Chicago. They have specialists that are on standby that tells us how to make sure that we're dumping the snow properly, ensuring that we keep enough snow bank available, because this machine can't stop once you turn it on. It'll take an hour or so to start back up, and we would lose that much time. So our crews are out plowing snow. Commissioner Del Rossi can tell you that they're out plowing neighborhoods with lifting operations and so forth. So we're out here, and we're doing the best that we can under some very tough conditions.
And then I would imagine, too, with melting the snow the way that it is right now, to prevent this area, this intersection from becoming a sheet of ice, you probably have to continue to salt this and pay close attention to this area. Absolutely.
Again, Streets Department team, Commissioner Del Rossi and her team is out here. We have salt trucks nearby. We're salting the entire freeze up overnight. We're going to have some, as you know, have some very cold temperatures throughout the remainder of the week, and we have to get as much as we can right now. So that is our goal. Ultimately, we want to make sure we get this done as quickly as possible, but we don't have a timetable at this time to tell you when that will be.
Very good. We appreciate the update, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Natasha, so you were hearing that live, a closer look at the cleanup effort going on in the city of Philadelphia. Now we want to give you just a look at this machine. So this is called an snow melter. It looks like a tractor trailer. It can melt about 135 tons of snow per hour. It's the only one they have in the city right now, and they're using this because they don't want these roads to freeze up, knowing that these bitter cold temperatures are going to stick around for some time. So you have these front loaders. They're hauling those mounds of snow to this location, and then they're dumping it into the melter. And again, 135 tons per hour. That's pretty significant. You heard from the streets department that road crews are spread out still across the city. There's no timetable on how long this will take. This is a work around the clock 24/7 effort. Philadelphia remains under a snow emergency, so they're reminding residents not to park on those snow emergency routes. If not, you could be ticketed or you could be towed. So this is an area that they're going to have to pay close attention to. Although this looks pretty cool, it is throwing a lot of water on the street here. So they're going to be throwing salt down here. They're also salting around the city because now we have this wintry mix. They don't want those roads to freeze over as we head on into the overnight hours tonight and early tomorrow morning. Natasha, we'll send it back to you live in the studio.
I appreciate that, Ryan. A major effort here by the Streets Department and other city entities to try to make sure they're clearing the roadways here in the city of Philadelphia as quickly and safely as possible. Thank you so much. Now, a lot of snow in the Lehigh Valley as well. CBS News Philadelphia's Dan Snyder is live. He's made his way to Allentown now with a look at conditions there. And Dan, we know that you are definitely dealing with lots of snow in that area and this frigid temperatures as well.
Well, hey, Natasha, welcome to Center City, Allentown. And, you know, it's been a long day, so I figured I might as well dig myself a nice little throne here in the snow, because when you have this much snow that's been laying on the street, you get these nice sizable mounds on the side of every street. So, you know, we're just parked right here. Figured I might take a load off. I've got my coffee right here. The precipitation has picked up here once again. You know, snow mixed with that sleet falling down. You can hear those pellets hitting, and it's really picked up. And, you know, the sun has gone down. The sun has gone down. Those temperatures is really the wind. The wind is making things especially cold. And I guess, you know, sitting in a chair made of snow really doesn't help that. But the wind is really the killer up here, and that's why there's just not a lot of people out right now. Not a lot of cars on the roads. That's a good thing. Not a lot of people walking around right now because it's just so bitterly cold. Now, we mentioned those roads. We do have some video of myself and photojournalist Bill Siders. We were driving around the Lehigh Valley area earlier today, and what you're going to see is just a lot of snow-covered roads. They have been continuously plowing here. We've seen, I can't even count how many plow trucks just come by us. They come through, they scrape, and it just gets covered back up again because it's just continued to snow and snow and snow. But the few people that have made it out, they have been looking to have a good time. You know, just after we spoke about an hour ago, we ran into Supriya, who came up and immediately hit us with snowballs, started a snowball fight. She's just having a really good time out here. Take a listen.
Just hanging out, having fun in the snow. I was building a snow fort and just having fun because there's not much else to do right now. We can't leave our houses, so, you know, might as well have fun.
And you know what? Might as well have fun, but bundle up if you're going to come out. And, you know, I did also take the liberty to build my photojournalist Bill Siders a nice little chair, because if anybody really deserves a break, it's him. Not only has he had to put up with me all day, but he's been doing the heavy lifting of the driving, the shooting, all the things like that. But again, that sleet still coming down here. If you don't have to be outside, please don't be outside. Stay inside. Watch it from the comfort of your own home where it's nice and warm. Natasha?
All right, I love the makeshift snow chairs. You guys enjoy your coffee. Take a load off. Thank you guys so much for all that you're doing out there. Appreciate it. You know, New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill, meantime, issued her first state of emergency since taking office just 5 days ago. The governor joining us now with an update on the Garden State's response to this massive so much for joining us. Let's talk a little bit about the status of how you guys are clearing the Garden State at this point.
Well, it is a full-time job, as you can imagine. Crews have been out for day and night trying to clear our roads. We have the plowing of that with the snow coming down, and much of that is moving into a salting situation as the crews are trying to prepare the roads for the overnight temperature drop and trying not to let those roads ice up. I can tell you, after being around the state today, that the main roads, we are seeing plowing, we are seeing icing operations. The back roads are a lot trickier. They are still not cleared, and overnight, many of those back roads will be turning into very icy roads. So staying off the roads, especially during the morning commute, if you can go in late, if you can telework, that is the way to go.
And Governor, I know the state is in a state of emergency that you have declared. Do you know how long that will be the case, and what's the barometer for lifting that ultimately?
We are seeing the snow and ice coming down till about 4 in the morning. That's when we anticipate it will be leaving our state. Then we will have crews working incredibly hard to get public transportation back up. We certainly have a very cold situation, a code blue coming through over the next week. So I will lift the emergency once we are able to get all of our systems up and running and ensure people can get around and stay safe doing so.
Now, we know that tomorrow is Monday. It's back to work for a lot of folks. It's lucky that it is a Sunday that this is happening, but this is going to extend into Monday as well, Governor. So what is your advice for New Jerseyans who do have to get back on the roads tomorrow to possibly get to and from work?
Certainly, I did not anticipate one of the decade's worst snowstorms in my first week, but you are correct. It is lucky. It is Sunday, so we could really keep a lot of people off the road. Here in the most densely populated state in the nation, the roads were largely empty. That has been incredibly helpful for our plowing efforts, our salting efforts, our utility companies getting around and fixing utilities here when people have them go out. We are looking then tomorrow morning. We still anticipate that much of our commuter service, our bus and our light rail and our rail service will remain out for much of the commute. That is what I am hearing from NJ Transit. However, they're working hard to get those bus lines up as quickly as possible. The bus lines will be up first, possibly in the late morning time frame, followed by light rail and rail. But they are constantly assessing the weather. We are getting almost hourly forecasts from the National Weather Service. Right now, it sounds as if this ice event will end at about 4 in the morning, so we'll move very quickly to clear the ice out, see when we can get crews in so we can get people moved around as quickly as possible.
All right, an ongoing effort. We do appreciate your time, New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, let's head over to Jersey, actually, Haddonfield, New Jersey. That's where we find our friend Liz Crawford. Liz, where are you now? I see a lovely tree behind you with some lights on it. Looks like you've kind of been all over the place as well there in Haddonfield. Lots to get to on this snow day there in Haddonfield.
I know, Natasha, you keep thinking I'm going to freeze or quit or something, but here I am, still standing strong in Haddonfield. Yes, I was at the sledding hill earlier. I've come back to Kings Highway. We're in downtown Haddonfield. You know, I got to be honest, I'm no expert. This is a really unique storm. Having been in it since about 10 o'clock this morning, yes, we got a fair amount of snow on the ground, but this is also the kind of storm that you can hear. I don't know if the mic is picking this up, but you can hear those pellets coming down, and you can certainly feel them. When the wind gets going, it's actually a little painful as it comes down and hits my ears and my face. But it certainly is a gorgeous snow. I'm just going to step out of the way, kind of let you take it in. You said, Natasha, the lights on the trees, it is very lovely. If I was inside right now, I would enjoy looking out my window. It is a very pretty sight, and we have a lot of snow on the ground, and just walking through it now, you have some of that wintry mix on top. This sleet's been going for a good bit now. So it is a lot of snow, precipitation, wintry mix, call it whatever you want. To give you a better idea of that, we actually did pull out the shovel today because earlier we did this, and you can feel that we have that much more just in the last couple of hours. So it has not stopped. I mean, that is the one thing. Yes, the precipitation itself has changed, but it has continued to come down. And just kind of traipsing through here, look, this is the sidewalk along Kings Highway in downtown Haddonfield. I mean, I am not, and I have been out here, I cannot get to the sidewalk. So this is a big mess, and I'm just thinking about road crews. I mean, you can see this is heavy snow. I mean, this really is. It's very, very fine. It's kind of sugary, powdery, but that is, I'm trying to get to the bottom here, guys, just to show you. I mean, look how much I'm having to move. There it is. We got sidewalk, guys. Here we go. Oh, look, Tommie's taking over. Here you go.
No, I'm just going to watch.
Well, listen, I'm glad I'm doing this for you because this will be the extent of my shoveling throughout the duration of this storm, by the way. That's why those two, look, I gave it all I had right here because that's it. I'm done, okay? I'm done. Quickly, before I give it back to you, Natasha, I did check in with Camden County officials about clearing the roads. They've been at it since 1 a.m. Of course, as this changes over to that wintry mix, it makes it more challenging. Right now, those crews are actually salting again. So they continue to move snow, they're salting again, and they're going to be doing that throughout the duration of the storm. The advice, if you can stay home, please do. It's best for you and the community.
All right, Liz, great job out there. You guys have just been amazing. Make sure you give that shovel to your photographer, Tammie Gardner, because he should be the one shoveling. Make sure you tell him I told you that.
No way!
He says no way, thumbs down. All right, thanks to you guys so much. Appreciate it. Well, you know, Mount Laurel officials, they say this is a storm that they have been preparing residents for days and days now. We've been talking about it for at least a week or so. Our Eva Anderson is there now with the latest conditions and what folks should expect, at least for the rest of the storm, especially the rest of the night, ultimately. Eva.
That's right, Natasha. We are here at the Wawa along Route 73. I'll step out of the way. You can see really no one is on the road right now, but those who are passing by are generally plow drivers. So it's kind of hard to see out of all of the gas pumps we have here at the Wawa. There are about 16 of them, I want to say, and 1, 2, 3 over. Well, we got one truck driver and then 2 plow drivers lined up. That is a lot of who we have been seeing. Plow drivers trying to get a cup of coffee, get some rest. And, you know, we've been speaking to some who've been working for 12 hours straight. And one guy said, you know, what are you most looking forward to when you get home? He goes, working more. I'm like, well, that's not going home. That's not rest and relaxation. You know, putting it into context, what a lot of these people have been telling us here today, this is the big moment. This is where they're going to get a lot of work and a lot of hours, whether they're, you know, plowing the roads here, plowing commercial properties. We did speak rather to one man who said he is busy plowing a lot of car dealerships in the area, and here's what he had to say.
The conditions are pretty bad and have been most of the day. Maybe this ice will let up and, you know, we can get things cleaned up tonight.
How many hours are you putting in today?
I don't know how many. I've been out here now for 12 hours already. And so we'll just have to see how long it's going to take.
Now, here in Mount Laurel, schools are closed tomorrow, so more of an opportunity for people to just stay inside. Also, trash pickup is canceled for tomorrow, and then for the rest of the week, trash pickup is going to be delayed by 1 day for the residents who live here. For now, reporting live in Mount Laurel, Eva Anderson, CBS News Philadelphia. Natasha, back to you.
All right, Eva, thank you so much. Well, everyone, you know, needs good neighbors, especially at times like this. We certainly found some here in Doylestown. Check it out, everyone. How about a couple of pitchers of beer? This thoughtful husband and wife, Vince and Kim, they hand-delivered beer to their friends who are snowed in. That's what it's all about, folks. You know, sit back, enjoy the snow, watch CBS News Philadelphia, maybe have a brew or two, or whatever your choice of beverage is. Pat Gallen, he's in Pennsport, and Pat, I think, are we going to Pat now? I think he was drinking some tea earlier. A little chamomile tea. What'd you have out there? Herbal tea, Pat?
That's right, Natasha. But speaking of beer, I have a sad update for the people of South Philadelphia. If you pan over here, the beer distributor is closed. And it's a sad moment for South Philly. But I'm sure people have stocked up. If you're a pro, I'm sure that you have stocked up before a storm like this. Now, the last time you guys saw us a little over an hour ago, we were just about maybe 4 or 5 blocks away on Moyamensing at a great coffee shop called Herman's. You should check it out. It's great. That's where I had my chamomile tea. But we tried to make our way over here, and South Philly is going to have a big problem, as Manayunk usually does, as the neighborhoods down here in South Philly usually do during a storm like this. The small streets have just gotten hammered, and of course, you can't really get a plow down those streets, and so it is really difficult to maneuver. Even on streets like Tasker and Reed and Wharton, really difficult to move around. Now, when we were back at Herman's, we made some friends who seemed like they were having a pretty good time, better than we are right now. Take a look. No sound. Okay, well, we made friends with a bunch of people who were hanging out at a place called Jack's, and they were watching the game, and the kids were out there sledding, having a good time. And so the people out there were enjoying themselves. But now that the sun has gone down, it has gotten dramatically colder, and the roads obviously are deteriorating by the minute as the sleet and the ice continue to fall. Washington Avenue, though, actually looks pretty good. We haven't seen too many cars coming by. We're facing here Front Street under I-95. This looks pretty good, but again, those side streets are a problem. Okay, sound's in. Let's go back to where we were earlier, which was near Herman's, where we made some friends. Take a look.
We're having a blast, watching some football, playing in the snow.
Yeah, and who are these guys?
I'm Emmy.
Hi, Emmy.
I'm Henry.
What's up, Henry?
I'm Mila.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. Are you having fun or is it too cold?
It's so much fun. I don't care about the cold.
You don't care about the cold?
Yeah. But my first snow and it's freezing.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's fun, but it's very cold. Yeah.
How about Dad? Dad's having fun, right?
Dad's having a blast.
Dad's got a beer in his hand. I wish I had one too. Yep. Maybe off camera we'll talk about that. But it looks like it's pretty packed in there.
Packed in there, watching some football and doing some shoveling later.
Are you a snow fan?
I like the snow.
You do like the snow?
I do like the snow.
This is like, but the sleet though is kind of not fun.
The sleet, not so much. The snow earlier was a lot of fun.
Now, when this stuff is piled up all over South Philly in the next couple of days, won't be as fun.
Not going to be as
Not
fun.
gonna be as fun.
Nope.
Thanks, guys. That was so much fun. Appreciate it. You're the best. All right, snow, football, and beer. Doesn't really get much better than that, does it, Natasha Brown?
Not a bad combo at all. Thank you so much, Pat. We do appreciate it. Well, let's get right over to meteorologist Bill Kelly and Andrew Kozak. You guys have really just been navigating us through this whole thing. We do appreciate it, Bill.
Yeah, of course. And our reporters out in the field, everyone behind the scenes doing a great job. I mean, you sitting there at the desk for, what are you going on, 6 hours here? Is that what it is?
Something like that. But who's counting?
Yeah. Probably you.
Most definitely.
I'm thinking you're looking at the clock. No. All right, so let's go. Let me show you what's going on, everybody. Just some ending here with some key messages, at least ending for now. And then we're going to be back on. Heavy snow continuing in the Poconos. Elsewhere, it is the sleet and the freezing rain for most of the area. And we've seen that. All the different reporters showing you different areas and where those problem spots are. Ice, travel, these are all the big issues. There is an end in sight, at least locally, between roughly 8 to 11 p.m. Not completely over, but in terms of right now, every single person within our area is dealing with some kind of active weather. That won't be the case. It will start to taper off, and then no thawing whatsoever, deep freeze for at least 7 to 10 days. So Mother Nature is not going to be helping us out in any way, melting it. So if you want to get your stuff cleaned off as soon as it's done, even this evening, clean it up, because you can see. And you can't see the snow on the ground from this vantage point, but how bright the city is, that's all the lights from the city reflecting off the snow and shining up. So you know there's a bunch out there. Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Bill. We do appreciate that. Now, this storm isn't done, and neither are we. Our team does join you after the game on CBS Philadelphia, and tonight on CBS Philadelphia streaming as well. We do appreciate all of our crews who are battling all these weather conditions, all of our crews here in the studio. Thank you so much for joining.
From the heart of Philly, this is CBS News Philadelphia right now. From the city to the Lehigh Valley, the flakes are still falling. This massive winter storm is still being felt in some areas. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yuki Washington. Boy, what a day, right? Our crews are spread out across the region tonight with the very latest on the conditions we all have been dealing with today. That being said, let's start with Chief Meteorologist Bill Kelly from the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere.
Yuki, good evening to you. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, it continues to fall in our area. 6:30 right now. We still have several hours that we're going to be monitoring this. So a couple things. Let's start out by opening up the door. Interesting to note, you can see the reduced visibility. We do have the sleet coming down. It's a little bit lighter than it was, but also because of all the snow, officially at last check, and Andrew's going to have some of the latest totals in just a moment, 7.4 in Philly. So a significant snowfall, but all that snow reflecting the light from the buildings, and that's why it just looks exceptionally bright, even though the sun has now been down for well over an hour. A couple things. Let me bring up our map first. Let me show you where the storm is as we speak, in addition to the current temperatures. I just updated these numbers, and we still have a very wide range around our region. 36 now in Sea Isle City. Same thing in Atlantic City, 34 in Cape May. So temperatures are above freezing. At least the air temperature are above freezing. You have snow that's on the ground, so beneath that, the ground is going to be 32 in many spots, so you're dealing with some icing there. Then you start working back. You see these colors in the purple and the pink. This is that freezing rain / sleet. Millville, just a degree above freezing, but check out Philadelphia here, down to 20. A pretty significant difference between these areas, and that shows you there's a fine line as to where that warmer air is making its way through, and then it continues to get colder the farther west you go. 10 in Allentown. Right now, it is 10 around Mount Pocono. When we look at the bigger map, I'm going to take this one down. I want to bring up our northeast map, just kind of a bigger view. So we're going down to the south here. In fact, I can actually put a couple of cities on here for you. And now we're seeing much more in that rain / sleet here on well off to our south. but we look to the west, still have a lot to come, but we're starting to see signs of it breaking down in and around our region. So a couple hours to go. Let's take the map down. Let me just quickly show you what we are looking at in terms of our futurecast the next couple of hours. Here's what we are going to be focusing in on. Temperatures are going to stay very cold over the next, well, at least frigid. A little bit cool, a little bit warmer in spots down the shore. But on this map, this pink line right here, this pink thin line, is the line that separates freezing from not freezing. So this is our 32-degree line, along with the futurecast. So I'm going to stop this at 8 o'clock. We're going to keep temperatures in Philly well below freezing, even in through parts of South Jersey, but then that's all going to push back. And so you guys that have had temperatures above freezing, you did get melting, no question. And so the icing potential this evening is going to continue through at least 11 o'clock tonight in terms of from the sky in many spots. And then it will stop overnight. But these temperatures are bone chilling. So there's a lot to go over. Travel is, if you don't have to leave, it goes without saying, please don't.
That's for sure. All right, buddy, thanks so much. We have been spread out all across the region all day long into the evening, working hard to keep you up to date on this major storm. So let's get right to it. We start with Dan Snyder standing by in Allentown. Dan, good evening.
Yuki, good evening to you. And Bill said it best. Bone chilling is right. It is cold here. It has been cold here throughout the day, but really when the sun went down, it got exceptionally cold, and every once in a while you get a real big wind gust here, and it's just nasty outside. That's why when you look around me, you know, we've got a couple of workers who are walking through here right now, but not a lot of people who have been out and about right here in the heart of Center City, Allentown. Now, crews have been hard at work throughout the day. If you can see up there, you know, they're cleaning off the sidewalks right now. We've seen plenty of plows coming right down Hamilton Street trying to keep this clear. We have not seen blacktop yet since the snow started today. So really just trying to keep it, as PennDOT told me earlier, passable. And that means there's still going to be snow on the road because there's just so much of it, but it's enough where people can get by. You just have to take it slow. Those people who have not taken it slow here on Hamilton, we have seen a little sliding. And I did walk out in the street. It is slick out here. And, you know, just over the last few hours, really heavier dose of sleet coming down, bigger ice pellets coming down here in the Lehigh Valley now. And just take a listen to folks who have been out on the road today, what they had to say.
If you don't got to come out, don't. It's dangerous. I thought about it, but, you know, I did it. I don't recommend it. Be careful. Stay home if you can.
Very horrible. I mean, I have a Jeep, so, you know, that's good for that, but it's not good to be out here right now.
Well, and you know, we talked to those folks really before the heavy sleet started to come down. Now that the sun has gone down, now that heavier sleet is coming down, it's mixing in with some bigger flurries here, so still some snow, but just stay off the roads, stay inside where it's nice and warm. Yuki?
Excellent advice. Only essential vehicles out tonight, that's for sure. All right, buddy, thanks so much. On to South of Jersey now. Liz Crawford has been camped out in Haddonfield. Good evening, Liz.
Hey there, Yuki. You know, I'm standing in several inches of snow. I have freezing rain or sleet, some kind of wintry mix. But still, I think what sticks out the most is just how darn cold it is out here. I mean, you're out here for just a matter of minutes, and immediately you are just freezing. In downtown Haddonfield is a beautiful sight. We have this nice coating of snow all along the sidewalk. You can see we've got somebody out here shoveling. Not many cars on the road, and that is a good thing. Every now and then we do see a car pass by here along Kings Highway. I have been in touch with officials in Camden County. They tell me crews have been out since 1 o'clock this morning just moving that snow. Now, of course, this storm is going to be a bit more challenging for the road crews because now they have some of this ice on top. It just makes the snow that much heavier. But officials tell me that crews will stay out and continue to work through the storm. They're actually going to start salting again. So this is a process that they prepared for, and they will be working throughout the duration. I've been here in Haddonfield since about 10 o'clock this morning, so we have been out here. We saw it go from snow then to this wintry mix. Not many people out here now. I will tell you, earlier today, people wanted to get their families out. I can't blame them. Now, though, just too cold. And if you don't need to be out, I know we'll say it again and again, just stay in and let us do the dirty work for you. Yuki?
Liz, speaking of the dirty work, if you could give that gentleman behind you a high five for me, because he was pushing the snow and not lifting it. That was good to see. Crossing over from South Jersey into Philly, here's the Ben Franklin Bridge. Earlier today, only a couple of lanes were passable when this was taken, but as you can see, not many cars out at all, and that's the way we like to see it on days like today. But if you need to be out there, especially tonight, and if you don't need to be out there, please kick back and stay home. Only essential vehicles. Let's see what's happening in Center City at this hour and bring in CBS Philadelphia's Ryan Hughes. Ryan, good evening.
Hey there, Yuki. Good evening to you. Yeah, we still have snow here in Northern Liberties, actually. We just moved a short time ago, but we're also seeing that wintry mix. And we also received an update from the city. We're told that crews are continuing to work around the clock to clear these roads and to get into every single neighborhood. We're also getting a little bit of a close-up look of the snow removal process. So let me give you a live look here. This is what they're calling a tractor trailer size snow melter. It can melt up to 135 tons of snow per hour. We just saw a train of trucks pull on in here filled with snow. They're bringing it to this location. All those massive piles that are now piling up around the city from those plows pushing that snow off of your streets, they're being taken to strategic locations, and this is one of them at 7th and Poplar in Northern Liberties. Front loaders are taking the snow and dumping it into that melter machine. Residents are being reminded that those mounds, they won't be taken off of your street right away. This is going to be a lengthy process, and because of this wintry mix, crews are now throwing down salt, and they're working nonstop because of these cold temperatures and this prolonged precipitation. Take a listen to the city with the latest update.
For a snow like this, there is no timetable. You just continue to work until all roadways are safe and accessible. So we can't tell you that we're going to be done by midnight or tomorrow. We have to continue working. As you mentioned, some of these things are very challenging, getting through these small, narrow streets. So our teams are working extremely hard.
And as we come back out here live, the city of Philadelphia remains under a snow emergency. That means that everyone is being reminded to keep your cars off of those snow emergency routes. If not, you could be ticketed or you could be towed. Yuki, we're being told the mayor is planning another update on the snow removal process tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. For now, we'll send it back to you.
My man, thank you, sir. Appreciate you and the crew, all of our crews. Thank you, Ryan. Our next weather alert coverage continues on the other side. Be right back. Yo, Bucks County, we're on your corner tonight. Nikki Dementri is in Doylestown. And Nikki, you've been outside all day giving everyone, like all our crews, a great account of what's going on. Bring us up to date with what's happening and who you're meeting. Good evening.
Yuki, the wintry mix is definitely still here. We have light, fluffy snow underneath what's a layer of that crunchiness from that wintry mix right now. But that all being said, crews have been out since very early this morning, and I've spoken with officials both in the borough of Doylestown as well as Doylestown Township. Now, the borough of Doylestown crews started out on the roads, the salting and plowing operations around 2 a.m. Doylestown Township joined in around 3 a.m. Outside of seeing those plows out, some contractors, law enforcement, first responders, it's been really quiet out here in Doylestown. Nate and myself have been out here too pretty much all day. Gabe Gavin, say his name 5 times fast. Gabe Gavin, he's a college student. He said he had to come out. He didn't want to, but he had to. Here's why.
If you don't have to go anywhere, don't. If you can get food at home, do that. I forgot to get food, so I had to go get it.
Describe for me these conditions for everybody who is at home with their snowstorm snacks. How would you describe what it's like outside?
It's slick, it's cold, it's really windy, and it's pretty miserable.
Back to you.
Gabe summed it up pretty well. Central Bucks students, if you don't know by now, you don't have school tomorrow. I'm told that all of these wintry conditions should be out of the area by the time you wake up. Sounds like a really good sledding day to me. Yuki, back to you.
We had a nice little mix there going on right now, right? Rain and sleet?
Yeah, we definitely have a mix. And underneath this coating right here is really light and fluffy, so it was easy to clean earlier, not so much anymore.
I can see that. All right, you guys be safe. Talk to you soon. Meteorologist Bill Kelly joins us now. We're all waiting for this system to move out, Bill.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
Yeah. What, you were saying?
I'm waiting for this thing to move out. Oh, that's Andrew. Good to see you, my man. You just popped up out of nowhere.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name's Andrew. How are you?
Yeah, that's right. It has been a day. We're still tracking what's going on out there, and I'll tell you what, folks. Andrew's going to have the Futurecast in just a moment. I want to show you kind of what's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
which is a lot.
Yeah, which is a lot. Is that okay? Can I do that? Okay. Who knows what's going on? We're all giddy. All right. So a couple things I want to show you. This is Ocean City, where we've seen the rain today, and now we're really seeing the wet. The liquid underneath the snow freezing up. Your conditions are going to be really, really bad out there. Here is a look at South Philly, specifically Italian Market, where just recently a plow obviously went through there, because I was looking at this camera about 10 minutes ago and it was not done, like this road right here. So getting some help in some spots, but the roads are bad. And here's what this looks like in the Poconos, snow coming down right now. Bigger picture, we do have snow to the north, that mix cutting right through our area, and as we speak, depending on where you are, we're seeing pretty much everything. Snow to the north, that mix up in our northern areas there. It's definitely sleet here in the city, some freezing rain and rain down in our southern parts. But we do want to move that story forward. And when is this going to expire, or at least move out of here? And you have that part of the story.
Yeah, and I've got our Futurecast. And instead of going all the way through the next few days, I want to take you hour by hour tonight, starting with the right now, where we have rain across the coast, the shore, I should say. We have freezing rain, sleet, and then snow to the north, as Bill pointed out. Take a look at the discrepancy in temperatures. Now we're at 8 o'clock tonight, and we still have rain, where temperatures across the shore are in the mid to even upper 30s. 25 degrees in Philadelphia. You might also be saying, well, why are we 25 and it's not snowing? It's because it is 25 degrees at the surface. That's where we measure our temperatures from, but just a little bit above, it's a little warmer. So we have snow that comes down. It melts and refreezes, and that's that sleet. It is so cold at every level, of course, that the Poconos and the higher elevations of the Lehigh Valley are going to stay on the snow side. Now we're at 9 o'clock, not much change. We get into 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Now we're starting to see the system finally shift to the east. That means that cold air, even colder than we are right now, will be filtering in. It's not great news for the shore, because all of that liquid is going to refreeze as temperatures overnight and tomorrow get back down into the 20s and 30s. Tomorrow, 29 degrees in Philadelphia, 31 at the shore, 26 in the Lehigh Valley. Here's your 7-day forecast. And let me tell you, it may be another week before we get back above freezing. We have 20s, single digits overnight, teens overnight. And yes, here's the one piece of good news. After we get through your Monday, we have almost unfiltered sunshine throughout the rest of the week. That is one piece of good news. Stay with us. We have so much more to come right after this.
The weather conditions, of course, made the streets of Philadelphia difficult for some to navigate, but for others, it was a playground. Pat Gallen joins us from Penn Sport with that story. PG.
They got the sports guy doing snow coverage. They hit the break glass in case of emergency, and I popped out. And I ended up here in South Philadelphia.
Multi-talented.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're here in South Philly at 2nd and Washington, right by the Mummers Museum. And I'll tell you what, I live in South Philadelphia. We're going to have a problem down here, because not only is it the snow, but as everybody's been saying all day long, it's the sleet on top of it. It is making these roads treacherous, and not just the roads like Washington or 2nd, which are pretty major thoroughfares down here in South Philly. It's those secondary streets, the small ones that are almost impossible to navigate right now. And it's going to be really difficult to dig these cars out of it. That's for tomorrow, right? That's when we wake up and we've got to worry about that. For today, as mentioned, some people were out here having fun in South Philly.
We're having a blast, watching some football, playing in the snow.
Yeah, and who are these guys?
I'm Emmy.
Hi, Emmy.
I'm Henry.
What's up, Henry?
I'm Willa.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. Are you having fun, or is it too cold?
It's so much fun. I don't care about the cold.
You don't care about the cold?
Yeah. But my first snow and it's freezing.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's fun, but it's very cold. Yeah.
How about Dad? Dad's having fun, right?
Dad's having a blast.
Dad's got a beer in his hand. I wish I had one too. Yep. Maybe off camera we'll talk about that. But it looks like it's pretty packed in there.
Packed in there, watching some football and doing some shoveling later.
Are you a snow fan?
I like the snow.
You do like the snow?
I do like the snow.
This is like, but the sleet though is kind of not fun.
The sleet, not so much. The snow earlier was a lot of fun.
Now, when this stuff is piled up all over South Philly in the next couple of days, won't be as fun.
Not going to be as
Not
fun.
gonna be as fun.
Nope.
Thanks, guys. That was so much fun. Appreciate it. You're the best. Yuki, I promise no beers were had in the making of this TV report. We're going to go get warm for a few minutes. We'll see you in a little bit.
Well, so that red nose is from the weather, right? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Thanks so much. Elsewhere in the city, anything to get some turns in. How about this? This was sent to us from Manayunk. This skier made the most of the snow on Hermitage Street. Again, no matter how you spend your snow day, please make sure you do it safely and have some fun. Our coverage of this winter storm is far from over. We're heading over to Philly 57 for more next weather alert coverage. We're all standing by to help keep you safe and informed as we ride out this thing together. I'm Yuki Washington, Philly 57. Let's go. From the heart of Philly, this is CBS News Philadelphia at 11. Here's what's happening. The snow has stopped, but the impact is settling in. Tonight, we're seeing the scale of snowfall the region has not seen in years. From snow to sleet, many roads remain slick tonight, making travel tricky as we head into the work week. Now, because of those conditions, many schools have canceled classes tomorrow. Now, those closures will be scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yuki Washington. Our team has been with you today, morning, noon, and night, as this winter storm moved into the area. From snow-covered sidewalks in Center City to buried intersections in the suburbs, this storm that dropped more snow than the region has seen in years is in the rear view mirror now. But the impacts will linger for days to come. Gentlemen?
Yeah, Yuki, good evening. And good evening to all of you. This was a pretty rough day if you had to be out. If you were inside, well, lucky you, because it was a good day to stay inside.
It sure was. You're going to have some of these updated totals in a minute. I will tell you, when we look at all of our records for January, it goes back over almost 4,400 days, 142 years, 31 days each year. We've had 9 days total, 9 days in that entire time that we've had more snow than today. It was a fairly rare event. Again, Andrew's going to break all that down for you in just one quick second. Looking out at Ocean City, they've plowed the boards there, but you can see the sheen. It's wet, and it is going to, anything out there that melted today will refreeze. I've been watching them here on the 42 freeway at 295, kind of clearing it out, and you can see the traffic here is moving along. Still snow on the roads, but where roads have been treated, they're obviously going to be a little bit better. Roads that have not, like South Philly here, the Italian Market, going to be tough, depending certainly on what you drive. But if you're in a non-all-wheel drive, another day tomorrow to probably just stay home. Here's the storm. Mentioned it coming to an end. It's going to be pushing on out, and that continues. Some lingering snow showers, but a bulk of this is done. And then we're moving on to the next part of the story, which is going to be the temperatures. And we're going to talk much more about that. I will say we are now on weather alert through Friday. It's remarkable. But we don't talk about the snow that we had today.
I want to talk about the snow totals because some areas really impressive. But remember, and this is one very important thing to remember, had this been all snow and not sleet, we could be talking at 1 to 2 feet or more in some cases.
Right.
But officially at Philadelphia International, 9.1 inches. Now, the official numbers beyond that, if there was any lingering flurries, might come after midnight. But right now, looks like about 9.1 in the city. The sports complex about 9, 6.0 in Ocean City, Atlantic City about 6.2. Delaware specifically, Wilmington got 9 inches of snow. Woodside 6.3, Odessa around 6.5. Let's talk about the Jersey Shore, Trenton, or not Trenton, but Lindenwold, 72. This is not just the Jersey Shore, but all of South Jersey as well. Cape May, 5 inches of snow. Somerdale, 8.5. Toms River, 9 inches of snow. This is the impressive part. Lehigh, Berks, and the Poconos between 10 and 14 inches of snow. Germansville over toward Mount Pocono, 14.5, and Lehigh Valley Airport around 11.5. And near Philly, again, anywhere between 6 and 11 inches of snow, like places like Pottstown. Going to come back in a couple minutes. We have a lot to talk about, including what's next, and that is brutally cold temperatures, more than we've seen so far. We'll talk all about that and have your 7-day plan. And Yuki, it's not all bad news. We'll have some good news.
Okay. Andrew, Bill, thank you so much. Well, the Lehigh Valley is feeling the impact of the heavy snow and ice tonight. Shovels are at the ready and being put to good use. CBS Philadelphia's Dan Snyder is in Upper Macungie Township tonight, where he's been all day. Dan, good evening.
Hey, good evening to you, Yuki. Yeah, that precipitation has finally tapered off here in the Lehigh Valley, but it was a full day of just about everything. All this snow you see behind me, most of that fell in the morning, early afternoon. Then it switched over to that blend of snow and sleet, and all of that time, it was just bitterly cold with gusty winds, and all in all, it just made for a pretty nasty day for folks up here.
I'm an icicle.
It's how a lot of people felt across the Lehigh Valley today, as this winter storm brought plenty of snow, sleet, and bitter cold. It didn't stop some from getting out to take in the sights.
Am I allowed to throw it at you?
Supriya surprised us with a snowball fight in Center City, Allentown, while trying to pass the time during the snow.
Just hanging out, having fun in the snow. I was building a snow fort and just having fun because there's not much else to do right now.
Still, most people we ran into were only outside for work. Plenty of plow drivers, snow shovelers, even a rideshare driver. They all agreed it wasn't a good idea to be on the roads.
I was on the 222 bypass between this Wawa and another Wawa, and that was pretty sketchy too.
Very horrible. I mean, I have a Jeep, so, that's good for that, but it's not good to be out here right now.
Crews were hard at work throughout the day trying to keep roads clear. No easy task with the snow coming down as fast as it did. In Allentown, Mayor Matt Turk came out to check on city workers and the progress they made.
We have 52 trucks out right now. They're going to be working day and night until this is all clear.
Turk gave residents a lot of credit for heeding the city's warnings and staying off the roads, saying it's made today's job easier. But as we head toward a cleanup tomorrow, he says that same advice stands.
Give everyone a chance to shovel out. So check on your neighbors and then, give our guys space to operate. We're going to get everything clear. We just need a little bit of patience.
Yeah, and Yuki, it's a good reminder that this snow that's out here, it's probably not going anywhere for a while. The roads are snow-packed right now at the best spots, and with that cold sticking around, that's probably going to be really tough to get off. It's going to take a lot of work to get that off. So maybe best to plan for another day inside tomorrow. Yuki, we'll send it back to you.
Good idea. Yeah, Dan, thank you. And photojournalist Bill Sider will check back in again with you shortly. Well, the storm gave the city a chance to utilize a special tool in their snow removal toolbox. The steam you see is coming out of a tractor-trailer-sized snow melter. It can melt up to 135 tons of snow per hour. Trucks are being filled to the brim and taken to the snow melting machine. Now, most of the water goes down a storm drain, but the area is also salted to avoid icing.
For a snow like this, there is no timetable. You just continue to work until all roadways are safe and accessible. So we can't tell you that we're going to be done by midnight or tomorrow. We have to continue working. As you mentioned, some of these things are very challenging, getting through these small, narrow streets.
And the city is asking for everyone's patience as they work to remove all the snow. People in South Philly were trying to make the best of things today, but the cleanup is going to take a while. Let's get the latest from Pat Gallen and photojournalist Athir Hussein. PG.
Yeah, Yuki, it's been a day out here in South Philadelphia. Tomorrow they'll have to dig out, and it certainly will not be easy. It is a mess down here. But here's a look at what we have seen over the last couple of hours in South Philadelphia. We are here in the Pennsport neighborhood, and it's been a little bit of a mess. Obviously, as you know, we saw the snow and the sleet. Actually, it's kind of calmed down, tamed a little bit. The winds were whipping all day. Felt like if you're on the beach, like the sand was whipping you in the face, except that it's only 10 degrees. But we did see people having fun or trying throughout the day, plus some dog walkers.
Yeah, it's been great. We had a day of sitting on the couch watching TV, a couple walks outside with my dog Clementine, and yeah, it's been fun.
Clementine, what are you up to? What are you doing? Are you having fun today? Yeah.
Yeah, she had a blast.
You running around like
yes,
crazy?
She did.
Oh, you're very sweet. So nice to meet you. Yeah, that was sweet little Clementine, who was a little skeptical of me at first. Took some warming up, but that's about the only warming we did out here because it has been freezing all day. And as you heard, Dan in Allentown, cold up there, cold in South Philly, cold everywhere. And as I said earlier, the digging out is going to take some time here because these side streets are in bad shape in South Philly. It's going to be a heck of a few days here. Yuki, back to you.
That's right. We got a little airtime for Clementine. That's all good. All right, buddy. Thanks so much. Well, SEPTA suspended regional rail and bus service today due to the conditions. The transit agency says riders can expect impacts to roll over into tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow for regional rail, it's not going to be a normal start of service. There's a good chance that many of the earlier trips on regional rail may be canceled, but we want to let people know that we are running on a Saturday schedule for regional rail tomorrow, and we'll start getting service back online once it's safe to do so.
John also encourages commuters to make sure to keep a close eye on the schedules tomorrow morning. Now we're taking a look at video of what Route 676 looked like in South New Jersey from earlier today. Crews are keeping roads passable by working long hours with few breaks. And we are so appreciative of all the tri-state men and women making it safe for all of us. CBS Philadelphia's Eva Anderson spent the day near a Wawa convenience store in Mount Laurel, checking in with plow drivers and folks who were out and about on a day like today. Eva.
Yuki, those plow drivers you mentioned are still the ones out and about here right now. You can see one behind me. They have been working around the clock to keep these roads passable. Now here in Mount Laurel, tomorrow school is canceled, trash pickup is canceled, and drivers are still urged to be off the roads as this cleanup continues. Along major routes and neighborhood streets, plow drivers have been working nearly nonstop.
I've been out here now for 12 hours already, and so we'll just have to see how long it's going to take.
John Prokopis was one of dozens of plow drivers who stopped at the Wawa along Route 73 to fuel their trucks and their bodies.
Chicken sandwich for me and my dog, because he's riding shotgun today.
That dog, Chase, helping his owner, Greg Stevenson, push through a long shift. Stevenson and fellow plow operator Cody Bovitz say they began early Sunday and are scheduled to work until 7 Monday morning. Tell me about your caffeine consumption.
So far, 5 Celsius is in and 3 coffees. 1 coffee and 3 vanilla chai black teas.
And while highly caffeinated, many drivers said the sheer volume of snow has slowed everything down.
This is a lot of snow. I mean, it takes a lot of time to just clean a small property.
And they say some of the biggest challenges on the roads are still preventable.
Honestly, when people have their cars on the side of the road when everybody tells them not to park on the side of the road, that's or people in two-wheel drive vehicles out in 6 inches of snow.
And the plow drivers aren't the only ones working. This hotel employee says he won't go home for a while.
3 days, so I think it should be all good by Tuesday, hopefully, so we can make it around, start traveling a little bit more.
So you heard it, hotel workers, plow drivers, those are some of the only people who are outside today. And later on in this hour, we're going to show you a few more people, essential workers, who are making it out in these dreadful conditions that are, yes, easing up, but still, you want to stay off the roads if you can. For now, reporting live in Mount Laurel, Eva Anderson, CBS News Philadelphia. Yuki, I'll send it back to you.
And a long day for you and camera operator Casey Kuhn. Thank you both. We will get back to you in just a few minutes. See you in a bit. In Delaware, according to Governor Matt Meyer, the state is not out of the woods just yet with this winter storm. He has closed state offices tomorrow to allow DelDOT road crews and first responders to help get things back to normal faster.
Seeing very low traffic volume on the roads, which is what we want. That's a good thing. However, still some cars getting stuck, and really trying to minimize that. That really slows down our road clearing operation. So really asking people to stay off the roads for the next several hours.
Right now, travel in Delaware is restricted to essential workers only. Our storm coverage continues when we come right back. We're headed out to the suburbs to see how those in Bucks and Delaware counties are dealing with the conditions. And this storm snarled air travel. Hundreds of flights into and out of Philly International were canceled today. And it wasn't just our area. This storm reached far and wide, impacting a large swath of the country, bringing snow, ice, and freezing temperatures from Texas all the way to New England. I tell you what, if you didn't have a little fun on this snow day, you're doing it wrong. Take a look at these kids making the most of it in Doylestown. The pups got in on the fun as well. Nikki Dementry and camera operator Nate Silvas filed this report from Bucks County.
Crews with both the borough of Doylestown and Doylestown Township started well before the sun even came up, and they're still out on the roads tonight, making sure that streets are passable. While many people heeded the warnings and stayed inside during the storm, contractors were out clearing sidewalks and parking lots as the snow fell. Officers were also seen out driving around. Otherwise, Doylestown saw little activity outside on Sunday. Driving conditions weren't ideal even after plows made their way down South Main Street and other roadways. Borough officials say their crew started at 2 a.m., while township officials joined an hour later by 3 a.m. Conditions changed over to a wintry mix with heavy sleet around noontime, which added a crunchy layer to what was otherwise light, fluffy snow.
This is probably one of the worst ones that I've been a part of that I remember. I think we got one like 10 inches a couple years ago or 10 years ago, but I wasn't even in a truck yet. I was still learning my shovel duties like they are over there.
Describe for me these conditions for everybody who is at home with their snowstorm snacks. How would you describe what it's like outside?
It's slick, it's cold, it's really windy, and it's pretty miserable.
Back to you. Families in the Central Bucks School District, if you don't know by now and before you go to bed, there's no school tomorrow. We're told that the conditions should be out of the area, which makes for a great sledding day on Monday. In Doylestown, Nikki Dementry, CBS News, Philadelphia.
Now let's give you a live look tonight at I-95 along the Girard Point Bridge in Southwest. Wow, as you can see, not many drivers there tonight, and that's what we like to see. The storm may be done, but PennDOT is still working hard to clean off those roads before they can freeze over. Speed restrictions are still in place tonight and will be lifted on a highway-by-highway basis.
Online, you can view our traffic cameras to check winter conditions and restrictions, and use our AVL system to track plowing in your area.
And you can find all of that information and more by going to 511pa.com. We're tracking the impact of the snow in Delaware County. Camera operator Scott Jacobson teamed up with Joe Holden for a look at what's happening in Havertown.
Good evening from Haverford Township, Delaware County, where most people heeded those warnings, paid attention to the forecast, and stayed in and stayed home. You know what? The roads are in fair shape. Most of the public works officials I've spoken with tell me, you know what? There is some advantage and benefit to leaving some layer of snow, given that it is still sleeting. And of course, there are concerns about the effectiveness of salt as the temperatures plunge into bitter territory. Now the question, what does the rest of the week look like? We spoke to a family who described their day was great and kind of hinted at, will there be school maybe later in the week?
I was outside with them all day.
All right, how was the day?
It was great. Shoveling, they had fun. How was your day today?
Good.
You guys had a good time?
Yeah.
All right, and what did we do?
We played in the snow. And went sledding.
All right, and Kane and Connor, what grade are we in?
Fifth grade.
All right, and so no school tomorrow, right?
Yeah. I think on Tuesday we probably don't have school.
Well, how about that for a forecast and a projection? I hope you're correct, man. And I dare presume we will be exploring those questions come tomorrow. From a snowy and still sleeting Havertown, this is Joe Holden, CBS News, Philadelphia.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
And Chief Meteorologist Bill Kelly continues our winter storm coverage tonight.
Yeah, we're going to check in with Andrew here in just a moment. We got a lot of stuff, new information that we want to present to you. Before we do that, let me show you outside tonight. Interesting, it's not really snowing in the city anymore, but look how bright it is. That is all a reflection of the light on the snow, and there's a lot of it out there, as we were just telling you a little bit earlier on. So here is a look at the current numbers around the area along with the radar. In fact, let me put these up one more time and show you. We're sitting at 22 degrees in Philadelphia, which is actually a little bit warmer than it was, but the snow starting to come to an end around the region. But the temperature is going to be a big part of the story. So let's get you out the door tomorrow morning. Obviously the schools are going to be closed for a lot of them, if not all of them. Maybe you don't have to go to work, you can commute, but here's where we're going. Temperature's actually going to go up a little bit through the overnight hours, but we're going to hang in that mid-20s range with feels like temperatures that are going to be much lower than that. Your day tomorrow, we're going to be sub-freezing. We're going to be at about 28 by noon and 3 o'clock. I think we top out at that 28, 29 degree mark. but that's as warm as we are going to get, and wind chills are going to be much less than that tomorrow, and this is darn near balmy relative to where we are headed in this week. So 28 tomorrow in Philly, 20 on Tuesday, 20 on Wednesday, and we are on a next weather alert. We've extended it all week long with high temperatures barely above 20, wind chills -10 to 10 degrees, and prolonged snow and ice issues. So we want to get a little bit deeper on that part of the story. You know, Andrew, we were talking about that, and I came back and you said I'd forecast and a little bit more in depth with new models.
Yeah.
We got to lower the temperatures. And there we go.
Here's the other thing, and I got to tell you, so I made that graphic that you just made. I think there's a little bit of a mistake. I think we have to lower it even more because we're going to show you exactly why we are on weather alert. This isn't dramatics here. This is just real facts. We're going to be looking at not just dealing with the prolonged period of what we were dealing with the snow and the ice, but now the cold. And I don't know how many times I've said it so far this season. Oh, this is the coldest that we've seen so far. This truly is. And I don't know what will beat this because tomorrow feels like temperatures. That's what it feels like on your skin, temperature and wind chill will be below zero by the time we get into the evening. On Wednesday, look at our wind chills here. But you ain't seen nothing yet. Because take a look by the time we get into Wednesday morning across much of the area. I don't think anybody feels above zero. 7 below Wednesday morning in the city. We're looking at 5 below Atlantic City, 18 below Mount Pocono. Now let's go to Thursday. Thursday is even colder. 13 below Thursday morning. That's what it would feel like. Guys, this is not just frostbite weather, but absolutely dangerous to be outside for any prolonged period of time. Feels like 15 below Toms River. Even Wildwood, New Jersey, Thursday morning will feel 5 below. And I do think Friday morning might be the coldest morning that we've seen in several years. It will feel like 18 below in the city of Philadelphia, 21 below in Reading, Wilmington, 17 below, and Dover, 13 below. And I know the Poconos are used to the cold temperatures, but 31 below zero is what it could feel like Friday morning. These temperatures look balmy tomorrow. The actual temperatures compared to what will be by the end of the week. 28 degrees on Monday, 30 at the shore, and the Lehigh Valley at 25. Now the 7-day forecast, as Bill mentioned, shows an extended period of a next weather alert. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Actual temperatures may not get above 20 degrees in many spots right outside the city. And I got to be honest, tomorrow into Tuesday, we might be really hard pressed to get out of the upper single digits and low teens. I do think by Friday morning, actual low temperature in the city will be around 8 degrees. So again, it's very important that you check on the elderly neighbors. You check on the younger people. Make sure everybody is inside, and don't forget, if we're cold, the pets are cold. Do not leave pets outside for any extended period of time or any period of time over the course of the next couple of days especially. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
As you might imagine, the storm made any sort of travel difficult today. Crews at Philly International were busy treating, plowing, and clearing the runways, roadways, and sidewalks. Officials tell us the airport was open for the entirety of the storm, but out of the 672 scheduled flights, 652 were canceled. 125 flights are already canceled for tomorrow. All TSA checkpoints will be open for their regular hours.
If you're planning to fly later this week, airlines are checking in, deciding what they're going to look like tomorrow, especially first thing in the morning, and see if you are going to be able to fly later this week.
And this clip shows crews de-icing a plane. Airport officials tell us the last flight to leave Philadelphia was at 10:30 this morning. It's 11:30 on your Sunday night here on CBS News Philadelphia. The snow wraps up as our temperatures go down. Main Street, Bethlehem is still covered tonight with snow and a layer of ice as this winter storm system moves out. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yuki Washington. Our team has been in your corner all day, following the conditions and bringing you the very latest. So now that the snow has stopped falling, what's next? Chief Meteorologist Bill Kelly and Meteorologist Andrew Kozak are in the Hyundai Next Weather Sphere.
Uke, the good news here is that it's starting to show signs, and it's starting to taper off around the area. The not so good news is we have extended our next weather alert for another 5 days, which we're going to talk about in a minute.
I mean, the short-term foreseeable future is that everything that's on the ground right now isn't going anywhere. And if you thought you were lucky getting some rain at the Jersey Shore, well, that's going to kind of freeze back up.
No question.
Here's some good news.
What?
we're going to get some sunshine the next
Well,
couple
that's
days.
nice.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Consolation prize. Let's walk over. I want to show you a couple things. First things first, I want to talk about where we are right now with this storm. And what's next is that we're getting in on much colder but drier air. So at least we're turning the snow, sleet, freezing rain, and plain old rain machine off. Currently, we even have some clearing sky right now from Philadelphia on north, kind of a line between Philly and Toms River. To the south across Jersey, we're still socked in with some cloud cover, but we will break out with some sunshine. Now, the morning drive is not going to be good at all. And I'm still going to say this. We're all going to still say this. If you don't have to be out Monday, by all means, stay off the roads. They're still very icy. And if anything, they're probably going to get a little worse. Temperatures, if for any reason you need to be out, emergency personnel, things like that, then yes, temperatures will be in the 20s, but at least it will be dry out there. And we'll break out with some sunshine. Here's your Monday temperatures. 28 in the city, 17 in the Poconos. We'll be in the 20s to near 30 at the shore. Now, the good news is if we get a little sunshine here, even with temperatures below freezing, we are going to see melting. In fact, you could be looking at 24, 25, 26 for high temperatures and still melt. The problem is at night, everything's going to freeze up, and oh man, is it going to get cold.
And it's going to freeze quick. Yeah, I mean, all you need is the sun to go away and it starts freezing up right away. So yeah, it's pretty remarkable though how cold it's going to be. In fact, take a look at this. I want to show you. Next weather alert all week long. Highs barely above 20. If above 20 on those particular days, with wind chill factors -10, if not colder by the end of the week in the morning, to 10 degrees all week long. We don't see a single hour, maybe at 1 or 2, where our temperature with the wind chill is above 10 degrees. This is a dangerous stretch we're going to be on. Prolonged snow and ice issues then for sure. Like we were just saying, Mother Nature is not going to help us in getting rid of the snow and the ice that's out there right now. And it can have some thawing during the day when the sun's on it, and then it immediately freezes up. Uke, we're going to talk about the specifics of next week, some of those wind chill factors you can plan coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, see you in a little bit. Thank you. And we continue to track the impact of the heavy snowfall in the Lehigh Valley. Let's go back to Dan Snyder in Upper Macungie. Dan.
Hey, Yuki, I mean, look at all this snow. Look how deep this is. Most of this fell throughout this morning, early afternoon. Then we got the switch over to some sleet and snow mix. But, you know, really throughout it all, it's been the brutal cold, and that kept a lot of people off the street. And all this snow you see here, all the snow that's still out on the roads, as our great meteorologist said, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. These road crews have been out throughout the day. They've been doing their best to clear the roads. But again, this is just a storm where those roads remain snow-packed, and it is tough to get around. You know, that biting cold not going anywhere. I did speak with Allentown Mayor Matt Turk. He tells us they have 52 vehicles just working in the city throughout the night into tomorrow, trying to clean up. He did give a lot of credit to the people of the city for staying off the roads, heeding those warnings and allowing crews to work. But he says it's also important to keep that same mindset tomorrow.
City Hall is closed, county's closed. Hopefully a lot of businesses will be closed too, and give everyone a chance to shovel out. So check on your neighbors, and then you know, give our guys space to operate. We're going to get everything clear. We just need a little bit of patience.
So again, maybe just do a little shoveling, cleaning off your car, but best bet, plan another day inside as crews work to clean these roads. Yuki?
Indeed. Dan, you and Bill get home safely. Thank you so much. Well, this afternoon in Philly, plows were busy clearing the streets here at 15th and Spring Garden. And as the city works to clear streets, they urge people to stay off the roads, please. And if you do have to go out, no savesies.
People are already saving spots. We again encourage you not to do that. We have, as you know, have occurrences where we've had some significant incidents as a result of that. We encourage you, as we've indicated from the beginning, it's a team effort. Everybody work together, clear out the spots together.
Back in the day, folks used lawn chairs. These days, we've seen toilets and small beds out there. The commissioner also said police will remove any barriers placed in parking spots. Now, the cleanup in Philadelphia will be a big job. Kids were having some fun in South Philly, though. Pat Gallen joins us again with more from Pensport. Pat.
Yuki, yeah, we come to the end of a long day here in South Philadelphia. But as you said, a fun one. We helped a man dig out of a parking spot. We saw the kids on their, snowboards here in South Philly. They were going crazy with the snow. I even got a chance to hang out with my son Graham for a little while. He joined me on TV. It was a blast. But here's what we saw over the past couple of hours here in South Philly. Not as much fun when you've got to clean it up. Obviously, we haven't seen many people on the roads over the last hour or so. A couple of cars, couple of plows. The secondary streets are really difficult to navigate here in South Philadelphia, as I'm sure they are across the city. But we met up with plenty of people who were trying to make the best of the snow day. Are you guys generally snow people?
I am. I grew up in the snow belt. I was born in Philly, but we're ready for all the elements, you know?
Like it all?
We like football weather, so.
All right, Mom, are you having fun today?
Yeah, we had moments inside and outside, so
Yeah.
as long as it tires them out enough.
That's a good point. What did you guys do earlier?
We went over to the park. We tried to build some snowmen. Wasn't working.
No.
Yeah, the snow's
Snowballs
out there.
weren't working either, but we had a little Monopoly going inside, some
Yeah.
hot chocolate, so made the most of that moment.
Yuki, right on cue. The snow plows behind me here on Washington Avenue doing their thing. For us, that'll do it for this sports guy. I think I get to go back to doing sports. Should I leave you with like a sports report before I toss it back?
You are
what do we have?
so
Seahawks, Patriots in the
multi-talented.
Super Bowl? Is that?
So multi-talented. We appreciate you.
I don't know
Time for you in the theater to get home, my man, safely and get some rest. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate you.
Thanks, you.
Well, forget Aspen and forget Vail. This is one way to take advantage of the hills in Manayunk. During a snowstorm, this man strapped on the skis and took a ride down Hermitage Street. Well done, my man, well done. Smooth indeed. Well, local officials across the Delaware Valley have been urging people to stay inside and only travel if necessary. That's exactly what Eva Anderson has been tracking tonight in Mount Laurel. Eva?
Yuki, I'm here along Route 73 here in Mount Laurel, and all day I've been asking people out and about a simple question. What are you doing outside in these conditions? And everyone who we have spoken with, nearly everyone has given the same answer. They're working, from plow drivers to hotel workers to workers at Wawa, feeding all these others who are stopping by, even 3 women who carpooled together heading to a health care facility. It seems that the only people around this area who are venturing out are those who need to be. So that is who is braving these conditions. And for anyone who does need to head out, there weren't many places to go earlier today. Businesses along Route 73 were closed for the day and are still into the evening. As for plow drivers, many of them are still out here at this hour, including several Mount Laurel Public Works trucks right around me right now. Drivers have been saying this storm required patience and persistence with repeated passes throughout the same areas to keep roads clear. But despite that effort, they still saw a lot of drivers struggle.
A lot of cars, they're stuck in the snow, smash, crashes.
I actually just seen someone over there get stuck.
Now the name of the game is to just still stay home and continue to give those plow drivers space as they work. They have been working very hard, and we salute all of them. Seriously, hats off to all of them, because they are working some up to 24-hour shifts. As for now, we're going to call it a night. Reporting live in Mount Laurel, Eva Anderson. Yuki, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, thanks to all of them. Eva, you and Casey, be careful and take your time getting home. Thank you both so much. Well, plow and salt crews are hard at work in South Jersey, keeping the roads clear. We're in Audubon right here in Camden County, as some folks began digging out. Governor Mikey Sherrill declared a state of emergency, activating emergency weather protocols. And she gave us an update on where things stand.
We are seeing the snow and ice coming down till about 4 in the morning. That's when we anticipate it will be leaving our state. Then we will have crews working incredibly hard to get public transportation back up. We certainly have a very cold situation, a code blue coming through over the next week. So I will lift the emergency once we are able to get all of our systems up and running and ensure people can get around and stay safe doing so.
New Jersey Transit will resume train service on the River Line in the morning, and they will gradually restore bus, access link, and other rail service when it is safe to do so. And still to come tonight, hitting the hills in Haddonfield. We're in South Jersey with how the conditions there were throughout the storm and how some of the community spent their snow day. Back in a bit. It was a great day for the young and young at heart to enjoy the the blast of old man winter. Earlier today, the hills were alive with the sound of sledding. Here's CBS News Philadelphia's Liz Crawford.
Well, we have been in Haddonfield, New Jersey all day, and I can tell you this is probably the most popular spot in town today. We have a lot of families, dozens of people have been here throughout the day on this sledding hill because it really is a perfect place to spend a snowy Sunday like this. Now, I will tell you, earlier it was packed, starting to thin out because it is just so bitter cold. So if you've got kids, especially the little ones, you really can't be out here more than, I don't know, you give it your 20 or 30 minutes, and that's going to be about it for the little kids. But check this out. I mean, these kids came prepared. They've got snowball makers, all different kinds of sleds, things I haven't even seen before. We've got the skier. Let's see. Go ahead. Go down on the skis. Here he goes. Look at him. He's ready to have a good run skiing in Haddonfield. We've got 2 skiers, so we've seen it all throughout the day. That's not bad. That actually looks pretty fun. He told me he was getting a workout. So, all right, let's do it, kids. Are you ready? Yeah. All right, we're going to end with a race here down the hill. In 3, 2, 1. I think we got a clear winner, the tube. Tammie, I think the kid in the tube.
Definitely got it.
All right, guys, we are making the most out of a bitter cold day. Nothing but fun. Stay safe out there. Liz Crawford, CBS News, Philadelphia.
Wait, the kid in the tube got a running start. Hold on now. Well, maybe those beach days aren't as far away as they feel. These people in Limerick, Montgomery County decided to have a beach day of their own despite the snow. Daniel McElhaney posted these pics on social media this afternoon. Nothing like cornhole and a couple of beverages to keep you warm. And remember, if you can visualize the beach, you're already halfway there.
Coming to you from the Hyundai Virtual Next Weather Sphere, this is Next Weather.
Drew, beach days, maybe 18 holes of golf. Can you feel it?
Not there. In Cancun, Mexico, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. No, not there. No, I'll tell you, as brave as they are, just wait till the end of the week, Yuki.
Oh,
because,
my.
Yeah, we're talking about some really cold temperatures. Kind of like a 2-part story, right? The storm and then the bitter cold. You might say, well, wait a second, it's really cold now. It's cold enough to snow. Just wait. Right now outside, we are looking at cloudy skies. We are done with the precipitation. Sure, there could be a rogue flurry overnight, but most areas are clearing out. In fact, we are likely to see the clearing sky as we head into tomorrow morning. We're also likely to see mostly cloudy skies throughout the afternoon. So it's not going to be a perfect day. Certainly, we're not going to see a whole lot of melting going on. As you can see, the precipitation, all the colors, the snow and the blue, the freezing rain and sleet in the pink and the purple, and of course the green that we saw with above average temperatures across the shore, all of that is now pushed out, and we are now getting back into a drier but much colder pattern. In fact, the door is open for us to just get in on some of the coldest air that we've seen, not just this season, because I've said that enough this season. I'm talking about in years. The next few hours overnight, we kind of stay steady in the mid-20s. Then as we get into the Philly area tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures in the mid-20s to upper 20s. That's pretty much it. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking at temperatures anywhere between 28 and 30 from Philadelphia to the shore. Lehigh Valley, a little colder. The snowpack on the ground, of course, makes things even colder, and it's harder to get that temperature up. Speaking of snowpack, Philadelphia International, 9.1 inches at the airport. Just up the road at the sports complex, 9 inches. Media, 7 inches. Atlantic City, Cherry Hill, 6 to 7 inches out there. That's where we are right now, but we have a lot more to talk about, including Bill Kelly.
Yep. It's going to be bitter cold.
I mean, and we're not just talking about, being dramatic cold. We're talking about dangerous to be outside for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Andrew and I were looking over at the forecast models and looking at the wind chill factors and saying, yeah, this is irresponsible to not put us on weather alert. Tomorrow, one of the warmer days of the week, and we're going to start out with a feels like temperature of 17, and the numbers go down from there. It's not that it's all that windy. The breezes tomorrow are going to be up probably 25 miles per hour, so it's certainly a breeze, but it's going to continue to knock our numbers down. Look at Tuesday, peaking out at about 10 degrees, and that's where we're going to be all week long. The afternoon high temperature wind chill, the warmest it gets, is about 10. That's it. In the morning is really where we're going to focus. This is your Wednesday morning feels like temperatures. Anywhere between 0 to 18 degrees below zero. Again, that's Wednesday. Thursday, even colder. In the morning, widespread temperatures in the 10 to 15, if not 20 degree below zero range. And if this model holds on Friday, we are looking at wind chill temperatures in parts of our area that could be 20 to 30 degrees below zero. That is exceptionally dangerous, and so we want you to know about it. That's why we have red across the board Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Again, our normal should have a 4 in there on the first number. These lows, or these high temperatures, are well below our normal low temperature. And here we are in the coldest time of the year, essentially. So not good. Not good. It's going to be very dangerous. Still very cold over the weekend. We don't have a single hour above freezing in the entire 7-day forecast, but at least temperatures are going to go up. A few flurries Thursday. Otherwise, Yuke, we aren't tracking another big snowstorm. That's a look at your weather forecast. We'll be right back.
You know, we aren't the only ones feeling the storm effects tonight. Ice, frigid temperatures, and widespread power outages were the norm today for hundreds of thousands of Americans, affecting many aspects of life in general. CBS News correspondent Chanel Call has that part of our coverage tonight.
The winter storm pounded dozens of states from Texas into New England Sunday.
This is really crazy. I can barely even see. I was thinking I need to bring some goggles or something.
Crews spent the day working on the massive cleanup efforts to take some of the danger out of leaving the house.
The snow just keep coming down harder and harder. No matter how you push the snow, it just keep coming.
In Dallas, an extreme cold warning was set to remain in effect through Tuesday. Amid downed trees and icy roads, several counties in Kentucky reported widespread power outages.
That's our number one job right now is plow till we get to the trees, and then we got to use chainsaws and cut them up and get them out of the way.
In New York, this taxi driver says he worked through the storm because he likes to help others.
Today is a very dangerous, but I driving I make some money, and people is a lot of in the street because they want to cab.
And we're also dealing with dangerously cold temperatures here in the Northeast. This could be the coldest winter weather New Yorkers have experienced in the last 8 years. New York City schools have also been shut down on Monday as the city pivots to remote learning for the day. While the snow is causing countless problems, some are making the most of it.
It's just the best thing ever. I love it.
Including these families who went sledding near the U.S. Capitol. Chanel Call, CBS News, New York.
Andrew, Bill, thank you and the entire team of meteorologists for telling it like a TI is and keeping everyone prepared. Take us home.
All right, final check of your forecast. The snow's over, Bill, but we have cold temperatures, cold enough that we have a next weather alert all the way through Friday. Overnight lows in the teens and single digits, but it could feel as cold as 10 to even 20 below zero, even in the city of Philadelphia.
It's brutal. It's brutal. We had Grant and Tammie in this morning. Of course, Kate and Tammie in tomorrow. You and I back tomorrow afternoon. Got you covered. Your next weather team.
Indeed. Thank you both. Our morning team is back tomorrow from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. along with extended coverage of the forecast on our CBS Philadelphia stream from 7 to 9 a.m. Now, for everyone here, I'm UQ Washington. Thank you for placing your trust in all of us. Have a good night, family, and a good week, and sleep well.